Chapter 1107. Jiang Chen left quietly without alerting anyone. As for Yan Qingqing, Jiang Chen could only try his best not to think about her. He knew very well what his future path would be like. Plus he already had Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningxu. There was no place for a third person in his heart anymore. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with hatred. Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked to waste time. He had no choice but to hurt Yan Qingqing. In Yan Qingqing's life he was just a passerby. As for the pain in her heart, only time could help her heal it. Jiang Chen didn't have a choice. The more indecisive he was, the deeper he would hurt Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen understood what he was doing. Yan City was Jiang Chen's first stop after coming to the immortal world. To Jiang Chen, Yan City was just a relay station. Once he came and went, it would become a thing of the past. To Yan City, Jiang Chen's significance was too great. The arrival of this young man had changed everything in Yan City. In just a short period of time he had stirred up a storm in Yan City. To the city lord's mansion, Jiang Chen's name would be imprinted in their minds forever, becoming a benchmark. Even if Jiang Chen left, he would still enjoy the most honorable treatment in the city lord's mansion, just like an old ancestor. As for the next stop, Jiang Chen's goal was still very clear. One Line Sky was the place he wanted to go. The true magnificence of the immortal world would also be revealed in One Line Sky. The huge One Line Sky and the 100,000 mountains weren't something a small city like Yan City could compare to. Yan City was just the most remote place in One Line Sky. There were thousands of small places like Yan City in One Line Sky. 2 days later, Jiang Chen stood on the peak of a mountain. Looking ahead, he could see the endless rolling mountains that connected to the horizon. It seemed like it was very appropriate to name this place as One Line Sky. In these 2 days, Jiang Chen didn't know how many miles he had traveled. Finally, he was close to the real One Line Sky. If Jiang Chen wanted to fly, it would only take him half a day to reach this distance. But Jiang Chen didn't choose to fly. As an Earth immortal, flying was his greatest trump card. In the dangerous immortal world, it was very important to keep a trump card. It was equivalent to saving one's life at a critical moment. Jiang Chen understood this very well. Moreover, even if he was flying, Jiang Chen's speed was like a cheetah. Ordinary people simply couldn't be compared to him. 4 Earth immortals of the same level, Jiang Chen's speed was like a flash of lightning. Tianyun Pavilion, Tianmiyun, I Jiang Chen am coming. Jiang Chen looked at the boundless mountains and the boundless mist. His eyes flickered with determination. That's right, Tianyun Pavilion and Tianmiyun were his most important and only purpose for coming to One Line Sky. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in Zulong Tower was the responsibility on Jiang Chen's shoulders. I must avenge Senior Ouyang's death. People like Tianmiyun shouldn't exist in this world. Jiang Chen said faintly. What happened to Ouyang? He made his heart ache. Although he had only met Ouyang he once, the impression that Ouyang he left on him wasn't bad. As for Tianmiyun's behavior, Jiang Chen really felt that it was shameless. However, Jiang Chen also understood that killing Tianmiyun to avenge Ouyang he wasn't something that could be done overnight. Ouyang he was breaking through to the Immortal King realm at his peak, which meant that Ouyang he had already reached the half-step Immortal King realm, surpassing the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. So naturally Tianmiyun was also a half-step Immortal King. Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Divine Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only after that could one become a king and be addressed as an Immortal King. Jiang Chen was merely a puny early Earth Immortal. Even if he could kill an early Heaven Immortal expert with his full strength, he wouldn't be a match for an intermediate Heaven Immortal expert, let alone a mighty half-step Immortal King. The gap between him and Tianmiyun was like the gap between heaven and earth. Moreover, Tianmiyun was the master of Tianyun Pavilion, the pinnacle figure in One Line Sky. Jiang Chen understood that he still had a long way to go in One Line Sky. Where there are people there will be fights. Where there are forces there will be fights. In this One Line Sky, Tianyun Pavilion certainly isn't the only major force. I still don't know anything about One Line Sky. I have to find a way to find out more about the major forces in One Line Sky. Jiang Chen thought to himself. When he first arrived in One Line Sky, to put it bluntly, he was like an idiot. The immortal world was different from Saint Origin World. In Saint Origin World he was an old ancestor and had the advantage of being reborn. Basically there was nothing he didn't know, but in this immortal world he was a newbie, a fledgling. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. Having lived 2 lives, his temperament was incomparable to anyone. No matter where he went, he would never be a weakling. Xianxia retracted his aura and walked forward as if he had nothing to do. Hurry up, you idiots. If you can't reach the destination before dark, I'll gouge out one of your eyes each. An incomparably stern voice was transmitted to Xianxia's ears. This voice came from the mountain range ahead. If it wasn't for Xianxia's sharp hearing, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Someone is over there. See what's going on? Xianxia said and strode forward. Below the mountain range was an incomparably rugged mountain road with rocks on both sides. There were more than 20 people on the mountain road. 4 of them were wearing the same light yellow robes and had an arrogant look on their faces. 2 of them were standing at the front of the team while the other 2 were standing at the back. There were about 20 people in the middle. All of them had suffered light or heavy injuries and were dripping with blood. Some of them even had one of their arms chopped off. These people were like imprisoned slaves, constantly being berated by the 4 people in front and behind them. The 4 people were holding whips with saw teeth in their hands. If they didn't like anyone, they would directly lash at them. This kind of whips was extremely lethal. One could imagine the damage it would cause if it hit the ground. But behind them, a whip lashed on the back of a person. That person's back exploded instantly. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The one who lashed out was an intermediate earth immortal expert. Even a casual whip wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. You bunch of lowly people, it's your honor to become the slaves of our Xianxia school. The disciple shouted loudly while lashing with the whip. These 4 people were the disciples of Xianxia school. Xianxia school was a major power in One-Line Sky, which was as famous as Tianyun Pavilion. The cultivation base of these 4 disciples wasn't weak. The strongest among them was a late Earth Immortal expert and the weakest was an intermediate Human Immortal expert. In One-Line Sky, Human Immortals didn't have any sense of existence at all. They were the lowest Immortals. The person who was whipped was severely injured. Even though he was a late-stage worldly Immortal expert, he couldn't withstand the endless torture. This whip caused him to stagger. Fortunately, someone beside him reached out to support him, otherwise he wouldn't fall to the ground. Brat, who asked you to support him? The disciple of Profound Sun sect couldn't stand it anymore. Once again he fixed his eyes on the young man who was helping the injured man up. The young man seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face with a head full of white hair. His clothes were already stained with blood. The original color of his clothes couldn't be seen anymore. What was more eye-catching was that the young man's left arm was gone. Voila! Everyone turned their heads and looked at the white-haired youth. Their eyes were filled with pity. This youth was merely an intermediate Human Immortal expert, but he had been incomparably tenacious along the way. Of course, he was also the one who had suffered the most torture. The disciples of Profound Sun sect had been making fun of this youth along the way. As long as they were free, they would torture him. One of his arms had already been chopped off. If he was an ordinary person, he would have already died tragically under such torture, but this youth was still persisting. His vitality was extraordinarily tenacious. Humph! The white-haired youth harumphed coldly, ignoring the disciple of Xianxia school. Upon seeing this, the corner of the Profound Sun sect's disciple's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Obviously, he was already used to this young man's attitude. Immediately, he stepped forward, grabbed the white-haired young man's shoulder and slammed him towards a boulder. Bang! The white-haired youth collided with the huge rock. The rock shattered into pieces, but the youth was perfectly fine. His physique was incomparably strong. Brat, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? The disciple of Xianxia school looked at the white-haired youth with a playful gaze. Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I will kill you sooner or later. The white-haired youth didn't show any signs of fear. His eyes were filled with pride that came from his bones. This brat is very tenacious. Why don't we chop off his other arm and see how long he can last? The other disciple of Xianxia school said with a smile as he came to the side of the white-haired youth. I think it's a good idea. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Torturing the white-haired youth had become a form of entertainment for them. The disciple of Xianxia school raised his long whip and was about to lash it at the other arm of the white-haired youth. It was not hard to imagine that the other arm of the white-haired youth would definitely be destroyed if the whip landed. This scene was witnessed by Xianxia, who had just appeared on top of the mountain. When he saw the face of the white-haired youth, his expression changed drastically. "Yan!" Jiang Chen exclaimed. He had never dreamt that he would meet Han Yan here. One should know that it had only been 20 days since he ascended to the immortal world. When he ascended to the immortal world, Han Yan's cultivation base was still very far away from ascending to the immortal world. No matter how talented Han Yan was, it was impossible for him to ascend to the immortal world in such a short period of time. However, this white-haired man who was being tortured was none other than Han Yan. Jiang Chen could mistake others for someone else, but he would never mistake Han Yan for someone else. After all, Han Yan was his sworn brother. Stop. Chapter 1108. The whip in the Xianxia school disciples' hand stopped in midair after being interrupted by this sudden shout. Everyone turned around and looked towards the direction of the voice. Because Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, they could only see an afterimage flashing by. In the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared in front of the disciple from Xianxia school. "Little Chenzi!" Han Yan exclaimed immediately when he saw Jiang Chen. His eyes that were filled with despair instantly radiated with boundless radiance. It was a kind of joy. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, he seemed to have forgotten about his injuries and the humiliation and scolding he had suffered. It was as if seeing Jiang Chen was the happiest thing in the world. Moreover, the moment Jiang Chen appeared, Han Yan's nervousness disappeared. He knew that as long as this person was here, he would be saved. No matter how difficult the situation was, Jiang Chen would definitely have a way to deal with it. "Ah Yan, it's really you." Jiang Chen was also very surprised. At this moment he didn't even pay attention to the disciples from Xianxia school. He quickly bent down and held Han Yan's arm, slowly lifting him up. Seeing Han Yan's current injuries, blood all over his body, and the neatly chopped-off arm, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. His heart was gripped tightly. This was his brother's arm. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what exactly happened here, he could imagine what Han Yan had gone through during this period of time. Boom! A monstrous anger burst out from Jiang Chen's body. This was the first time he was angry since he came to the immortal world. This was the true anger that came from the depths of his heart. Under the burning of this anger, someone would definitely be burned to death. In this unfamiliar immortal world, a reunion between brothers was supposed to be an incomparably happy thing. However, this was the scene that Jiang Chen didn't want to see the most. Originally, he had a lot of questions to ask Han Yan, but now he didn't want to ask anything. He would take revenge for his brother first. Scram! Who the hell are you? How dare you block me? That disciple of Xianxia school was stunned at first. Only now did he react. Xianxia school was a powerful school in one-line sky. When the disciples of Xianxia school walked out, they were all arrogant. No one dared to provoke them. But this white-robed youth who came out of nowhere actually dared to meddle in the affairs of Xianxia school. Wasn't he courting death? Senior brother Lu, they seemed to know each other. Another person said. Humph. That's even better. This kid is also an earthen immortal. Looks like his talent is quite good. However, offending me will only result in death. Senior brother Lu harumphed coldly. The long whip in his hand swung down, but this time, it wasn't aimed at Han Yan but at Jiang Chen. In his eyes, although Jiang Chen was an early Earth Immortal expert, he had already reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. Therefore, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. But a crisp sound could be heard, but senior brother Lu's whip didn't hit Jiang Chen's body. Instead, it was caught by Jiang Chen with his bare hands. Jiang Chen turned around abruptly. His pair of bloodshot eyes were about to ooze blood. Under this wild beast-like gaze, senior brother Lu couldn't help but shiver. A kind of fear was born in his heart. Damn it! Why would I be afraid of a puny early Earth Immortal? Senior brother Lu cursed in his heart. Immediately he yelled at Jiang Chen. What a good kid! How dare you attack me? You're simply courting death. Senior brother Lu was infuriated. He instilled the power in his body into his hand. He exerted his strength, trying to take the long whip back from Jiang Chen's hand. However, he found out that no matter how much strength he exerted, the long whip wouldn't budge an inch in Jiang Chen's hand. Amazing! Upon seeing this, Han Yan's eyes lit up. He felt relieved after seeing Jiang Chen's current cultivation base. Jiang Chen exerted some force in his hand, causing senior disciple Lu to lose his grip. The long whip in his hand was immediately snatched away by Jiang Chen. After that, Jiangchen swung the long whip in his hand. The long whip turned into a circle and coiled around senior disciple Lu's neck like a poisonous snake, pulling him close to Jiangchen. The sawtooth on the long whip had already penetrated deep into the flesh of senior brother Lu's neck. Blood was dripping from the wound. A strong force rushed out of senior brother Lu's body, trying to deflect the long whip on his neck, but to no avail. At this time, senior brother Lu finally felt fear. This was a rare kind of fear. It was a kind of threat that came from death. "Bastard! How dare you hurt me?" Senior brother Lu scolded. Voila! Upon seeing this, the two disciples of Xianyang school who were walking in front of senior brother Lu quickly came over. The one leading them was a late Earth Immortal expert. "Stop it! Who are you? How dare you hurt a disciple of our Xianyang school? Are you tired of living?" The late Earth Immortal disciple shouted at Jiangchen. "Those who hurt my brother shall die." Jiangchen didn't bother to look at these arrogant disciples. He exerted more strength on the long whip in his hand. With a shrill scream and a sawtooth sound, senior brother Lu's head was cut off and flew high up in the sky. At the last moment of his death, senior brother Lu's eyes were wide open, as if he had experienced the most horrifying thing in the world. It was an unprecedented horror. He probably didn't even dream that he would die. He didn't think that Jiangchen would really dare to kill him. To Jiangchen, he didn't put profound sun sect in his eyes. He didn't have the time to think about it. What he saw now was Han Yan's injuries and his broken arm. All of these were caused by these bastards. Therefore they had to pay with their lives to appease Jiangchen's anger. Voila! This scene immediately caused an uproar. Not only the three remaining disciples of Xianyang school, even those slaves who were imprisoned were shocked. There were many Earth Immortal experts among them. They could see through Jiangchen's cultivation base, but they didn't expect that this white-robed youth would be so powerful. What really shocked them was not just Jiangchen's strength but Jiangchen's guts. To be honest, in One-Line Sky, there weren't many people who had the guts to kill a disciple of Xianyang school. Of course, there were also many slaves who were incomparably excited, especially those who had been tortured by senior brother Lu these days. Now they could finally vent their frustrations. Moreover, Jiangchen's strength had given them a glimmer of hope, the hope of survival. "Bastard! How dare you kill a disciple of Xianyang school? You're courting death." The late Earth Immortal disciple was enraged. The way the three of them looked at Jiangchen had completely changed. They simply couldn't believe that Jiangchen had the courage to kill a disciple of Xianyang school. This was no different from digging his own grave. "The three of you will die too. If you don't want to die, kneel down and apologize to my brother immediately. Then I will consider sparing your lives." Jiangchen Leng looked at the three of them. With his current strength he could kill a half-step Heaven Immortal. With his dragon form he could kill an early Heaven Immortal. These two intermediate Earth Immortals and a late Earth Immortal were nothing in Jiangchen's eyes. He could kill them with just a lift of his hand. Courting death. The two intermediate Earth Immortal disciples were the first to move. As disciples of Xianyang school they had never been threatened like this. They had always looked down on others. No one had ever dared to behave atrociously in front of them, especially after hearing the three words Xianyang school. In One-Line Sky, Xianyang school was a gold-lettered signboard that everyone feared. However, just as the two disciples were about to attack, their heads were chopped off by Jiangchen with a swing of his whip. Blood spurted out crazily. The scene was incomparably bloody. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 4 disciples of Xianyang school had died. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. Many of them gaped in horror. This was too ruthless. No one knew where this youth came from, but his attacks were incomparably ruthless. He was 100 times crueler than those bastards from Xianyang school. Gulp. The last remaining disciple of Xianyang school swallowed his saliva. Although he was a late Earth Immortal expert, he only had fear in front of Jiangchen. Just now he saw very clearly that Jiangchen killed an intermediate Earth Immortal expert as easily as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Even if he was in Jiangchen's shoes, he wouldn't be able to kill 3 of his junior brothers so easily, but Jiangchen did it. From another perspective, he was no match for Jiangchen. What's your name?" The disciple's voice began to tremble. "There's no need for you to know." Jiangchen shook his head. "Do you know what you have done? In One-Line Sky, no one dares to kill the people of Xianyang school. You have killed the disciples of Xianyang school. There will be no place for you to hide in the entire one-line sky. The disciple threatened. It seems like Xianyang School has a very important position in your heart. Unfortunately, it's nothing in my eyes. I'm going to kill you now. You don't have to resist because it's useless. Killing you is no different from killing them. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a cruel sneer. Once again, the long whip in his hand lashed out like a poisonous snake. That disciple seemed to be prepared. A long sword appeared in his hand and blocked Jiang Chen's long whip. His reaction wasn't slow, but it was a pity that his strength was too weak compared to Jiang Chen's. The moment the long sword in his hand touched the long whip, it was bounced off. The long whip straightened like a sharp sword, and with a poochie sound, it pierced through the disciple's chest. That disciple could feel his vitality flowing out of his body. His eyes began to slacken. This was a fatal blow. Jiang Chen's attack had always been fatal. He would never leave a chance for his opponent. There are some things that you have to pay the price for. Even if I want 100 of your lives, it's not as important as my brother's arm in my eyes. Chapter 1109. Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change after killing 4 disciples of Xianyang School. He dragged the seriously injured Han Yan and walked towards another direction without looking back. May I ask for young master's name? We are indebted to young master for saving us today. We will remember young master's name. At this time, an earth immortal expert clasped his fists and spoke from the back. In the hearts of these slaves, Jiang Chen was their benefactor. The kindness of saving their lives wasn't something that could be compared to ordinary kindness. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's sudden appearance today, it was imaginable what would happen to them. They would be treated as lowly slaves by profound Sun sect and forced to work for them until their death. You guys just run for your lives. Jiang Chen said without turning his head. Then he took Han Yan and disappeared from everyone's sight. The reason why Jiang Chen took action wasn't to save them, but because a few strangers had offended a big sect like Xianyang School. Jiang Chen wasn't a fool. The immortal world was full of cruelty and mercy. There were too many people that needed to be saved. Even a true savior couldn't save them. In this world where the weak were prey to the strong, people died every day. The reason why Jiang Chen took action was because of Han Yan, his life and death brother. For Han Yan, not to mention Xianyang School, he wouldn't hesitate to become the enemy of all the major powers in one-line sky. In a valley a few hundred miles away, this valley had beautiful scenery. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was a nice place. Jiang Chen brought Han Yan here. There was no one around, so it was the best place to help Han Yan heal. Jiang Chen helped Han Yan change into a set of clean clothes. After that, he took out some healing pills and channeled the wood element energy into Han Yan's body without holding anything back. Han Yan's injury was extremely serious. Not only did he lose an arm, but his origin was also damaged. Of course, this injury was nothing compared to Ouyang He's injury. At least, Jiang Chen could help Han Yan recover in a short period of time. However, it was extremely difficult to regrow a severed arm. If it was in Saint Origin World with Han Yan's cultivation base of Great Saint at his peak, regrowing a severed arm was nothing to him. However, this was the immortal world. Human immortals couldn't even fly, let alone regrow a severed arm. Han Yan couldn't help but let out a moan when he was being washed by the wood element. That kind of comfort was like a river that had dried up for a long time suddenly receiving a good rain. Han Yan knew that Jiang Chen was healing him. Immediately, he didn't dare to neglect and circulated Gu Tianma's bloodline to the extreme. Jiang Chen had a special physique. Gu Tianma's physique was extraordinary. In ancient times, it was enough to fight against a heavenly god. Now that Jiang Chen had completely obtained Gu Tianma's inheritance, his physical body was incomparably strong. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already died under the high-intensity torture. Now, with the help of Jiang Chen's pills and the wood element, coupled with the strength of Gu Tianma's bloodline, it wouldn't be difficult for Han Yan to recover. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen withdrew the wood element. Han Yan took a deep breath and opened his eyes. His eyes had regained their former vigor. Although he still looked a little weak, he was many times better than before. Little Chenzi, I didn't expect to meet you here. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would have been killed by that bastard from Xianyang School. Han Yan said with incomparable surprise. It's good that you're fine. My injury will recover slowly. I'm also very happy that we brothers can meet so soon in the immortal world. By the way, Ayan, did you encounter any fortuitous encounter? Otherwise, how could you ascend to the immortal world so quickly? Jiangchen asked the doubt in his heart. What fortuitous encounter? After you and De Huang ascended to the immortal world, Tyrant Sister Yuning and I focused on cultivation. At the last moment, my Gu Tianma's bloodline played a great role. It took me 3 years to reach the pinnacle of the immortal world and then ascended to the immortal world. Han Yan said, Little Chenzi, how have you been in the immortal world for these few years? What? 3 years? I've only ascended for 20 days. Are you kidding me? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Han Yan actually said 3 years. This made Jiang Chen have the urge to spurt out blood. He had only ascended for 20 days at most. Where did 3 years come from? Can't be, right? I've already ascended for more than half a month. How could it be only 20 days for you? Han Yan was also stunned. This situation made both of them confused. Both of them calculated the time that they ascended to the immortal world. There was only a difference of 3 days. How was this possible? Then where did Han Yan get the 3 years of hard work? I know. Seems like there's a huge difference between the immortal world and the mortal world. The world law here is completely different from the mortal world. Therefore the time law is different too. From the Saint Origin world to the immortal world, there has been a fundamental change. Jiang Chen was enlightened. You mean 1 day in the immortal world is equivalent to 1 year in Saint Origin world? Han Yan seemed to have understood it too. That's right. It must be so. This is the difference in the time law. This is the only way to explain our situation. Jiang Chen nodded. The difference in the time law had led to such a situation. This was the only explanation and also the most correct one. If that's the case, it has been nearly 20 years in Saint Origin world. That is to say, Tyrant and Xiao, you have already ascended to the immortal world. Han Yan finally understood the situation. It must be so. It seems like the day of us brothers reuniting won't be far away. However, the immortal world is too vast. I wonder which corner of the immortal world they have ascended to. Jiang Chen said. Although he was happy, he couldn't help but feel worried. After all, the immortal world was far more dangerous than Saint Origin world. In Saint Origin world, one might be an illustrious figure, but in the immortal world he was nothing. He could only slowly climb up from the bottom. Han Yan's experience had explained everything. That was why Jiang Chen was worried about Yan Qingyu and the others. By the way, little Chenzi, didn't you ascend to the immortal world with De Huang? Why aren't you with him? Han Yan asked. We were separated when we reached the end of the passage. At that time I was attacked by an expert of the immortal world and had no choice but to be separated from De Huang dog. If it wasn't for the protection of the immortal mark in my body, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Jiang Chen shook his head. As for where De Huang dog was now, he really had no idea. What? You have just arrived in the immortal world. You don't know anyone. How could there be an expert who wants to harm you? Han Yan was surprised. It wasn't his first or second day in the immortal world. He knew that human immortals were nothing here. The experts of the immortal world wouldn't put their attention on a human immortal. Moreover, Jiang Chen was an ascender. He didn't know anyone in the immortal world. Who would go to such lengths to kill him? I have already guessed his identity. Do you still remember the northern and southern dynasties? Jiang Chen smiled. You mean there are still northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world? Han Yan looked very nervous. It was impossible for him to forget about the northern and southern dynasties. From the Qi province to the Void Triangular domain, they had many dealings with the northern and southern dynasties. They were the sworn enemies of Jiang Chen. That's right. The 2 northern and southern dynasties that I have killed were just clones. If I'm not mistaken, the northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world are the true bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Their strength is beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that they have a certain status in the immortal world. But this is good for me. Sooner or later I will settle the scores in Saint Origin world. With such a powerful enemy, I won't be too lonely in the immortal world. Jiang Chen revealed a trace of smile at the corner of his mouth. His heart was filled with anticipation about the true bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Ayan, it seems like your Gu Tianma bloodline is pretty good. You have already advanced to the intermediate human immortal realm in just half a month. That's pretty good, but intermediate human immortal realm is nothing in this place. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder and said. The fact that Han Yen could advance to the intermediate human immortal realm from the early human immortal realm in such a short period of time was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying his Gu Tianmal bloodline was. However, in one-line sky human immortals were still too weak. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yen couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he not know how weak human immortals were? Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered the same fate. Little Chenzi, you are the real scary one. Initially, I thought that you have been here for 3 years, so I felt that it was a little slow for you to advance to the Earth Immortal realm. Little did I expect that you could kill a late Earth Immortal expert just 3 days earlier than me. Compared to you, I'm still far behind. Han Yen shook his head. However, he had a deep understanding of Jiang Chen. Therefore, no matter what level Jiang Chen reached or how fast he grew, he wouldn't be too surprised, because Jiang Chen had created too many miracles in Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen's achievements were simply too great. This was the first time the two brothers met each other, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. Jiang Chen asked a lot about the situation of his family. Now that martial Saint dynasty had completely ruled Saint Origin World, it could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. In this way, Jiang Chen was completely relieved about the situation of his family. Jiang Chen told Han Yen about what he had experienced recently. Most of it was related to Yen City. He didn't mention anything about Ouyang He and Tian Muyun. It wasn't because he didn't trust Han Yen, but because he didn't think it was necessary. By the way, Yen, how did you end up in the hands of Shenyang School? What exactly happened? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I heard that Shenyang School has opened up a few mines, so they have been capturing rogue cultivators from remote places to be their slaves. Unfortunately, I was caught by them. Given my cultivation base, I'm no match for them. Let's not talk about the process. If I hadn't met you today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 11:10. Thinking of what he had gone through in the past few days, Han Yen felt like he had just walked out of hell. It was a kind of inhumane devastation. As one of the top existences in Saint Origin World, he had never thought that he would be treated like this when he had just arrived in the immortal world. Fortunately, he had met Jiang Chen today. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Is Shenyang School very powerful? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. Of course, Shenyang School is one of the 4 major powers in one-line sky. No one dares to provoke them. Han Yen said. These days he had been in one-line sky. Although he was imprisoned as a slave, he still knew a lot about the situation in one-line sky. Not to mention other things, he was very clear about the 4 major powers in one-line sky. 4 major powers? Yen, I have just arrived in one-line sky. Tell me about the situation here. Jiang Chen asked. There are a total of 4 major powers in one-line sky, 2 major sects and 2 major aristocratic families. The 2 major sects are Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School, and the 2 aristocratic families are Huangfu family and Yun family. As you know, where there are powers, there will definitely be disputes. Naturally, the 4 major powers don't get along well with each other. Among them, the relationship between Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School is the worst. The relationship between Huangfu family and Yun family is also the most hostile. The 4 who abused us before are just outer sect disciples of Shenyang School, Han Yen said. I see. Earth Immortals are just outer sect disciples. It seems like the major powers in one-line sky aren't something that a small place like Yen City can compare with. My goal in coming to one-line sky this time is Tianyun Pavilion. I didn't expect that I would offend Shenyang School first. Jiang Chen smiled, but he didn't care about it. He only had one target for Tianyun Pavilion, and that was Tian Muyun. He had no hostility towards Tianyun Pavilion because it was a force that Ouyang He had painstakingly built up. Therefore, Jiang Chen couldn't destroy Ouyang He's foundation. Now that he had offended Shenyang School, Jiang Chen had to change his plan. He had to find a way to get close to Tianyun Pavilion. First, he could borrow the power of Tianyun Pavilion to fight against Shenyang School. Second, even if he managed to destroy Tian Muyun in the future, Tianyun Pavilion could still flourish in his hands. In that case, even if Ouyang He knew about it in the netherworld, he could die in peace. Are there any enemies in Tianyun Pavilion? Han Yen asked. Sort of. We have to find a way to sneak into Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen said. What do you have in mind? Han Yen asked. He didn't know how Jiang Chen became enemies with the people of Tianyun Pavilion, but as long as Jiang Chen wanted to do something, he would support it unconditionally. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom. Today I killed 4 disciples of Xianyang school. This kind of thing can't be hidden. It's easy for Xianyang school to know about me because so many people saw me. You said it just now, Tianyun Pavilion and Xianyang school have a bad relationship. They are hostile forces. Since we killed disciples of Xianyang school, then we are friends of Tianyun Pavilion. As long as this matter spreads out, people will notice us. But this is not enough. We have to do something else. Xianyang school has tortured you to this extent. We can't just let it go like this. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. A new plan had already emerged in his mind. I'll listen to you. My cultivation base is too weak now. Plus, I'm injured and have lost an arm. In this state, I can't survive in the immortal world. I'm afraid I'll only be a burden if I follow you. Han Yan's face was filled with bitterness. He longed to fight side by side with Jiang Chen, but the reality was that he couldn't do anything about it. He patted Han Yan's shoulder and said, "Ah Yan, you are the true inheritor of the ancient divine devil. Even the geniuses of those superpowers in the immortal world might not necessarily be better than you in terms of talent. As for your injuries, I will find a way to help you recover. The path of cultivation is endless. At least for us, there is still a very long way to go. It's inevitable that we will encounter all kinds of setbacks in the process, but we have to face them all. We must have a strong heart. No matter what difficulties we encounter, our heart of cultivation will never waver." Jiang Chen nodded his head and said. Jiang Chen's words ignited the hope in Han Yan's heart once again. A trace of dejection flashed across his eyes. He then looked at Jiang Chen and nodded heavily. "Little Chenzi, you are right. This setback is nothing. I'm the inheritor of Gu Tianma. So what if it's one-line sky? So what if it's the immortal world? We will still carve out a place of our own. The glory that we created in Saint Origin World can also be achieved here." "Ah, good brother." Jiang Chen laughed heartily. The two brothers clapped their hands together. Although they were still very weak now, the vast immortal world was destined to be shaken by their arrival. "Ah Yan, you said that Xianyang school has opened up some mines and enslaved you too. Do you know the direction of those mines?" Jiang Chen asked. "I don't know, but according to them they should be able to reach there before dark. I estimate that it's not far from here. I also know the general direction. Little Chenzi, you aren't thinking of raiding their mines, are you?" Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Wasn't this Jiang Chen a little too daring? "Of course. Since we have become enemies, how can we not make them bleed?" Jiang Chen said casually. "If we can get rid of their mines, it will indeed be a very satisfying thing, but it's too dangerous. In the immortal world, mines are the lifelines of ordinary powers. They will certainly be heavily guarded and guarded by experts. Given our strength, I'm afraid that it's no different from throwing our lives away," said Han Yan. Han Yan said, "Things like destroying the enemy's mine was indeed extremely exciting and satisfying, but one could imagine the dangers involved. If one was not careful, it was very likely that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Didn't you say it before? Xianyang school has opened up some mines, not just one mine. Mines are also divided into different grades, just like immortal metastones. For a major power like Xianyang school, they must have more than one mine. We will pick the weakest one. I don't think they will have a strong defense. Plus, we will keep an eye on them in the dark. If there's a chance, we will strike." Jiang Chen said with a smile. His face was full of confidence. "All right. Let's move out after the sky turns dark." Han Yan nodded his head. He would be able to fully recover from his injuries in the time between now and nightfall. "By the way, Little Chenzi, what's your cultivation base now? I think that late Earth immortal expert couldn't even withstand a single strike from you." Han Yan asked curiously. "My current cultivation base is at the early Earth immortal realm. Given my combat strength, I can easily kill those who are 2 levels higher than me. Mid and late Earth immortals are just a piece of cake for me. I can even kill half-step heaven immortals with ease. If I use my dragon transformation, I can even kill an early heaven immortal expert. Plus, I have the flaming wings and dragon wings as my trump cards, allowing me to fly in the sky." Jiang Chen said. He had nothing to hide from Han Yan. An early Earth immortal expert could kill an early heaven immortal expert. If these words didn't come from Jiang Chen's mouth, Han Yan would never believe it. However, Han Yan knew Jiang Chen very well. Apart from feeling a little surprised, he didn't feel too surprised. After all, he had known Jiang Chen for a long time. Back in Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen's power and prestige was unparalleled. A freak like you is destined to not be peaceful no matter where you go. It seems like One Line Sky is destined to be lively because of your arrival. Chapter 11:11. Very soon the curtain of the night was pulled open. The sky was dark and there was no starlight. This was a dark and windy night. Something was bound to happen. Putting aside the broken arm, Han Yan's injuries had been completely healed. Furthermore, he had also benefited greatly from this injury. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the intermediate human immortal realm, only a step away from the late human immortal realm. If it wasn't for his broken arm, he was afraid that he would have already become a late human immortal expert. Regarding Han Yan's broken arm, Jiang Chen was incomparably distressed. After all, this was the immortal world, not Saint Origin World. If he was in Saint Origin World, he would have thousands of ways to help Han Yan regrow his arm, but the immortal world was restricted by the world law. Given his Earth immortal cultivation base, it would be extremely difficult for him to regrow his arm. Even with the help of the wood element, it was still impossible. However, Jiang Chen wasn't discouraged. No matter how difficult it was, there would always be a solution. As long as he didn't give up, Jiang Chen would always find a way to help Han Yan regrow his arm. Now there was a more important thing to do, which was to sneak an attack on the mine of Xianxia School. Since he had come to One Line Sky, he had to do something big. Otherwise, his trip here would be in vain. He could make use of Xianxia School to attract the attention of Tianyun Pavilion. Then he would successfully infiltrate Tianyun Pavilion and get closer to his target step by step. This was Jiang Chen's plan to come to One Line Sky. It wasn't perfect, but it was the most effective method at the moment. Jiang Chen and Han Yan looked at each other and smiled. Then they turned into two specters and disappeared from the valley. The feeling of two brothers doing bad things together was pretty good. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog wasn't here. Otherwise it would be even more fun. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In just an hour he had already traveled a few thousand miles, and this was with Han Yan's speed. According to the direction pointed by Han Yan, there was a small mine in front of them. Many tents were set up outside the mine, and the inside was brightly lit, adding a sense of vitality and liveliness to this barren land. Little Chenzi were already close to the territory of Xianxia School. The one in front should be the smallest mine of Xianxia School. I just don't know if there are any experts inside. Han Yan said in a low voice. Yan, I'll open the Zulong Tower. You enter the Zulong Tower first. Let's go check it out. Jiang Chen said and then tore a hole in the Zulong Tower. For him, this Zulong Tower was simply a divine tool. Under the restriction of the powerful world law in the immortal world, all the spatial force was frozen. No one below the immortal king realm could tear open a hole in the space. They couldn't even open their chi si. Therefore, most of the immortals still needed interspatial rings to store their treasures. But what surprised Jiang Chen was that the Zulong Tower wasn't affected by the world law of the immortal world at all. The space inside could be opened at any time. What a great advantage this was. All right. Without hesitation, Han Yan walked into the pagoda. He already knew that Jiang Chen had such a divine tool, but he didn't expect that it could be used in the immortal world. Entering the ancestral dragon pagoda was the best choice for him. After all, his cultivation base was still too weak and he would be easily discovered by the enemy. Jiang Chen withdrew all his qi and enveloped himself with the qi of the Zulong Tower. Then he slowly walked towards the mine in front of him. Despite the distance, he could already hear the sound coming from inside the mine. It was the sound of mining immortal meta stones. Although the mine wasn't big, it wasn't comparable to the small mines outside Yen City. Otherwise, Xianxia School wouldn't have taken a fancy to it. Outside the mine, there were a lot of disciples in Xianxia School's uniform. Those who were mining immortal metastones were slaves that they had captured. All the disciples of Xianxia School were Earth Immortals. Earth Immortals was the most basic requirement to enter Xianxia School. As an outer disciple, they had the lowest status in Xianxia School. At this moment, in the middle of the tents, there was an open space. Many disciples of Xianxia School had gathered there. Each and every one of their faces was filled with anger. There were 4 corpses lying on the ground. All 4 of them had died miserably. 3 of them had their heads and necks separated from their bodies. Audacious. Truly audacious. In one line sky, someone actually dared to use such a method to kill our people. Who did it? Senior brother Luo, we can't just let this matter go. I guess it must be done by the people of Tianyun Pavilion. All the disciples of Xianyang School were infuriated. The leader of the group was an ordinary-looking youth. He had a very majestic build and had the highest cultivation base among them, Early Heaven Immortal Realm. Beside him was another Early Heaven Immortal expert. A Heaven Immortal expert was already an inner disciple of Xianyang School. Moreover, he had reached the Heaven Immortal Realm at such a young age. This indicated that he had a good aptitude. At least he wasn't someone that Yen Donglu could compare with. This mine wasn't big, so Xianyang School had only sent 2 Early Heaven Immortal disciples to oversee it. It's not the work of Tianyun Pavilion. Although we and Tianyun Pavilion have been in constant conflict, most of the conflicts were head-on. Additionally, Tianyun Pavilion has also been capturing and enslaving people to mine immortal meta stones. We have never had any conflict in this matter. Plus, the battle between the 2 major powers wouldn't be so ruthless. The injuries of these 4 people were obviously done by one person. All of them were killed in a single move. The culprit's cultivation base and strength are absolutely above them. Senior brother Luo spoke. His name was Luo Xiang, an inner disciple of Xianyang School. Although his status wasn't high, it was much more respectable than an outer disciple. Then who did it? Someone was puzzled. One should know that in One Line Sky, apart from Tianyun Pavilion, no one had the guts to challenge Xianyang School. Huangfu family and Yun family were enemies, so they wouldn't suddenly target Xianyang School. Even if they did, they wouldn't be interested in a few puny outer disciples. It doesn't matter who it is. We must find out the truth of this matter. No one can touch the people of Xianyang School. Anyone who offends Xianyang School will only have one outcome: death. Luo Xiang's tone was incomparably harsh. In One Line Sky, Xianyang School was indeed qualified to speak such harsh words. Let's go. Hurry up. At this time, 2 disciples of Profound Sun Sect were walking towards them with 2 wounded men in their hands. Kneel. The disciple of Xianyang School was incomparably domineering. He pressed the 2 people to the ground. Obviously, the 2 people were scared out of their wits. They could only kneel on the ground obediently. Senior brother Luo, these 2 people are the slaves that were rescued on the way. We have captured them. A disciple of Xianyang School said. This scene was clearly seen by Jiang Chen. These 2 slaves were indeed with Han Yen during the day. After he killed the 4 disciples of Xianyang School, he let them flee for their lives. Unfortunately, they couldn't escape from the clutches of the devil. However, this was normal. In One Line Sky, there was no one that Xianyang School couldn't find. Little Chinzi, it seems like they want to inquire about us. Han Yen said. It doesn't matter. I just want to let them know. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't care about it. In the field, all the disciples of Xianyang School fixed their eyes on the 2 slaves. The 2 slaves were shivering in fear. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. They were very clear about their fate. They had heard about the means of Xianyang School. Now that they had fallen into the hands of Xianyang School, they would definitely die. Speak, who saved you? Who killed our disciples of Xianyang School? Luo Xiang asked. It's a young man in white. One of them said in a trembling voice. He didn't dare to neglect Luo Xiang's question at all. What kind of young man? What's his name? Someone asked. I don't know. We have asked him for his name, but he didn't tell us. That person said. His forehead was already full of sweat. But a big foot directly kicked that person's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Spare me, spare me. That person was terrified. These days he had been suffering from the torture of Xianyang School. It wasn't easy for him to escape with his life. Now that he was caught again, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Tell me everything that happened during the day. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. A disciple of Xianyang School said ferociously. All right, I'll tell you. There was a white-haired young man among us. He was only a mid-human immortal, but he kept colliding with the geniuses of Xianyang School. He suffered a lot of torture and even lost one of his arms. When we reached the valley, a white-haired young man suddenly jumped out. This white-haired young man and that white-haired young man were in cahoots. That white-haired young man seemed to be in his 20s and his cultivation base seemed to be at the early Earth Immortal realm. That person tried his best to recall the scene, fearing that he would suffer a fate worse than death if he said anything wrong. Bullshit. How could an early Earth immortal kill a late Earth immortal expert of Xianyang school? It seems like you're lying. Someone said loudly. They wouldn't believe that the 4 outer disciples of Xianyang school were killed by an early Earth immortal young man. Geniuses, every word I said is true. That man was indeed an early Earth immortal expert, but his means were incomparably cruel. None of the 4 disciples of Xianyang school could withstand a single strike from him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. That person pointed to a slave next to him and said, "That's right. That's what happened. After that man killed the geniuses of Xianyang school, he left with that white-haired young man without leaving his name. We have told him everything we know. Please spare our lives. We are willing to stay as slaves to mine immortal meta stones." Another person said hastily, "Senior Brother Luo, what do you think?" Chapter 11-12. Luo Xiang's facial expression turned somewhat unsightly. According to what these 2 people said, the one who attacked them was a first-class peerless genius who could kill a late Earth immortal expert with just a single strike. Such a figure must not be a nobody in One-Line Sky. However, after searching through all the memories, he couldn't find such a monstrous genius among the 4 major powers. In other words, the white-robed youth who attacked them during the day didn't belong to the 4 major powers. No matter who he is, he has killed a student of Xianyang school in public. That means he's our mortal enemy. An early Earth immortal expert and a crippled one, where can he escape to? Spread the news. Given the power of Xianyang school, it won't be difficult to find them. Luo Xiang spoke. Although he had some doubts about the attacker, if what the 2 of them said was true, such a genius was too rare. However, no matter how talented the attacker was, it had become an unchangeable fact that he had become the enemy of Xianyang school. In One-Line Sky, there was only one outcome for offending Xianyang school. Don't worry. They won't be able to escape. By the way, Senior Brother Luo, how should we deal with these 2 bastards? A disciple of Xianyang school asked. Kill them. Luo Xiang said casually, not even looking at the 2 of them, as if their lives were as insignificant as ants in his eyes. Don't kill us. We have told you everything we know. We can stay and help you mine the immortal meta stones. Please spare our lives. The 2 of them screamed and kowtowed repeatedly. Although they knew that their chances of survival were very slim, they still didn't want to die. Humph. A disciple of Xianyang school harumphed coldly, then drew out his long sword, cast a disgusted glance at the 2 of them and slashed at them. Shoo. Just at this moment, an air-piercing sound came from the darkness all of a sudden. It was just a stream of air in the darkness. It was invisible and formless, but it hit the long sword in the hand of the disciple. Clang. The sound of iron being struck was heard. Sparks were created at the point of collision. The disciple of Xianyang school was merely an early Earth immortal expert. He couldn't bear the power of the airflow. His arm went numb and the long sword flew out of his hand. Luo Xiang was the first to react. He turned around abruptly and looked at the back. All the disciples of Profound Sun sect tensed up. At the same time they looked back. There was actually someone who dared to attack Profound Sun sect. Wasn't this person a little too audacious? The 2 kneeling cultivators touched the sweat on their foreheads and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It was the feeling of surviving a disaster. Although they didn't know what their fate would be, at least they didn't have to die now. The 2 of them also looked back, wondering who would save them at this time. You bunch of fools. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find a trace of me even when you die of old age. A voice rang out from the darkness. The voice was sometimes high and sometimes low, and it was illusory. Everyone opened their eyes wide, but they couldn't see who was there. The scene was really creepy. They could only hear the voice but couldn't see the person. Who's playing tricks here? Luo Xiang yelled. Light and shadow flickered in front of them. Then a man appeared out of thin air. The way he appeared made the hearts of the disciples of Xianyang school twitch. Only an immortal king who had comprehended the spatial law could suddenly descend from the void. How could they not be surprised when there wasn't a true immortal king in the entire One-Line Sky? The one who appeared was a handsome young man in white. He had an extraordinary demeanor. After seeing the cultivation base of this young man, Luo Xiang and the others couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They didn't know how this young man could do that, But he was only an early Earth immortal expert after all. Such a cultivation base was nothing in his eyes. Benefactor. Seeing Jiang Qin, the two cultivators who were kneeling on the ground exclaimed immediately. Then tears streamed down their cheeks. In their point of view, Jiang Qin had risked his life to save them. Thinking about how he had saved them twice despite not knowing each other, the two of them couldn't describe the feeling in their hearts. You are the one who killed those people in the daytime? Luo Xiang's eyes lit up as he stared at Jiang Qin, who suddenly appeared. That's right. They were all killed by me. This is the consequence of hurting my brother. Jiang Qin said in a casual manner. Haha, what a big tone. You're just an early Earth immortal brat. How dare you come here and behave atrociously? I really admire your courage. Tell me, what's your name? I Luo Xiang don't kill nameless ghosts. Luo Xiang laughed, totally not putting Jiang Qin in his eyes. The gap between them was just too huge. One was an early Earth immortal while the other was an early Heaven immortal. Luo Xiang felt that if he overestimated Jiang Qin, it would be a humiliation to himself. However, because Jiang Qin had the strength to kill a late Earth immortal expert, Luo Xiang decided to look him in the eye. The purpose of Jiang Qin's appearance wasn't to save the two cultivators. It was just a convenience. He was extremely disgusted with the way Xianxia school did things. Listen up. I will never change my name. I am Jiang Qin. Since I have come here today, I don't plan to be kind. I have already found out that there are only two early Heaven immortal experts here. The two of you are no match for me. Now I will give you a chance. Pack up all the immortal metastones that you have mined and give them to me. Perhaps you will have a chance to live. Jiang Qin spoke arrogantly and revealed his name. Since he had decided to face Xianxia school head-on, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Motherfucker. He's even more arrogant than us. Who does this bastard think he is? It seems like he's here to rob us of our immortal metastones. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Senior brother Luo, don't waste your breath on this brat. Just kill him. The disciples of Xianxia school almost vomited blood because of Jiang Qin's arrogant words. They were disciples of Xianxia school. Initially they thought that they were arrogant enough. Never had they thought that someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would come. Senior brother Luo, let me deal with him. There's no need for you to deal with such a puny figure. A half-step Heaven immortal disciple of Xianxia school stood out and strode towards Jiang Qin. Brat, if you kneel down and kowtow to me now, Grandpa will consider leaving your corpse intact. The disciple was incomparably arrogant, glaring at Jiang Qin and said. Jiang Qin didn't waste his breath on him. A wave of qi leaped out of his body. He stretched out his hand and a huge blood-red dragon claw emerged, slapping down at the opponent. So powerful. The half-step Heaven immortal disciple's facial expression changed slightly. He had never thought that Jiang Qin would be this powerful. That huge dragon claw had given him a tremendous pressure. How could he dare to be negligent? The disciple reacted very quickly. Both his hands were performing hand seals, striking out a magnificent energy wave. The energy wave formed into the shape of a huge blade and slashed at Jiang Qin's dragon claw. Honglong. A rumbling sound spread out, causing the earth to tremble. Although the disciple was a half-step Heaven immortal expert, Jiang Qin's current combat strength was equivalent to that of a half-step Heaven immortal expert. The power of the true dragon palm wasn't something an ordinary combat skill could compare with. The transformed energy blade couldn't put up any resistance against the true dragon palm, and was smashed into pieces on the spot. The whole process was like crushing rotten wood. Ding, ding, ding. The disciple of Xianxia school staggered 3 steps back before he could regain his balance. He felt a tightness in his chest and his blood and qi were tumbling. Hua! This scene caused an uproar. Everyone, including Luo Xiang and the other early Heaven immortal expert, widened their eyes and looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. An early Earth immortal could repel a half-step Heaven immortal expert. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The disciple of Xianxia school who was repelled by Jiang Qin couldn't accept this reality. I don't believe you are that strong. The disciple's eyes turned red. An immortal weapon appeared in his hand. It was an immortal weapon similar to the wolf-tooth mace. It radiated rays of immortal light. One look and anyone could tell that it was extremely lethal. It was a humiliation for him to be defeated by an early Earth immortal expert in front of so many brothers and sisters. If he couldn't regain his face today, he would no longer be able to show his face in Xianyang School anymore. He would become a laughing stock. Hong. Powerful waves of qi drifted out from the disciple's body like silk ribbons. The wolf-tooth mace in his hand kept bouncing, producing an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Following the disciple's roar, his entire body turned into an arrow that left the bowstring. In a blink of an eye, he had reached Jiang Chen and swung the invincible wolf-tooth mace at Jiang Chen's head. No one knew how much power was contained in this strike. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have been smashed into minced meat. Unfortunately, his opponent wasn't an ordinary person but Jiang Chen. I'm done playing with you. Dragon transformation. Jiang Chen's body swayed. Powerful dragon qi spread out like tidewater, turning him into a half-dragon and half-human form. His combat strength increased by 10 times in an instant. He didn't want to waste any more time in this ambush. After all, this was the territory of Xianyang School. If a true expert was attracted here, it would be unavoidable for him to be in big trouble. Jiang Chen clenched his dragon fist, producing cracking sounds. With incredible speed, he threw a punch at the wolf-tooth mace. Bang! The wolf-tooth mace was knocked away by Jiang Chen's punch. The half-step heaven immortal disciple let out a muffled groan and was sent flying away. He returned as fast as he came. Not giving his opponent any chance, Jiang Chen moved like a shadow, catching up with the disciple in the blink of an eye. His sharp dragon claw pierced through the disciple's neck. Chapter 11-13. The half-step heaven immortal genius was killed so easily by Jiang Chen that most of the disciples of Xianyang School couldn't even react. In their point of view, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, the two of them would have to fight for at least a few hundred rounds before a winner could be determined. Never had they thought that the genius would be instantly killed by his opponent. What really shocked the people of Xianyang School was the current appearance and state of Jiang Chen. The difference between the current Jiang Chen and his original appearance was too huge. He was bloody and brutal like a true primordial beast. His combat strength had increased by tenfold. How could the disciple of Xianyang School be a match for him? It was only natural for him to be killed on the spot. Amazing! How could this bastard be so scary? Have you all noticed that his combat strength has increased by at least a few times? Damn it! This is a taboo art, a rare secret art that can increase one's combat strength by so much. Even our Xianyang School doesn't have such a secret art. How could this bastard have it? Killing a half-step heaven immortal with just an early earthly immortal cultivation base is too terrifying. When did such a monstrous genius appear in one-line sky? We didn't even know about it before. Even if he's just an early earthly immortal, he should have been famous for a long time. Don't worry. Generally, one has to pay a very heavy price to use this kind of taboo art. So, even if one has this kind of secret art, he wouldn't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Although this brat can kill a half-step heaven immortal, he's certainly no match for a heaven immortal. There's a fundamental difference between an earth immortal and a heaven immortal. One is in the sky while the other is on the ground. No matter how powerful this brat is, he's no match for senior brother Luo. The disciples of Profound Sun Sect were shocked. There was no way that they wouldn't be shocked. Many of them who didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes at the beginning were now looking at Jiang Chen with a trace of fear. Not even a half-step heaven immortal could withstand a single strike from him. If they were to challenge him, they were afraid that they would only end up dead. In that case, they had no right to look down on Jiang Chen. I never thought that there's such a peerless genius in one-line sky. Jiang Chen, I have to say that you are indeed a genius among geniuses. If it was before, I might have tried my best to invite you into Xianyang School. But it's a pity that you chose the wrong path, said Luo Xiang sincerely. Luo Xiang said. What he said was true. Once a genius like Jiang Chen was born, he was afraid that the 4 major powers in one-line sky would scramble to recruit him. A genius with a bright future meant a lot to a sect. Unfortunately, the relationship between Jiang Chen and Xianyang School had deteriorated. There was no chance for reconciliation. Since they were enemies, they must eliminate Jiang Chen, not giving him a chance to grow. Otherwise, he would be a source of trouble in the future. Let me test him. An incomparably cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of Luo Xiang. This man was called Wang Ying, also an inner sect disciple. Like Luo Xiang, he was also an early heaven immortal expert. He didn't like to talk, but his cultivation base wasn't weak. Plus, his cultivation method was rather special. The energy radiating from his body revealed a cold qi. Although it couldn't be compared to Yan Qingyu's 9-yin godly physique, its lethality was still very strong. If they really fought, it was hard to tell who would be stronger. "Little Qinzi, can you handle it?" asked Han Yan in Zulong Tower. There was a hint of worry in his tone. After all, the opponent was a heaven immortal expert, but the gap between them was just too big. "No problem," Jiang Qin said in a relaxed tone. A figure like Wang Ying was much more powerful than Yan Donglu and Huang Ying. Jiang Qin was able to kill Huang Ying in his dragon form, but he might not be able to kill Wang Ying. Of course, if he used all his means, it wasn't impossible for him to kill Wang Ying. However, as he had just arrived in One-Line Sky, Jiang Qin still wanted to keep his trump card. He didn't want to expose it too early. But if Wang Ying cultivated a cold attribute cultivation method, Jiang Qin was absolutely sure that he could kill him. His flame had an innate restraining effect on all cold attributes. Compared to an earth immortal, a heaven immortal's greatest advantage was the ability to fly. However, Wang Ying didn't use this advantage because, in his opinion, it wasn't necessary to deal with Jiang Qin. Wang Ying displayed his cultivation method and walked forward. Wherever he went, the air would emit a chi-chi sound. Layers of white cold mist drifted in the air and the surrounding temperature dropped abruptly. Senior brother Wang's cold frost technique has been cultivated to such a level. It's really powerful. Just the chi emanating from it makes me shiver. That's true. Although senior brother Wang doesn't like to talk and is rather cold, his cultivation base isn't weak. If it's a one-on-one fight, not even senior brother Luo is a match for him. Do you think this Jiang Qin is a match for senior brother Wang? You think too much. There's a fundamental gap between an earth immortal and a heaven immortal. No matter how powerful he is, he can't be a match for a heaven immortal. The disciples of Xianyang school were very confident in Wang Ying. Wang Ying soon came to the opposite side of Jiang Qin. Because of his qi, he appeared to be incomparably cold. He didn't speak, but ice began to form on his hands. Ka-ka. The ice grew bigger and bigger. It was a cold and solid ice with extremely strong lethality and freezing power. "Cold ice palm," Wang Ying shouted in a deep voice and pushed both of his hands forward. A huge cold ice palm was launched. Wherever the cold ice palm passed, the void was almost frozen. The cold ice palm had locked onto all of Jiang Qin's opportunities. In a blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. Wang Ying was indeed much more powerful than Yan Donglu and Huang Ying, especially his cold attribute cultivation method, which could innately restrain the opponent. Its offensive power was also incomparable to ordinary cultivation methods. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about it. In his dragon form, his combat strength was at its peak. Jiang Qin pointed his finger like a sword. Flames burst out from his finger and he pointed it at Wang Ying's cold ice palm. 9 solar fingers. Currently, Jiang Qin could use the 9 solar fingers with ease. Just a casual point of his finger would be the supreme profound of the 9 solar fingers. With a rumbling sound, a huge golden finger emerged with raging flames. It was the fusion of the true dragon fire and the thunder fire, which could burn everything in the world. Although the cold ice palm was terrifying, there was still a huge gap between it and the thunder fire. As a result, the cold ice palm had already been affected by the raging flames and began to melt before the two attacks collided. Rumble. The terrifying 9 solar fingers and the cold ice palm collided heavily. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared in the sky. The dark night was torn apart and the scene became as bright as day. The cold ice palm was directly shattered by the 9 solar fingers and turned into steam. The essence of the frost palm lay in the frost chi within it. The frost chi that originated from the cultivation technique itself supported the frost palm, making it so powerful. However, when the frost chi of this cultivation technique lost its effect and was burned by the thunder fire, the frost palm would lose its original foundation and become vulnerable. What? Wang Ying couldn't help but exclaim. Not only him, even Luo Xiang, who was behind him, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wang Ying was an early heaven immortal expert and one of the more promising inner sect disciples. But now he wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. Wasn't this bastard a little too strong? Little Qinzi, don't waste any more time. This is the territory of Xianxia School. If a true expert is attracted here, it will be disadvantageous to us. Han Yan said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded, drew out the heavenly saint sword, turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. This time his target wasn't Wang Ying nor Luo Xiang, but those Earth Immortal Outer Sect disciples. Jiang Qin was very clear about the purpose of this trip. It was to kill people, to create a major event that would affect the entire One-Line Sky, to let Tianyun Pavilion know about him, and to build up momentum for himself. Therefore it wasn't important to kill Luo Xiang and Wang Ying. The most important thing was to kill people and bring a blow to Xianxia School. Arg! Several screams were heard at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, several outer sect disciples of Xianxia School had died under the sword of Jiang Qin. Luo Xiang and Wang Ying were still in shock. They didn't react until they heard the screams. Bastard, stop it. Luo Xiang was infuriated. He immediately rushed towards Jiang Qin. Letting Jiang Qin kill those Earth Immortals was like letting a tiger into a flock of sheep. It would be a devastating disaster for all the outer sect disciples of Xianxia School. Wang Ying also joined the battle. His and Luo Xiang's target was very simple, that was Jiang Qin. Both of them were heaven immortals, so their speed was incomparably fast. They could control the airflow around them, so it was very easy for them to surround Jiang Qin. However, the truth wasn't as simple as it seemed. A pair of bright fiery wings appeared behind Jiang Qin's back. With a flap of the wings, Jiang Qin's speed was even faster than them. Furthermore, Jiang Qin's movement skill was strange and unpredictable, making it impossible for them to track him. The screams were still going on. Jiang Qin kept flashing, not fighting Luo Xiang and Wang Ying head-on. Those outer sect disciples were fleeing in all directions, screaming and screaming. They were terrified. This was too scary. They had never seen such a terrifying figure. He was simply a devil king, killing people without blinking an eye. Damn it. Chapter 11-14. After killing a dozen of Xianxia School's outer circle disciples, Jiang Qin stopped his killing. The rest of the outer circle disciples had already fled in all directions. After killing a dozen of them, Jiang Qin had more or less achieved his goal. Wang Ying, you and I will attack from both sides. Today we must keep this man here. Luo Xiang's eyes were bloodshot. He controlled the airflow around him and flew up into the sky. Wang Ying also flew up. If he couldn't catch Jiang Qin on the ground, then he would do it from above. Rumble. Both of them held their immortal weapons in their hands and attacked fiercely and fiercely. Their target was Jiang Qin. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Jiang Qin's face. If he wanted to kill Luo Xiang and Wang Ying, he would have to spend some effort, but it was impossible for them to hurt him. In terms of speed alone, Jiang Qin had the upper hand. The heavenly saint sword rippled and slashed out countless sword lights, rushing towards Luo Xiang and Wang Ying's attacks. At the same time, Jiang Qin flapped his flaming wings and flew up into the sky. However, he didn't run away. Instead, he flew towards the inner part of the mine. What? Upon seeing this, Luo Xiang and Wang Ying exclaimed once more. Both of them widened their eyes when they saw that Jiang Qin could fly all of a sudden. Their hearts twitched violently. An Earth Immortal could fly? What kind of joke was this? How was this possible? Not good, he has entered the mine. Luo Xiang reacted quickly. There was no time to think about how Jiang Qin could fly. Jiang Qin had locked onto the inner part of the mine and they had to stop him immediately. Otherwise, Xianxia School would suffer a great loss. The two of them did not dare to hesitate at all. They rushed into the mine like crazy. They had witnessed Jiang Qin's destructive power. If Jiang Qin was allowed to wreak havoc in the mine, the whole mine would probably be destroyed. That kind of loss was not something the two of them could bear. Jiang Qin flew into the interior of the mine. The interior of the mine wasn't small at all. It was as big as a public square. Many cultivators were working hard to mine the immortal meta stones. The ground was filled with mountains of finished products. Most of them were low-grade immortal meta stones. There were only a few mid-grade immortal meta stones. Basically, there were no high-grade immortal meta stones. Normally, the mines that could produce high-grade immortal meta stones were all high-grade mines. Xianxia School would take this seriously and send a true expert to suppress them. Little Qinzi, there are so many immortal meta stones here. Han Yan exclaimed in the Zulong Tower. This was his first time seeing so many immortal meta stones. He couldn't help but be excited. One should know that anyone who had just descended from the lower world would be a pauper. Naturally, Han Yen was no exception. Ready-made wealth, it would be a waste not to take it. Jiangchen wouldn't be courteous to Xianyang's school. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept across. The mountains of immortal metastones were collected by him and placed into the Zulong Tower. Han Yen didn't stand on ceremony. He casually grabbed a handful of immortal metastones and began to refine them. Currently, he was at the peak of the intermediate human immortal stage. Refining a large amount of immortal metastones would be very beneficial to him. He might even be able to advance to the late human immortal stage. Bastard! Stop! A loud shout was heard from behind. Luo Xiang and Wang Ying rushed in. When they saw Jiang Chen's action, they had the urge to spurt out blood. These treasures belonged to Xianyang's school. They had spent a great deal of effort to excavate these immortal metastones. But now Jiang Chen was enjoying the fruits of their labor. How could they not be angry? So, both of them took out their immortal weapons and shot out 2 beams of light. It was a destructive energy wave that rushed towards Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He casually swung the Heavenly Saint sword. Sword chi swept across the area. The attacks of the 3 collided with each other. Powerful energy waves spread out in all directions, shaking the entire mine. Seeing this, Luo Xiang and Wang Ying felt even more depressed. They couldn't display their full strength in the mine. If the 3 of them fought with all their strength, the mine would be destroyed. They couldn't bear the responsibility of doing so. Voila! Jiang Chen couldn't care less. With another wave of his hand, all the immortal metastones piled up on the square were swept away by him. Like a whale sucking in water, all the immortal metastones were sucked into the Zulong Tower in an instant. Pooh! Seeing this, Luo Xiang felt like spurting out blood. He and Wang Ying were howling in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Their speed wasn't as fast as Jiang Chen's. Plus, they couldn't display their full strength here. If you don't want to die, scram. Jiang Chen looked at the cultivators who were mining the immortal metastones and shouted loudly. Run! Run! Everyone fled in all directions. Most of them were slaves who were imprisoned by Xianyang's school. Now that they had the chance to escape, they naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. As for who this dragon man was, it was no longer their concern. Jiang Chen, what are you trying to do? Luo Xiang looked furiously at Jiang Chen, who was hovering in midair. Very simple. I'm going to destroy this or mine. Jiang Chen shrugged. You dare. Luo Xiang shouted. Hong Long. Jiang Chen answered Luo Xiang's doubt with his actions. The Heavenly Saint sword slashed out a long dragon, slamming against the crystal wall of the ore mine. No matter how strong the ore mine was, how could it withstand such a violent attack from Jiang Chen? A huge hole was created on the spot. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the ore mine. It was in danger of collapsing at any time. Damn it! This bastard is a madman. Wang Ying said gloomily. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so ruthless. Hong Long. Jiang Chen didn't care about the 2 of them. He wasn't going to attack them but the ore mine. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop him. This was his purpose for coming to the ore mine today. After killing these people and destroying the ore mine, he would become famous in One-Line Sky. This man is too fast. We won't be able to stop him. This ore mine is a great treasure. If it is destroyed, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. Senior brother Luo, don't you have a signaling talisman? Immediately send a message to the sect and ask the experts to deal with him. Wang Ying said with a gloomy face. All right. Luo Xiang thought of the signaling talisman. Immediately he turned his palm and a golden talisman appeared in his hand. Luo Xiang's divine sense entered the talisman. The talisman immediately turned into a golden light and disappeared. Not good. Little Chinzi, they have summoned an expert. Han Yen was in the Zulong Tower, but he could see what was happening outside clearly. His face immediately revealed a worried expression. One should know that this was the territory of Xianyang's school. The experts of Xianyang's school had arrived too quickly. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he was still pitifully weak compared to the entire Xianyang school. Rumble. Jiang Chen naturally saw it as well. The Heavenly Saint sword rippled once again. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi spread out in all directions. Under the crazy bombardment, the entire ore mine could no longer hold on. It collapsed on the spot and turned into ruins. Let's go. Jiang Qin flapped his fiery wings, creating a path in the ruins. Luo Xiang and Wang Ying wanted to chase after him, but they were no match for Jiang Qin in terms of speed. They could only watch him escape. Both of their faces were extremely ugly. And her mind had been destroyed just like that. It was a huge loss to Xianyang school. Furthermore, many of their outer disciples had been killed by Jiang Qin. If the sect investigated this matter in the future, both of them would not be able to escape the blame. Right at this moment, a silhouette flashed in the distance. An old man with fluttering clothes appeared in the sky. Looking at the destroyed ore mine, the old man's face was filled with anger. What happened? The old man looked over at Luo Xiang and Wang Ying. Even if Luo Xiang didn't send out the signaling talisman, the people in Xianyang school would have sensed the commotion. Therefore the old man flew over immediately to check it out. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Elder Xia, someone launched a sneak attack on the ore mine. He killed more than a dozen of our outer disciples, plundered all our immortal metastones and destroyed the ore mine. The two of us couldn't stop him, so he fled in that direction. Seeing the old man, Luo Xiang and Wang Ying acted as if they had seen their savior. They didn't dare to show any neglect. They briefly explained the situation to the old man and pointed at the direction where Jiang Qin had fled. Audacious to the extreme. How dare he come to Xianyang school and behave atrociously? This old man will surely tear him into 1,000 pieces when I catch him. The old man was so angry that his eyes widened. After that he turned into a ray of light and chased after Jiang Qin. Senior brother Luo, do you think Elder Xia can catch that brat? That brat is merely an early Earth Immortal expert. How could he have such a terrifying speed? Wang Ying still had some lingering fear in his heart. They had never seen an Earth Immortal expert that could be so terrifying. Even the two of them were helpless against him. It was imaginable that their reputation in Xianyang school would plummet if this matter was spread out. They might even become a laughingstock. Don't worry. Elder Xia is a late heaven immortal expert. No matter how terrifying Jiang Qin is, he will only face death in front of Elder Xia. Plus, the speed of a late heaven immortal expert isn't something that you and I can compare with. Luo Xiang said. He was incomparably confident in Elder Xia's ability. Under the night sky, Jiang Qin's speed was swift and violent. Wherever he went, only a shadow was left. Today's incident was destined to spread across the entire one-line sky. When that time came, his reputation would skyrocket. There would be two situations that would happen. One was that Xianyang school would hunt him down everywhere. But the other was that Tianyun Pavilion would be different. Someone would definitely come forward to recruit a genius like him. Therefore, Jiang Qin had already decided to head straight to Tianyun Pavilion and find a way to sneak into it. Furthermore, he had already shown his potential. Even if he went to Tianyun Pavilion, he would still be valued and nurtured. This would be the first and most important step for him to get close to Tianmuyun. Little Chinzi, today was really enjoyable. But Xianyang school has suffered a great loss. I reckon that they will fly into a rage. Chapter 11:15. Oh no, someone is chasing us. He's so fast. Han Yan's expression suddenly changed. Han Yan's expression suddenly changed. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching from behind. That aura was incomparably powerful, and it was not something that Luo Xiang and Wang Ying could compare to. He should be an expert from Xianyang school. Judging from his aura, he's at least at the late stage of the heaven immortal realm. Jiang Qin said with a frown. With his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a late-stage heaven immortal expert. Even if he used all his skills, he still wouldn't be a match for him. After all, the gap between their cultivation was so big that it was impossible to make up for it. Swish. Jiang Qin didn't waste any time. He immediately displayed his dragon wings. With the help of the dragon wings and the flaming wings, his speed increased greatly. His whole body turned into a puff of green smoke and quickly disappeared. Elder Xia, who was chasing after him, suddenly changed his expression. Impossible. How can an earthly immortal be so fast? As a late-stage heaven immortal expert, he knew the gap between a heaven immortal and an earthly immortal very well. An earthly immortal who could fly was already very shocking, let alone such a fast speed. It was simply appalling and unprecedented. Elder Xia originally planned to punish Luo Xiang and Wang Ying when they returned. However, after witnessing Jiang Chen's speed, he immediately dismissed the idea. With such a difference in speed, it was normal that Luo Xiang and Wang Ying couldn't catch Jiang Chen. This matter couldn't be blamed on them. Humph. A puny earthly immortal wants to escape from my hands? What a delusion. Elder Xie snorted coldly. The airflow around him swayed and his speed suddenly doubled. As a late-stage heaven immortal expert, he naturally had some extremely powerful means. After increasing his speed, the distance between him and Jiang Chen began to shrink again. Not good. A late-stage heaven immortal expert is really not that easy to deal with. They can skillfully control the spatial airflow. Their speed is not something an early-stage heaven immortal expert can compare with. Although my speed is unparalleled, my cultivation base is too weak. That guy behind me has already locked onto my aura. If I continue to run like this, I won't be able to escape. Jiang Chen's face didn't look very good. In his current state, if he was entangled with the masters of Shenyang school, they would definitely fight to the death. It wouldn't do him any good, so he had to find a way to escape. What do we do now? Han Yan asked. If even Jiang Chen couldn't solve the problem, Han Yan was even more helpless. The only thing he could do now was to hide in Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen thought about how to deal with the situation as he flew. Soon Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and he focused all his attention on Zulong Tower. Zulong Tower is the most precious treasure of the dragon tribe. It's a unique supreme artifact. Even the law of the immortal realm can't control the Zulong Tower. I guess the celestial immortal behind me can't sense the existence of the Zulong Tower. Now that I'm connected to Zulong Tower by blood, my aura is completely integrated. I can definitely hide in Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although the Zulong Tower only had 12 floors, and there was still a long way to go before it could reach the peak of 99 floors, Jiang Chen was very confident in the Zulong Tower. It should be known that Zulong Tower was an existence that even the law of the immortal realm couldn't affect. This kind of divine artifact had a strong origin, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to hide. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's body shook and directly jumped into Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust and hid in the void, drifting with the wind. Not long after Jiang Chen hid in Zulong Tower, Elder Xie appeared at the previous place. He seemed to have sensed that Jiang Chen's aura had suddenly disappeared, so he suddenly stopped. Why did he suddenly disappear? I have completely locked onto his aura. There is no way he can escape. Could it be that he used some kind of trick to hide? Elder Xie frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange thing. However, he didn't believe that an earthly immortal could disappear right under his nose. That would be a joke to him. Whoosh whoosh. Elder Xie fully released his divine thought and began to sweep the surrounding space. He didn't want to miss anything. He believed that the other party must have used some kind of camouflage technique. This kind of superficial technique was useless against him. When he found the other party, he would definitely tear him into pieces and let him know how miserable the consequences of offending Shenyang school were. Streaks of divine sense shot out like invisible blades, causing the void to crackle. Elder Xie's divine sense covered a very wide area and it was very dense. Not even a fly within a radius of a few dozen miles could escape from his divine sense. Then when Elder Xie's divine thought rushed past Zulong Tower, he didn't find any abnormalities. Everywhere he passed there was no aura. Elder Xie continued to search for more than 10 minutes. In the end he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Motherfucker, this is really strange. Does this bastard have the ability to go to heaven? Elder Xie was flustered and exasperated. He had never encountered such a situation before. Jiang Chen's disappearance was too ridiculous, as if he had never been here before. Elder Xie finally understood what it felt like to be powerless. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Little Chenzi, what kind of magic weapon is this? It's so powerful that even a late-stage heaven immortal expert couldn't detect it. In the Zulong Tower, Han Yan said with incomparable shock. He couldn't help but be shocked. He clearly felt Elder Xie's divine thought floating past the Zulong Tower, but he didn't detect the aura of the Zulong Tower at all. This didn't mean that Elder Xie's strength wasn't good enough. It only meant that the Zulong Tower was too mystical. This is the Zulong Tower, a paragon divine artifact derived from my dragon transformation art. However, it's still far from reaching perfection. I'm also very shocked by how mystical the Zulong Tower is. If I'm not wrong with us hiding inside the Zulong Tower like this, unless it's an immortal king expert who has comprehended the laws of space, ordinary experts wouldn't be able to detect the existence of the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen said. Elder Xia's performance made him even more confident in the Zulong Tower. Ordinary divine thought wouldn't be able to detect the traces of the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower itself could completely fuse with the laws of space. Therefore, Jiang Chen concluded that only immortal kings who had truly comprehended the laws of space would be able to detect the traces of the Zulong Tower by relying on the laws of space of the immortal world. Those below the immortal king realm wouldn't be able to find it. Fuck, it's so awesome. Doesn't that mean that as long as we have the Zulong Tower, we can do whatever we want in one-line sky? Han Yan widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. You can't say that. After all, the Zulong Tower only has 12 floors. If the traces of activity are too obvious, powerful perfected golden immortals would still be able to detect some clues. Moreover, there are half-step immortal kings in one-line sky. Although they haven't fully comprehended the laws of space, they have some understanding of the laws of space. The threat is still very great. Jiang Chen said. However, the Zulong Tower was already very terrifying. At the very least, with such a treasure in hand, ordinary heavenly immortals and divine immortals wouldn't be able to kill him. This was his true trump card, a powerful protective talisman. That's still very terrifying. Look at that old man outside. He has already circled more than a dozen times. Han Yan laughed loudly. Elder Xia kept circling around outside, but in the end he couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. Bastard, damn bastard. Elder Xia suddenly cursed. Encountering such a situation, no matter how good his self-control was, he would still explode from anger. The ore mine was destroyed and he came here to catch the enemy. But now he couldn't even find a strand of hair of the enemy, let alone catch a fart. In the end, Elder Xia had no choice but to leave in exasperation and return to where he came from. That old man is gone. We can go out now. Han Yan said. Don't worry. He's an old fox. He won't give up so easily. Jiang Chen said. The two continued to hide in the Zulong Tower until more than 10 minutes later, Elder Xia returned. After circling around again, he left unwillingly. Seeing this, Han Yan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This was wisdom, this was experience. If that old man was an old fox, then Jiang Chen was a fox spirit. Okay, this time he's really gone. Jiang Chen smiled and then left the Zulong Tower at the same time with Han Yan. Jiang Chen took Han Yan and disappeared into the night. Jiang Chen just arrived at one-line sky and didn't even have a place to stay. After leaving the Xianyang school's control range, the two chose the direction of the Tianyun Pavilion and ran wildly. Jiang Chen generally didn't fly unless he was in a state of battle. Moreover, flying with Han Yan like this was not good for him. Han Yan now needed time to break through to a higher realm. He must cultivate by himself and can't rely too much on external forces. The two ran wildly for a day and a night. Finally, on the morning of the third day, they arrived at the edge of a city. After this journey of cultivation, Han Yan not only fully recovered from his injuries, but also advanced by leaps and bounds to the late human immortal stage. Because of the help of Gu Tianma's blood, his progress could not be measured by common sense. Moreover, his current state was stable. It seemed that in a few days his cultivation could break through to the peak of the late human immortal stage. He was only one step away from the half-step earthly immortal stage. Moreover, Han Yan's real battle strength was incomparably terrifying. An ordinary half-step earthly immortal was absolutely no match for him. Yan, you're making rapid progress. Looking at Han Yan's progress, Jiang Chen smiled. Of course, I have the heavenly devil body. If my progress is too slow, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the body? Han Yan smiled. Compared to a few days ago, his mood was much better now. In front of us should be the territory of the Tianyun Pavilion. There's a city. Let's go and have a look and inquire about it. Chapter 11:16. Cloud Mist City. Looking from afar, this majestic city was shrouded in mist, giving it the feeling of a fairyland. Cloud Mist City could be said to be the barrier of Tianyun Pavilion. Arriving at Cloud Mist City was equivalent to stepping into the territory of Tianyun Pavilion. Whether it was in terms of scale or momentum, Cloud Mist City was dozens of streets ahead of Yen City. In the immortal world, Every city had its own forces and Cloud Mist City was no exception. Just like Yen City, anyone who wanted to enter Cloud Mist City would have to pay a low-grade immortal metastone as a tax. This was the condition to enter the city. To an ordinary cultivator, especially an earthly immortal expert, a low-grade immortal metastone wasn't much. But there were too many people going in and out of the city every day. To Cloud Mist City it was a considerable income. In other words, whoever controlled the city would be in control of its wealth. Xianxia and Han Yen paid 2 low-grade immortal metastones and entered the city directly. They were now rich people. Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of Ouyang He, so his wealth was enough to dominate a region. Han Yen was also a local tycoon. Most of the immortal metastones looted from the mines of Shenyang School were in his pocket. Have you heard that something happened in Shenyang School? Of course, someone attacked the stronghold of Shenyang School at night, killed a dozen outer disciples of Shenyang School, looted a large number of immortal metastones and destroyed a mine. This is too fierce. I think this person's name is Jiang Chen. Shenyang School has issued a must-kill order. Whoever can catch or provide clues about Jiang Chen will be rewarded by Shenyang School. How can it be so easy? I heard that even Elder Xia of Shenyang School couldn't catch up with this Jiang Chen. This man is too mysterious. According to the news, he is only an early Earth immortal expert, but he has a taboo technique that can forcibly increase his combat strength. Amazing, really amazing. But this man is too courageous. He even dared to kill the disciples of Shenyang School and destroyed their mine, causing a great loss to Shenyang School. This time Shenyang School will definitely not let this matter go. They even issued a must-kill order. This shows how determined Shenyang School is to kill Jiang Chen. He's able to fight against Heaven Immortal with his Earth Immortal cultivation base and escape unscathed from a late Heaven Immortal expert. I've never heard of such a monstrous genius. When did such a genius appear in One Line Sky? We haven't even heard of him before. As soon as they entered the city, Jiang Chen and Han Yen heard the news. Everywhere was talking about his deeds. It seemed like the commotion that they created the day before yesterday had caused a sensation in the entire One Line Sky. Little Chenzi, it seems like you have become famous again. Han Yen whispered with a smile. This was Jiang Chen. No matter where he went, he would always become famous. The speed of the news is faster than I expected. Seems like Shenyang School is really angry. But this is also good. This is the effect I want. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The must-kill order issued by Shenyang School had made the news spread across the entire One Line Sky at the fastest speed. In this way, Jiang Chen's reputation would be completely spread. The people of Tianyun Pavilion would certainly pay attention to him. I also heard that Tianyun Pavilion has also shifted its attention to that Jiang Chen. Someone wants to rope in Jiang Chen and recruit this genius into Tianyun Pavilion. I've also heard that the eldest young master of Cloud Mist City, Fu Hui, has said that he wants to make friends with Jiang Chen. Young Master Fu Hui is an inner disciple of Tianyun Pavilion, and his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying intermediate Heaven Immortal realm. That's normal. Tianyun Pavilion and Shenyang School are hostile forces. Jiang Chen has caused great losses to Shenyang School, and Tianyun Pavilion is the happiest. If a peerless genius like Jiang Chen could enter Tianyun Pavilion would naturally like him very much. It's not surprising that young Master Fu Hui wants to make friends with Jiang Chen. Tomorrow is the birthday of the City Lord. I guess young Master Fu Hui is already in Cloud Mist City. The sounds of discussion were endless. Jiang Chen heard all these news, and the smile on his face became even wider. Little Chenzi, it seems like everything is as you have expected. Tianyun Pavilion has begun to pay attention to you. I wonder if you can make friends with this young Master Fu Hui? Don't worry. Don't worry, my goal will be achieved very soon. Jiang Chen's face was as calm as ever. No matter what happened, his face would always be calm. Everything had been under his control ever since he attacked the stronghold of Profound Sun Sect. The appearance of Fu Hui was a springboard for him to enter Sky Cloud Pavilion. Yen, let's go to a tavern in front. Perhaps we can hear more news about One Line Sky there. Jiang Chen said. The two of them walked towards a tavern not far away. They had just ascended to the immortal world not long ago and knew nothing about One Line Sky. Now that they had arrived at Cloud Mist City, they could hear all kinds of news. Wherever there were people, there would be gossip. Any major event in One-Line Sky would be discussed by people. Inside the tavern, Jiang Qin and Han Yen chose a window seat and ordered 2 pots of wine from the immortal world. They enjoyed the wine while listening to the news. As expected, most of the discussions in the tavern were related to him. From time to time they could hear Jiang Qin and Xianyang School. Oh yes, there's another major event in One-Line Sky. That is the pinnacle ceremony of One-Line Sky Mountain that will be held half a month later. At that time the 8 immortals of One-Line Sky will appear. That's a major event that happens once every 2 years. Yes, how could I forget about this major event? The pinnacle ceremony is held once every 2 years. The 8 immortals will gather at the top of One-Line Sky Mountain and compete to determine the strongest expert of One-Line Sky. Unfortunately, the pinnacle ceremony has been held for many years, but the 8 immortals of One-Line Sky have yet to determine the winner. It's a pity that Sect Master Ouyang fell 2 years ago, causing the 8 immortals to lose one. Later he was replaced by Sect Master Ouyang's disciple Tian Muyun. Tian Muyun became the new sect master. I wonder if this pinnacle ceremony will have the same imposing manner as Sect Master Ouyang. It shouldn't be too bad. Tian Muyun is a legendary figure in One-Line Sky. His cultivation base is no weaker than Sect Master Ouyang. Under his leadership, Sky Cloud Pavilion has been thriving day by day. It's no worse than before. That's right. The news of the 8 immortals shocked Jiang Qin. This was a new piece of news. He didn't know what kind of existence these 8 immortals were, but judging from the respectful tone of the people talking about them, they shouldn't be ordinary figures. Jiang Qin stood up from his seat and came to another table. There were already 3 people sitting at this table. Jiang Qin didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. 3 brothers, today's wine is on this little brother. Jiang Qin said in an incomparably forthright manner. Upon hearing this, the 3 people's attitude towards Jiang Qin suddenly changed. They were all rogue cultivators and liked forthright people the most. Moreover, the wine in this tavern was very famous and not cheap. They were naturally happy that someone was treating them. Little brother, you are? One of them asked. This little brother has just arrived in One-Line Sky and isn't very familiar with this place. Just now I heard 3 brothers talking about the 8 immortals in the pinnacle ceremony. I'm very interested. May I know which 8 immortals are these 8 immortals? Jiang Qin asked. Haha, little brother doesn't even know about the 8 immortals. It seems that you really have just arrived in One-Line Sky. In that case, this elder brother will tell you about the 8 immortals. One of them laughed. In One-Line Sky, the 8 immortals weren't a secret. There was nothing that couldn't be discussed. There are 4 major powers in One-Line Sky, namely Tianyun Pavilion, Shenyang School, Huangfu family and Yun family. These 8 immortals are the pinnacle experts of the 4 major powers. Each major power has 2 experts who have already reached the half-step Immortal King realm. They are Tian Muyun and Daoist Yufeng of Tianyun Pavilion, Shen Yangyi and Duguxing of Shenyang School, Huangfu Yaotan and Huangfu Kun of Huangfu family, and Yun Zhonghe and Yun Zhonglong of Yun family. These 8 people represent the pinnacle of One-Line Sky and are known as the 8 immortals of One-Line Sky. In order to compete for the number 1 position in One-Line Sky, they have agreed to hold a grand ceremony at the peak of One-Line Sky every 2 years. Unfortunately, the number 1 has never been chosen. The previous number 1 of Tianyun Pavilion was Ouyang He, but he suddenly fell 2 years ago and was replaced by his disciple Tian Muyun. Although Tian Muyun is the youngest, his cultivation base isn't weak. Many people are more optimistic about Tian Muyun in this grand ceremony. A middle-aged rogue cultivator narrated the story of the 8 immortals to Jiang Qin in detail. That's right. Tian Muyun has lived a legendary life. Ever since he was accepted by Sect Master Ouyang, his cultivation has been soaring all the way, from a nobody to a tyrant in One-Line Sky. God knows how many miracles he has created. It's really admirable and enviable. If I can be like Sect Master Tian, it will be worth it even if I die. Another man said. His words were full of admiration for Tian Muyun. Come on. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You want to compare yourself with Sect Master Tian? You're really shameless. The other person sneered and mocked without holding back. Fuck. Can't I just fantasize about it? The man rolled his eyes. Sect Master Ouyang has really accepted a good disciple. Jiang Qin shook his head, poured the wine into his mouth, threw 20 low-grade immortal meta stones on the table and walked out of the tavern. Turned out that Tianmin was doing so well. This made Xianxia feel sad, but this was the reality. Who cares about the past? This world would always belong to the successful. Although Tianmin was despicable and shameless, he was also a successful man who had gained both fame and fortune. Xianxia felt a sense of sadness in his heart. If Ouyang he knew about this in the underworld, he was afraid that his soul wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? Asked Han Yen. Let's go straight to the prefecture. I want to see that Fu Hui. Chapter 11-17. Ouyang He's matter had always been a sore point in Xianxia's heart. The only way to remove this sore point was to get rid of Tianmin and let Ouyang He rest in peace. Other than that, there was no other way. Seeing that Tianmin's reputation in One-Line Sky was so high that he was almost regarded as a legend, Xianxia felt even more wronged and aggrieved for Ouyang He. The only way to get close to Tianmin was to enter the Tianyun Pavilion. In front of him was the best springboard, and that was Fu Hui of Yunwu City. Xianxia and Han Yen walked all the way to the city lord's mansion. Yunwu City was very big. With their current speed, it would take them at least 2 hours to reach the city lord's mansion. But Xianxia didn't care about the time. In Yunwu City, he wasn't worried about the revenge of Xianyang School. Although Xianyang School had a huge influence in One-Line Sky and disciples of Xianyang School often appeared in Yunwu City, they wouldn't dare to be too brazen or arrogant. After all, this was the territory of their enemy. One mistake and they might lose their lives at any time. The closer Xianxia and Han Yen got to the city lord's mansion, the more people they saw. It seemed that they were all heading towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. In the end, they even saw some cultivators running as if something big had happened in the city lord's mansion. This scene made Xianxia and Han Yen stunned. Coming to Yunwu City today, not only did they get a lot of useful information, but it also seemed that there was a good show to watch. Could it be that something big happened in the city lord's mansion? We're just in time. Han Yen said curiously. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia strode forward and quickened his pace. He stopped a cultivator who was rushing forward and asked, Brother, what's going on up ahead? I don't know. I saw people running in the direction of the city lord's mansion, so I followed them. The cultivator said in a serious tone. Xianxia and Han Yen were stunned at the same time. They couldn't refute this reason. In fact, they were just like that cultivator. They didn't know anything and just followed the crowd. In any case, they were just watching the show. Cloud Fog City's City Lord's Mansion was about the same size as Yen City's City Lord's Mansion. In front of the City Lord's Mansion, there was a large open space. At this moment, this open space was already crowded with people. Everyone's eyes fell on a high platform in the center of the square. They saw a majestic elephant De Huang dog tied up with golden chains. Next to De Huang dog stood 4 powerful experts. Each of them was an early heaven immortal expert. Each of them carried a long sword in their hands as if they were going to chop off the dog's head at any time. The people below used their fingers to point at De Huang dog above, pointing and talking non-stop. For God's sake, what are you looking at? Is Master Dog that handsome? De Huang dog bared his fangs at the people below. Although he was tied up and there were 4 blades hanging above his head that could take his life at any time, De Huang dog's face didn't show any sign of nervousness, as if these 4 blades couldn't take his life at all. Motherfucker, where did this mangy dog come from? Still so arrogant even when death is at hand. That's right. This dog is too despicable. He even dares to steal from the city lord's mansion. This dog has angered young Master Fu Hui. Seems like he is going to be executed by 1,000 cuts today. The surrounding area was filled with the sounds of discussion. So many cultivators had rushed over to watch a dog being put to death. They really had too much free time joining in on any kind of excitement. At this time, Xianxia and Han Yen also rushed over. When they saw De Huang dog tied up like a dumpling on the high platform, both of them staggered and almost fell to the ground. Both of them looked at each other. Almost without thinking, they could guess what this dog had done. Either it had stolen something from someone else, or it had harmed someone else's treasure. In the end, the reason why the city lord's mansion was so lively was all because of this dog. If Xianxia couldn't bring peace wherever he went, then De Huang dog was the scourge among scourges. If this guy didn't find something to make a name for himself, then he wouldn't be De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen and Han Yan squeezed through the crowd and saw a cultivator who was talking big. It seemed like this person knew what was going on. Brother, what happened? Why is there a dog tied up here? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Tied up? He's going to be beheaded soon. This dog has eaten enough food from the city lord's mansion. That person said. As expected, Jiang Chen and Han Yan couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This was the style of De Huang Dog. Brother, the city lord's mansion is huge and doesn't lack anything. Even if something was stolen and eaten, there's no need to make things so difficult for a dog, right? Han Yan said. What do you know? Tomorrow is the city lord's birthday. I heard that young Master Fu Hui spent a lot of money to request the elder of Tianyun Pavilion to refine a life transformation pill. This pill can not only prolong one's life, but it can also enhance one's strength. Young Master Fu Hui used this pill to celebrate the city lord's birthday, but he didn't expect it to be eaten by this dog last night. That person seemed to know the ins and outs of the matter very well. Damn it. Such a precious immortal pill like the life transformation pill was eaten by a dog. I suddenly feel like I've lived for so long, but I'm not even as good as a dog. No wonder young Master Fu Hui is so angry. This dog is too bold. He even dared to eat the city lord's birthday gift. Being skinned alive is already a light punishment for him. I don't know where this dog came from. Look at him, he's still baring his teeth even in the face of death. He's in a good mood. The things that De Huang Dog did made Jiang Chen and Han Yan's scalp tingle. This guy was really a troublemaker. Jiang Chen came to the city lord's mansion this time with the intention of befriending young Master Fu Hui, hoping to enter Tianyun Pavilion. But now, before he could even meet young Master Fu Hui, he was already implicated by this dog. Little Chenzi, look at how De Huang isn't afraid at all when he's tied up. Why do I feel like he did it on purpose? Han Yan said. This damn dog did it on purpose. Given his ability, if he could steal the pill, he should be able to escape. But in the end he was caught and didn't escape even after 3 days. There can only be one reason: he doesn't want to leave. Jiang Chen shook his head. Others might not understand De Huang, but he knew him all too well. This dog was very mysterious. He was born with the dragon horse bloodline, and he was a first-rate expert in stealing and escaping. If he wanted to escape after stealing something, even young Master Fu Hui wouldn't be able to stop him. The only explanation for the current situation was that De Huang Dog didn't want to escape. Brother, since this dog was caught last night, why wasn't he killed immediately? Why is he being executed here instead? Someone asked in confusion. Young Master Fu Hui didn't need to go through so much trouble to kill a dog, nor did he need to mobilize so many people. All of you should know about the Jiang Chen who's been causing a ruckus these past 2 days, right? Young Master Fu Hui originally wanted to kill this dog, but this dog said that he's Jiang Chen's friend. As long as he's here, Jiang Chen will definitely show up. Young Master Fu Hui is very interested in Jiang Chen, but he's afraid that this dog will lie to him. So he tied him up and gave him 3 days. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up after 3 days, he'll kill him right away. The man said. Upon hearing that, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. Since young Master Fu Hui was interested in him, it couldn't be any better. Hey, where did you get all this information from? Someone asked. I have a cousin who works in the city lord's mansion. He was the one who told me about it. It can't be wrong. The man said with incomparable pride. That does make some sense. Young Master Fu Hui has always been good at making friends with heroes and has a heroic spirit. Moreover, that Jiang Chen has now become the archenemy of Xianyang School. Xianyang School has issued an order to kill him on sight. There's no place for him in the entire one-line sky. It's the best time for Tianyun Pavilion to rope him in. I just don't know if this dog is telling the truth. Although we've never met Jiang Chen, the things Jiang Chen has done are earth-shattering. Why would such a genius befriend a mangy dog? In an instant the topic shifted back to Jiang Chen. The current situation was very clear. De Huang Dog had stolen and eaten the life transformation pill from the city lord's mansion. Then he purposely refused to leave and got caught on purpose to lure Jiang Chen to show up. Little Chenzi, it seems like everything is under De Huang's control. Could it be that this guy has predicted that you'll come to Cloud Fog City? Han Yan smiled. This damn dog knows me the best. He knows that after I become enemies with Xianyang School, the first place I'll go is Tianyun Pavilion, which is the enemy of Xianyang School. Cloud Fog City is also the barrier of Tianyun Pavilion's sphere of influence. That's why he's so unscrupulous. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. De Huang Dog's shrewdness wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. For Jiang Chen and Han Yan, it didn't matter what De Huang Dog had done. What was important was that the three brothers had finally met, especially Jiang Chen. Ever since he was separated from De Huang at the end of the spatial passage, he had been worried. Now that he saw De Huang Dog here and he was still alive and well, he couldn't help but feel happy. Should we show ourselves now? Han Yan asked. Why are you panicking? This damned dog ate someone else's food. No matter what, we have to make him suffer. We'll show ourselves 3 days later and let him be tied up for 3 days. Jiang Chen chuckled. I think that's fine. Han Yan nodded his head seriously. Then he and Jiang Chen turned around and walked outside. Whoosh. At this moment, De Huang Dog's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze landed on Jiang Chen and Han Yan who were walking back. He immediately shouted, Jiang Chen, you bastard, you actually turned around and walked away after seeing Lord Dog tied up here. Don't you have any shame? Chapter 11:18. After being shouted at by De Huang Dog, all eyes fell upon Jiang Chen and Han Yan. Presently, the name Jiang Chen was too resounding and could easily attract people's attention. This damn dog's senses are really sharp. He could even detect us in such a situation. Han Yan shook his head helplessly. On the high platform, when Big Yellow, who was tightly tied up, saw Jiang Chen and Han Yan, a powerful force burst out from his body. The indestructible iron chains on his body instantly shattered into pieces like coarse hemp ropes. Furthermore, the shockwave caused the 4 great warriors who were wielding sabers to sway a little. Immediately, De Huang Dog turned into a ray of light and flew to the front of Jiang Chen and Han Yan. This scene stunned a lot of people, especially the 4 Heaven Immortal experts who surrounded De Huang Dog. It turned out that they had underestimated this dog. This dog was so powerful that if he wanted to leave, these 4 early Heaven Immortal experts wouldn't be able to stop him. Damn it. I can't believe this dog is so powerful. He just broke free from the restraint of 4 Heaven Immortal experts. That's right. It seems like we have underestimated this dog. But why didn't this dog just run away? Why was he willing to be tied up? So what if he's powerful? This is the prefecture. If young Master Fu Hui wants to deal with him, he won't be able to escape. As for that white-robed youth, could he be the legendary Jiang Chen? A lot of people were shocked. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. The sudden display of power by De Huang Dog was beyond everyone's expectation. Perhaps even young Master Fu Hui himself didn't think that this dog could be so powerful. You 2 bastards. Seeing Master Dog suffer? How could you just turn around and leave? You really don't want any face at all. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Jiang Chen and Han Yan, appearing to be very angry. He scolded the 2 of them for not being good enough. Seeing their brothers in trouble, not only did they not lend a helping hand, they even wanted to turn back. How could they do this? In fact, these days, De Huang Dog had been searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts and inquired about Jiang Chen's whereabouts, but to no avail. It was only yesterday when he heard the news of Jiang Chen's night attack on Xianyang School's mine stronghold that he felt relieved. After learning that Fu Hui was interested in Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog simply entered the city lord's mansion. He was sure that Jiang Chen would definitely appear, so he stole Jiang Chen's elixir and deliberately got caught by Jiang Chen. In any case, since Jiang Chen was good at solving troubles, he would create some troubles for Jiang Chen. However, what really surprised De Huang Dog was Han Yan. He didn't expect that Han Yan would meet up with Jiang Chen. In his opinion, it would still take a long time for Han Yan to ascend to the immortal world. However, none of this was important. The most important thing was that his brothers were reunited. Don't judge De Huang Dog by his looks of exasperation. He was actually very happy in his heart, especially when he saw Jiang Chen again. The relationship between him and Jiang Chen couldn't be understood by ordinary people. It was a friendship that could be exchanged for a life. Back then, at the end of the passageway to the immortal world, Jiang Chen was attacked by experts and disappeared. These days De Huang Dog had been worried. That was why he had been searching for Jiang Chen everywhere. Now that he saw Jiang Chen appearing before him unscathed, he couldn't help but feel happy. You have stolen his food. It's only right for you to receive some punishment, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Both he and Han Yan had a gloating look on their faces. After having a clear look at De Huang Dog's cultivation base, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had to admit that De Huang Dog was the most miraculous of miracles. Although he didn't know what De Huang Dog had gone through these days, De Huang Dog was already a late Earth Immortal expert. His cultivation base was even scarier than his own. So. At this time the 4 Heaven Immortal experts from the prefecture flew over, surrounding De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen. The order they received from young Master Fu Hui was to imprison De Huang Dog. If De Huang Dog escaped under their eyes, they wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Hurry up and tell your young master that the person he wants to see is here. This is the famous Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. As soon as his words fell, it caused an uproar. In an instant Jiang Chen became the focal point. Innumerable eyes fell on him at the same time. By God! So he's Jiang Chen. He looks so young. He has caused such a heavy loss to Xianyang School with just an early Earth Immortal cultivation base. He's truly a monstrous genius. In the entire One-Line Sky he's the first one who dares to do such a thing. Ever since Xianyang School issued the order to kill on sight, this Jiang Chen has become famous in One-Line Sky. I never thought that I would be able to see him in person today. He's too young. He's a true genius. It will be a good thing if Tianyun Pavilion can get his hands on him. This damn dog is really friends with Jiang Chen. Fortunately Jiang Chen is here. Otherwise young Master Fu Hui will skin this dog alive. Discussions were everywhere. Jiang Chen had become the focal point. One should know that ever since Xianyang School issued the order to kill on sight, Jiang Chen's reputation had swept across the entire One-Line Sky like a gale. Even Cloud Mist City was full of talk about Jiang Chen. Naturally, it was a big deal to see him in person today. You're Jiang Chen? One of the experts from the prefecture looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. That's right. That's me. Jiang Chen nodded. At this time there was nothing he wouldn't dare to admit. This was the prefecture. Even if there were people from Xianyang School hiding in the vicinity, they wouldn't dare to make a move here, unless they didn't want to live anymore. Wait here. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and quickly walked into the city lord mansion. Jiang Chen knew that the man must be young Master Fu Hui. It just so happened that his purpose of coming to the prefecture was also young Master Fu Hui. Although De Huang Dog had brought him hatred, it had indirectly helped him meet young Master Fu Hui. Not long after that, 2 silhouettes walked out of the prefecture. One of them was the cultivator who had just returned. The other one was wearing a pale yellow robe. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He wasn't tall, but he wasn't skinny either. He gave people a very solid feeling. This person walked like a tiger, full of vigor. As soon as he appeared, the entire square instantly quieted down. The crowd automatically opened up a path for him. Countless gazes fell on him, full of respect. He was none other than young Master Fu Hui. As an inner sect disciple of Tianyun Pavilion, he might not be considered much in Tianyun Pavilion, but in Cloud Mist City he was definitely a legendary existence. He had reached the intermediate Heaven Immortal realm at such a young age. Such talent wasn't something ordinary people could compare with. When Jiang Chen saw young Master Fu Hui's son, Fu Hui also happened to see Jiang Chen. Fu Hui came closer to Jiang Chen and studied him from head to toe. You are the one who killed a dozen outer sect disciples of Xianyang School, destroyed a mine in Xianyang School, and successfully escaped from the late Heaven Immortal Elder of Xianyang School, the one Jiang Chen? Fu Hui asked, but it wasn't hard to see from his eyes that he was incomparably shocked when he saw Jiang Chen. Obviously, the Jiang Chen in front of him was different from what he had imagined. This white-robed youth looked like a sunshine boy without a hint of fiendish qi. It was hard to believe that such a young man could do such an earth-shattering thing. Yes, I'm Jiang Chen. Greetings, young Master Fu Hui. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Fu Hui and without waiting for Fu Hui to speak he continued, De Huang is my brother, Jiang Chen. We were separated not long ago. I heard that he had stolen young Master Fu Hui's life transformation pill. Here is 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones as compensation. As Jiang Chen spoke, he took out a storage pouch and handed it over to Fu Hui. This scene stunned Fu Hui. He didn't think that Jiang Chen would be so generous, settling the matter of De Huang Dog's life transformation pill. Furthermore, 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones was a huge sum of wealth that had far exceeded the value of the life transformation pill. Not even young Master Fu Hui could say anything about it. Furthermore, Fu Hui had already planned to befriend Zhou Xian and introduce him to the Tianyun Pavilion. Today was the first time they met, and Zhou Xian's generosity had lifted his spirits. It could be said that his first impression of Zhou Xian was quite good. Damn it. This Zhou Xian is truly filthy rich, giving out 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones. Although the life transformation pill is precious, 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones is more than enough. The Castellan mansion isn't losing out at all. Of course he's filthy rich. After all, he had robbed a mine in Xianyang School. Although the mine hasn't been fully excavated, the amount of immortal metastones that have been excavated is already an incomparably huge sum. Rich people are so capricious, giving out 1,000,000 just like that without batting an eyelid. The surrounding people couldn't help but click their tongues. Even if it was low-grade immortal metastones, it wasn't a small amount. Kaka young Master Fu Hui, although Master Dog has eaten your pill, this 1,000,000 should be more than enough, right? De Huang Dog laughed heartily, not forgetting to give Zhou Xian an appreciative look. Good. Brother Zhou Xian is indeed a forthright person. I Fu Hui like to befriend such as you. I will accept this 1,000,000 and the matter of De Huang Dog eating my pill will be written off. I wonder if Brother Zhang is interested in paying a visit to the Castellan mansion? Young Master Fu Hui didn't stand on ceremony. He kept the immortal metastones and extended an invitation to Zhou Xian. Sure. Zhou Xian nodded his head. This was the result he wanted. His first meeting with Fu Hui was better than what he had expected. The reason why he was willing to take out 1,000,000 was to resolve the grudge between Fu Hui and De Huang Dog. At the same time, it was also to give Fu Hui some face. The matter of De Huang Dog eating his pill had already spread like wildfire. If this matter couldn't be resolved perfectly, Fu Hui would lose face. Chapter 11-19. In the prefecture, Zhou Xian was received by Fu Hui. Given Fu Hui's status, he wouldn't put an early Earth immortal cultivator in his eyes. If it was an ordinary Earth immortal, he wouldn't even spare a glance at it, but Zhou Xian was different. A genius who could easily kill a half-step heaven immortal and escape from the hands of a late heaven immortal. Although he couldn't say that it was rare, this was the first time Fu Hui had seen such a genius. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Zhang brother is young and promising. Being able to accomplish such an earth-shattering feat at such a young age is truly admirable. May I know what happened between Zhang brother and Xianyang School? Fu Hui asked. In his point of view, what Zhou Xian did wouldn't be without a reason. If there wasn't any enmity between him and Zhou Xian, no one would risk their life to offend Xianyang School, let alone a rogue cultivator who didn't have any backing. To be honest, the people of Xianyang School had captured a group of cultivators and used them as slaves for mining. My brother was one of them. He was tortured and humiliated by them, and one of his arms was even chopped off. How can I not take revenge for such a deep hatred? Since Xianyang School has done it, they must pay the price. Zhou Xian said. There was nothing to hide about Han Yan's matter. After all, Han Yan was the cause of this incident. Given Fu Hui's means, it was impossible that he couldn't find out about it. Good. In for a penny, in for a pound. Sure enough, you're ruthless enough. Now that Xianyang School has issued the order to kill Zhang brother, I wonder what Zhang brother is going to do? Fu Hui asked. His tone was full of admiration for Zhou Xian. He was a heroic man. When his brother was humiliated, he should make the enemy pay the price. That was why Fu Hui's impression of Zhou Xian was pretty good. Naturally, I will seek refuge in Tianyun Pavilion. Given my current situation, it seems that I have no other way out than to seek refuge in Tianyun Pavilion. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Zhou Qian's blunt words surprised Fu Hui. He thought that Zhou Xian would definitely beat around the bush and say something to get him to take the initiative to win him over. But he did not expect that Zhou Xian would be so frank. This showed that Zhou Xian was a smart person who clearly understood the current situation. In one-line sky, in the face of Xianyang School's must-kill order, it seemed that only Tianyun Pavilion could protect him. Zhou Xian purposely took the initiative to ask for Xianyang School's help and humbled himself, which made Fu Hui's impression of him even better. A straightforward person would never be annoying. Brother Zhang is right. In your current situation, only by getting the protection of Tianyun Pavilion can you continue to exist in the first tier. I believe that Tianyun Pavilion will not reject a genius like you. Fu Hui said with a nod. Then I will have to trouble young Master Fu Hui to introduce me to you. Here are 10,000 mid-grade immortal meta stones. I hope that young Master Fu Hui can introduce me to you. Firstly, to thank young Master Fu Hui for introducing me to you, and secondly, to make friends with a person like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand and a pale yellow storage pouch was taken out. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. Taking out 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones was like taking out a bunch of trash that wasn't worth mentioning at all. Tycoons are indeed capricious. De Huang Dog and Han Yen exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. The way rich people spent their money was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. As an old fox who had lived 2 lives and was once an old ancestor of Saint Origin World, Jiang Chen had long been well versed in the ways of the world. To put it bluntly, he was asking for Fu Hui's help. What could be more practical than a genuine reward in this world? Without saying any words of gratitude, Jiang Chen directly took out 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones. His heroic manner of doing things had won Fu Hui's heart. Sure enough, when Fu Hui saw Jiang Chen taking out another storage pouch, he couldn't help but be shocked despite his calm composure. One should know that immortal metastones were the most basic cultivation resource for cultivators and were indispensable in the process of cultivation. Fu Hui was very clear about the value of 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones. It was a rare fortune even for mighty heaven immortals, let alone earth immortals. Who would be willing to give it away so casually? Moreover, Jiang Chen had already taken out 1 million for the sake of De Huang Dog. One should know that 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones was equivalent to 1 million low-grade immortal metastones. However, no one would be willing to exchange 1 million low-grade immortal metastones for 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones. The immortal chi contained in mid-grade immortal metastones was not only more abundant than low-grade immortal metastones, but also of higher quality. Brother Jiang, given your talent, I can introduce you to Tianyun Pavilion unconditionally. You don't need to bribe me with these immortal meta stones, said Fu Hui. You must be joking, Brother Fu. Brother Fu, you must be joking. I'm not bribing you. These are what you deserve. As long as you build a good relationship with me, you will get even more in the future. Whether it's wealth or status, you will get them all. Jiang Chen looked at Fu Hui and said with a smile. Although he was squinting his eyes, the light in his eyes couldn't be concealed. His calm eyes carried a trace of sharpness, which made him look incomparably dazzling. Jiang Chen sat there, exuding a confidence that no ordinary person could reach. Fu Hui's heart shuddered. Boundless shock rose in his heart. Just a moment ago he was subdued by Jiang Chen's invisible qi. That was the qi of a superior. Jiang Chen was like a born king. His words were unquestionable. Even though he was only an early Earth immortal expert, Fu Hui still believed in what Jiang Chen said. This man is a dragon among men, a peerless monstrous genius. He was born with the qi of a king. His future achievements will certainly be limitless. I must build a good relationship with him. Just like what he said, I will get more from him in the future. Not only these immortal metastones but also higher cultivation base and a higher status. Fu Hui made up his mind. Even though this was the first time they met, he had already regarded Jiang Chen as his benefactor. Tianyun Pavilion was a first-class major power in one-line sky. Only Fu Hui knew how fierce the competition inside was. Although he was an inner sect disciple, he was the most ordinary one in the inner sect. He was nothing compared to those true geniuses. If it wasn't for his heroic character, his way of doing things that everyone liked, and his ability to make friends, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a good time in Tianyun Pavilion. Good. Since Brother Jiang is so straightforward, I will accept these immortal metastones. After my father's birthday tomorrow, I will bring you to Tianyun Pavilion. Fu Hui said as he kept the immortal metastones without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt completely relieved. After leaving Yen City, his first purpose of coming to One Line Sky had been achieved. He had successfully used Xianyang School to enter Tianyun Pavilion. The next step was to work hard to improve his cultivation base and approach Tianyun step by step. Brother Fu, don't worry. I heard that the biennial grand ceremony will be held in One Line Sky half a month later. At that time the 8 immortals will gather on One-Line Sky Mountain to fight it out. This is a great opportunity to see the peerless experts. Naturally we can't miss it. In my opinion, we should go to Tianyun Pavilion after the grand ceremony," said Xianxia. He was very interested in these One-Line Sky 8 immortals. After all, they represented the peak combat strength of One-Line Sky, especially Tianmiyun. Xianxia was interested in him the most. He would like to see how Tianmiyun looked like and what kind of demeanor this legendary figure of One-Line Sky had. Putting everything else aside, Xianxia's current target was Tianmiyun. That's good. This grand ceremony is open to the public. Every time it is held, it will attract countless people in One-Line Sky to witness the demeanor of the 8 immortals. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. However, Brother Jiang still doesn't know that this grand ceremony is different from the previous ones. Fu Hui said. "Oh, how is it different?" Xianxia asked doubtfully. In the previous grand ceremony, the 8 immortals would compete for the number 1 expert in One-Line Sky. To put it bluntly, it's equivalent to a biennial competition, but there's no prize. This time it's different. There's a big prize this time. Whoever can get the first place will get the prize," Fu Hui said in a low voice. He seemed to be afraid that others would hear him. "What prize?" Xianxia's eyes lit up. His interest was piqued all of a sudden. A prize that could attract the attention of the 8 immortals must be an extraordinary treasure. Only a few people know about this. I only found out about it from an elder in my sect. However, this matter can't be concealed. It will be announced sooner or later. It's said that the regenerative lotus will mature in another 10 days. Now, the 4 major powers have dispatched peerless experts to guard the regenerative lotus. The prize of this grand ceremony is this regenerative lotus. Whoever can suppress all the experts will get the regenerative lotus. Our sect master is determined to get the regenerative lotus this time. I estimate that the grand battle half a month later will be very exciting," Fu Hui said. His eyes sparkled when he mentioned the regenerative lotus. For God's sake, a peerless divine herb like the regenerative lotus has actually grown in the heavens. That's really amazing. De Huang Dog's interest was piqued. This guy had never been immune to real treasures. He simply couldn't stand such excitement. Xianxia was no less surprised than De Huang Dog. He knew very well what kind of treasure the regenerative lotus was. As a famous alchemist in his previous life, Xianxia was proficient in almost all kinds of medicinal herbs. The regenerative lotus was a legendary peerless divine herb. Apart from the harsh conditions for its growth, it also required a certain amount of luck. In other words, it wasn't enough to grow the regenerative lotus with only certain environmental conditions. The most important factor was luck. The growth of each regenerative lotus was a miracle. As a peerless divine herb, the regenerative lotus naturally had its own unique medicinal properties. Chapter 11:20. As the name suggested, the regenerative lotus had the effect of regeneration. In this world, there weren't many divine herbs that could be named with the word regeneration. The most precious part of the regenerative lotus was its heart, which could be consumed directly. The regenerative lotus could bring back the dead and grow bones. The heart of the lotus contained a large amount of essence of the heavens and earth. Not only could it enhance the strength and physique of the consumer, it could also completely improve the physique of the consumer. Even a mighty immortal king would benefit greatly from the heart of the regenerative lotus. The appearance of the regenerative lotus reminded Xianxia of Ouyang He. If Ouyang He didn't die, this regenerative lotus might be able to give him a great turning point. The heart of the lotus and his wood element would be enough to bring Ouyang He back to life and replenish the life essence that had been burnt away. Unfortunately, at this moment Ouyang He had most likely already passed away and completely disappeared from this world. This could not be said to be not a sorrowful sight. The entire body of the regenerative lotus was a treasure. Apart from the heart of the lotus, every piece of the lotus could improve the physique of a human immortal. If Xianxia could obtain the regenerative lotus, not only would his cultivation base improve, but the Zulong Tower would also be condensed once again. Ever since the Zulong Tower had arrived in the immortal world, it hadn't really absorbed any energy. It was still at the 12th level. There was still a huge gap between it and the Great Circle of 99 levels. Yes. Given the current situation, it wasn't important. The most important thing was Han Yan's severed arm. If he could get the lotus heart of the regenerative lotus, his arm would grow back and his ancient divine devil bloodline would be stimulated once again. It would bring him endless benefits. After all, Han Yan was only a human immortal, which was the lowest existence in one-line sky. He would be bullied everywhere and had no power to resist. Even if he could enter Skycloud Pavilion with her, he would only be a janitor disciple, which wasn't worthy to be mentioned in public. Regrowing his severed arm and improving his cultivation base were his top priorities. Therefore, the moment Xianxia heard about the regenerative lotus, he immediately turned his attention to it. However, it was almost impossible to obtain the regenerative lotus from the heavenly mountain. However, Xianxia was not a person who would retreat in the face of difficulties. No matter how difficult it was, he still had to try. Sometimes Xianxia's courage was even greater than the sky. Audacious to the extreme, was used to describe people like him. Brother Fu, may I know the cultivation of the experts guarding the Tianshan regenerative lotus? Xianxia pretended to be curious and asked. As the one-line sky 8 immortals are preparing for the pinnacle battle that will take place half a month later, they definitely won't be here. Therefore, each major power has sent 2 golden immortal experts to guard the heavenly mountain. Each of them is a late golden immortal supreme expert who has already comprehended the profound meaning of Great Luo. We can only look up to them. Fu Hui's face was filled with reverence. That was the respect he had for a Great Luo golden immortal. In one-line sky, a golden immortal could obtain a supreme status no matter where he went and be revered by thousands of people. A peak late golden immortal expert was already a pyramid existence in one-line sky. After Xianxia took out 1,000,000 low-grade immortal metastones and 10,000 mid-grade immortal metastones, Fu Hui had already regarded Xianxia as one of his own. Therefore, he didn't hide anything from Xianxia. If it was an ordinary person, he would never reveal the matter of the regenerative lotus. After all, the regenerative lotus was a very important matter. If the news was spread too early, it would cause a greater sensation. If it attracted the attention of powerful experts outside of one-line sky, things wouldn't be that simple. Late golden immortal? Xianxia's eyes drooped as if he was thinking about something. Late golden immortal didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. On the same day, Fu Hui hosted a banquet and drank with Xianxia to their heart's content. De Huang Dog continued to stuff himself with food, completely disregarding his image. In the end, all the dishes on the table went into De Huang Dog's mouth. De Huang Dog was very satisfied with the food. That night, Fu Hui prepared an exquisite courtyard for Xianxia. After Fu Hui left, De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask, "Kid, don't tell me you are thinking about the regenerative lotus?" As a shrewd man, De Huang Dog knew Xianxia all too well. Ever since Fu Hui mentioned the regenerative lotus, Xianxia's expression had changed. Others might not notice anything unusual, but De Huang Dog knew that the appearance of the regenerative lotus had moved Xianxia's heart. As a matter of fact, such a treasure was enough to move any cultivator. Even De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel restless. That's right. The regenerative lotus is a peerless divine herb. Now that Ayan has lost an arm, it has to grow back as soon as possible. If it's delayed for too long, it will affect Ayan's cultivation. The regenerative lotus is his only chance. Xianxia spoke solemnly. Both De Huang Dog and Han Yan understood that Xianxia was determined to get his hands on the regenerative lotus. Little Qinzi, don't joke with me. Although it's hard for my arm to grow back temporarily, it's impossible to get the regenerative lotus. With 8 late golden immortal experts guarding it, we won't even have the chance to get close to it. I'm afraid that we will be killed before we reach the heavenly mountain. Han Yan shook his head. He knew his own limits. Although he yearned for the regenerative lotus, it was impossible for him to take it by force. After all, he was the only one who knew how it felt to lose his arm. He would be more than happy to have the chance to recover his arm, but it was impossible for him to take the regenerative lotus by force. Ayan is right. It's undoubtedly a fool's dream to get the regenerative lotus under the protection of 8 late golden immortal experts. De Huang Dog spoke. It was rare for him to dispel Xianxia's enthusiasm, but he really couldn't support him in this matter. No matter how heaven-defying Xianxia's talent was, it was useless in the face of absolute strength. It was impossible to take the regenerative lotus by force. Do you know why I came to One Line Sky this time? Xianxia looked over at De Huang Dog and Han Yan. Previously you mentioned that you want to enter Tianyun Pavilion, but you didn't tell us the real reason. Han Yan said. As a matter of fact, my most important target this time is Tianmiyun, the current sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. You should already know that the old sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, Ouyang He, fell 2 years ago when he was trying to break through to the Immortal King realm. That's why Tianmiyun became the current sect master. As a matter of fact, Ouyang He's death was caused by Tianmiyun. Xianxia no longer concealed anything and told Han Yan and De Huang Dog about Tianmiyun. Damn it. I never thought that Tianmiyun was such a deceiving and ancestral bastard. He even hid the truth from the world. Now the entire One Line Sky has regarded him as a legend. A legend, but it turns out that he's a heartless and unscrupulous person. After listening to Xianxia's words, Han Yan was a little angry. A person like Tianmiyun was indeed a disgrace to the Stone Men. You have promised Ouyang He that you will help him get rid of Tianmiyun. It seems that we still have a long way to go in One Line Sky. But it's more exciting this way. Master Dog likes excitement. Only a strong enemy will have the motivation to move forward. Tianmiyun can only blame his bad luck for becoming your target. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. He had absolute confidence in Xianxia. Although Tianmiyun's current cultivation base was far from Xianxia's, there was nothing that Xianxia couldn't do. Given Xianxia's monstrous cultivation speed, it was only a matter of time before he killed Tianmiyun. Therefore, this regenerative lotus must not fall into the hands of Tianmiyun. Otherwise, that bastard will obtain tremendous benefits. If he becomes a true immortal king, it will be a turbulent time for One Line Sky. Although I don't care about the turbulence in One Line Sky, I can't let Tianmiyun monopolize the entire One Line Sky. Given Tianmiyun's ambition, if he becomes an immortal king, the other 3 major powers won't have a chance to survive. I still need the 3 major powers to restrain Tianmiyun so that I have enough time to grow. Xianxia said. He wanted the regenerative lotus not only for Han Yan, but also because he didn't want Tianmiyun to get it. If Tianmiyun performed outstandingly in the pinnacle battle and obtained the regenerative lotus, the consequences would be unimaginable. What you said does make sense, but the reality is that with our current strength we have no chance of getting the regenerative lotus. De Huang Dog shook his head. Although he was extremely bold and there was nothing in this world that he didn't dare to do, he didn't have the slightest confidence in this matter. If he still insisted on doing it under such circumstances, he would be courting death in vain. De Huang, you should still remember the Zulong Tower, right? Xianxia said with a smile. I do. De Huang Dog nodded. The Zulong Tower is a supreme divine tool, the supreme treasure of the true dragon. Even in the immortal world, it won't be restricted by the laws of the immortal world. I can open it at will. Now the Zulong Tower has already condensed 12 floors. Plus, I've discovered a magical effect of the Zulong Tower. It can block all qi. You should have heard about how Yen and I managed to escape from a late heaven immortal expert. In fact, we didn't run away but hid inside the Zulong Tower. Even a heaven immortal's divine sense couldn't detect any qi from the Zulong Tower. Xianxia said that the reason why he dared to covet the regenerative lotus was because the Zulong Tower was his biggest trump card. Without the Zulong Tower he would be powerless. So powerful, is actually unaffected by the laws of the immortal world. De Huang Dog was stunned. Obviously he didn't think that the Zulong Tower could be so magical. Little Chinzi, the Zulong Tower is indeed magical, but the gap between a late heaven immortal and a late golden immortal is just too huge. If a late heaven immortal expert couldn't sense the existence of the Zulong Tower, it's possible that a golden immortal expert wouldn't be able to sense it either. Chapter 11:21. Both De Huang Dog and Han Yan looked at Xianxia. Han Yan's worry wasn't unreasonable. Although they had escaped from the pursuit of a late heaven immortal expert, the difference between a late heaven immortal expert and a late golden immortal expert was incomparable. The golden immortal had already mastered the profound meaning of Great Luo and cultivated the golden body, surpassing the divine immortal realm. This was the limit of the immortal realm. One more step and one could be called a king, a true immortal king. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth from such an expert was simply courting death. Although the golden body of Great Luo hasn't comprehended the law of space, it's already incomparably terrifying. There are powerful golden immortals who can penetrate the void and break the law of space by force by relying on their golden body. They are simply incomparable to ordinary heaven immortals and divine immortals. So, I don't agree with such a risky approach. De Huang Dog shook his head. This was probably the first time he strongly opposed Jiang Chen to do something. De Huang, you seem to know a lot about golden immortals. Han Yan looked at De Huang Dog in surprise, including Jiang Chen. Although he was an old ancestor of Saint Origin World, he was just a small shrimp in the immortal world. He didn't know anything about the laws, but De Huang Dog knew about the profound meaning of Great Luo and the golden body of Great Luo. This was indeed very surprising. Besides, Jiang Chen still remembered that before he and De Huang Dog separated, it was De Huang Dog who told him about the realms of the immortal world. It was just that he was interrupted by a divine sense attack before he could finish his words. It's just an awakened talent. That's why I know some things about the immortal world. De Huang Dog said casually, but his eyes obviously trembled. This subtle change couldn't be hidden from Jiang Chen. Could it be that this dog has some secret? Jiang Chen was a little doubtful, but he didn't ask further. No matter what secret De Huang Dog had, the brotherhood between them would never change. The ancestral dragon pagoda can be hidden in the void. Divine sense can't touch its existence. Although golden immortals are scary, they haven't comprehended the law of space after all. We still have a chance to fight them. Some things have to be done. Jiang Chen's tone was still firm. If he didn't know about the existence of the regenerative lotus, he wouldn't have such a thought. Or perhaps, Jiang Chen wouldn't take the risk if it wasn't a peerless herb like the regenerative lotus. But now he had no reason. De Huang Dog and Han Yan exchanged a glance and didn't say anything. They knew Jiang Chen's temperament too well. Once Jiang Chen had made up his mind to do something, he would definitely do it. It was useless to stop him, so they might as well support him. Moreover, they also understood that Jiang Chen was never a reckless person. Even if he wasn't 100% confident in doing something, there was still a chance of success. Jiang Chen wouldn't do something that was hopeless. There's no hurry in this matter. The heart of the regenerative lotus will mature in 10 days. I still have 10 days to prepare. Jiang Chen said. What do you want to prepare? Asked De Huang Dog. I need to find a way to upgrade the Zulong Tower by 1 floor. That way I'll have a greater chance of success. Stealing the regenerative lotus this time isn't meaningful for my cultivation base, but upgrading the Zulong Tower is of great significance. The Zulong Tower is the key, said Jiang Chen. He was quite confident in the Zulong Tower, but the Zulong Tower was still immature and only had 12 floors. If he could upgrade the Zulong Tower to 13 or 14 floors within these 10 days, he would have a greater chance of success. That thing of yours is like a leech. Every upgrade requires a huge amount of energy. If you want to upgrade it, you have to leave Cloud Mist City, said De Huang Dog. He knew how terrifying the Zulong Tower was. When it was first formed, it had absorbed the essence and blood of a large number of experts. Moreover, absorbing human essence would cause great trouble to Jiang Chen. During the war with Desolate Palace, Jiang Chen almost fell into the devil path. If it wasn't for old ancestor Green Lotus, he was afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't have become the current Jiang Chen. The immortal world is boundless and incomparably huge. Naturally, demonic beasts would run amok. If we can find a place with a high concentration of demonic beasts, 10 days would be enough to upgrade the Zulong Tower by 1 floor, said Jiang Chen. One Line Sky is so huge. There must be a lot of places with a high concentration of demonic beast. We might not know, but Fu Hui definitely knows. We can ask him, said Han Yan. I will look for Fu Hui tomorrow. We will set off tomorrow morning. 10 days. This is our chance. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He was determined to get the regenerative lotus. Kaka, following you, kid, I can always do some earth-shattering things. De Huang Dog began to get excited. This guy was also a person who craved for the world to be in chaos. Since he had already decided, he would enjoy the process and excitement. De Huang, have you been in One Line Sky ever since you ascended? Asked Jiang Chen. Back then you were attacked inexplicably. The two of us were separated. After I came to One Line Sky, I have been looking for news about you. I didn't expect that your news would pop out by itself. What was that inexplicable attack? It was your first time in the immortal world and there was actually an enemy who wanted to kill you. Asked De Huang Dog. Recalling the inexplicable attack on Jiangchen, he shuddered. It was a miracle that Jiangchen could survive such an attack. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the northern and southern dynasties. Speaking of his mortal enemy, Jiangchen couldn't help but reveal a smile. One was Tianmuyun and the other was the northern and southern dynasties. It seemed like he wouldn't be lonely in the immortal world. Damn it. It's really that bastard. Seems like his true body is in the immortal world. He can accurately find out that you have ascended to the earth immortal realm, and even attack from a distance. Such means must be above the immortal king realm. I'm afraid that only a powerful immortal emperor could do it. This bastard isn't simple in the immortal world. You have to be careful. If he finds you, you will die without any suspense, said De Huang Dog. Big Yellow said. An immortal emperor that surpassed the immortal king realm was the overlord of the immortal world. The northern and southern dynasties are actually so powerful. Han Yan was shocked. The northern and southern dynasties probably didn't want to kill me. They just wanted to injure me, leave a mark in my body and then find me. However, they didn't expect that I have an immortal mark in my body, which covered up his mark. Now that the mark has been refined by me, it's impossible for them to find me. Jiangchen said with a smile. The immortal mark was his other trump card. He didn't know what kind of secret was hidden in the immortal mark, but he was sure that it was extraordinary. If stealing the Zulong Tower of the Regenerative Lotus wasn't safe enough, the immortal mark would be another insurance. The three brothers chatted for a long time that night. When De Huang Dog learned that a day in the immortal world was equivalent to a year in the mortal world, he was shocked, but he also understood why Han Yan could ascend to the immortal world in such a short time to find them. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Tyrant and Little You have already ascended. I hope we can gather together as soon as possible. I seem to have seen the beginning of a new path of hegemony. De Huang Dog's eyes fell on Jiangchen. From the moment Jiangchen stepped into the immortal world, he was destined to walk the path of hegemony, and Jiangchen would be the absolute overlord. Early the next morning, before Jiangchen could go to Fu Hui had already come to him. Today was the birthday of the city lord, and Fu Hui had come to invite Jiangchen. This showed how much he valued Jiangchen. Jiangchen originally intended to leave, but he had forgotten about the birthday of the city lord. Seeing Fu Hui's enthusiasm, he couldn't refuse and could only go to the birthday party. Naturally, the birthday party of the city lord was bustling with noise and excitement, but Jiangchen and Han Yan obviously weren't used to it. On the other hand, De Huang Dog was having a great time, or more accurately, he was having a great time eating and drinking. In the afternoon, after the birthday party ended, Jiangchen found Fu Hui alone and went straight to the point. Brother Fu, there's still half a month before the grand ceremony of the One-Line Mountain. We brothers don't want to be idle, so we want to find a place with a high concentration of demonic beasts to temper ourselves. Does Brother Fu know of any mountain range with demonic beasts? Brother Jiangchen is in such a hurry to leave. Could it be that I didn't take good care of you? Fu Hui was stunned. What are you talking about, Brother Fu? As the saying goes, the path of cultivation is endless. After all, my cultivation is too high now, so I don't want to waste too much time. After a few days of tempering, I will naturally return. At that time, I still want to watch the grand ceremony with Brother Fu, said Jiangchen. Brother Jiang is so talented and yet so hardworking. It really makes me blush with shame. If it wasn't for my father's birthday, I would definitely go with you to temper myself. 10,000 miles northwest of Cloud Mist City, there's a desolate mountain range where demonic beasts roam freely. In the past, many disciples of Tianyun Pavilion would go there to temper themselves. However, Brother Jiang, you have to be careful. The demonic beasts there are extremely ferocious, and there's no lack of heaven immortal level great demons. Fu Hui reminded. Thank you for your advice, Brother Fu. I know what I'm doing. Jiangchen clasped his fists towards Fu Hui. Without any delay, he left the city lord mansion with De Huang Dog and Han Yan, flying towards the desolate mountain range pointed out by Fu Hui. A distance of 10,000 miles. If Jiangchen used the flaming wings to fly, it would be extremely fast. However, he didn't want to be too conspicuous. After all, this was the territory of Tianyun Pavilion. It wouldn't be good to be too ostentatious here. A day later, 2 men and a dog arrived at the edge of the desolate mountain range. As far as the eye could see, this desolate mountain range was boundless, at least 10,000 miles in circumference. Ancient vines were everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong demonic qi. The demonic qi here is so strong. It really is a gathering place for demonic beasts, said Han Yan. There will be many powerful great demons here. We have to be careful and don't get separated, said Jiangchen. These words were especially directed at Han Yan. Han Yan's cultivation was the weakest among them. If they got separated, they might encounter an unsolvable danger at any time. What awaited them would be a real bloody massacre. They had to be careful. Chapter 1122. Brr. In a desolate mountain range, a miserable shriek sounded out. A huge black bear that was dozens of feet in size was sent flying. Its majestic body smashed through dozens of trees, and then it fell heavily to the ground. Its body was covered in blood, and after a casual movement, it was completely lifeless. At this time, a small blood-red tower appeared on the black bear's corpse. In the blink of an eye, all of the black bear's vitality and blood essence were absorbed by the small tower, turning it into a dried corpse. 3 silhouettes appeared. They were Jiangchen and the other 2. Jiangchen waved his hand and the Zulong Tower fell into his hand and merged with his body. They had been in the desolate mountain range for 2 days and had killed a large number of demonic beasts. The weakest among them was an early Earth Immortal expert. Jiangchen didn't even have the interest to kill the weaker ones. The strongest was the black bear in front of them. It had already reached the early Heaven Immortal realm. Jiangchen had to transform into his dragon form and cooperate perfectly with De Huang Dog to kill it. Little Qinzi, how is it going? Asked Han Yan. In these 2 days he had killed a few half-step Earth Immortal demonic beasts. His combat strength had improved a lot. Under the perfect use of Gu Tianma's bloodline, experts who were 1 level higher than him were no match for him. This was the advantage of being a genius. The 13th level of the Zulong Tower has only been condensed a quarter of it. There is still a long way to go before it is completely condensed. The Zulong Tower is a supreme divine tool. The higher the level, the scarier the energy needed to condense it. But we still have plenty of time. We have only reached the periphery of the desolate mountain range. There will be more and more demonic beasts inside and they will become stronger and stronger. Plus, I have gained great benefits in these 2 days. I have condensed some dragon marks and my combat strength has increased, said Jiangchen. Every time the ancestral dragon pagoda absorbed a large amount of essence and blood, it would separate out a small amount of energy for him, benefiting him immensely. In just 2 days he had condensed a total of 10,000 dragon marks, increasing his dragon marks from 320,000. He was only a step away from the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. Only 20,000 dragon marks were left. Dong dong. The earth trembled and a roar shook the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, a black demonic ape that was 30 meters tall appeared not too far away from the 3 of them. This demonic ape's eyes were red and its entire body exuded a brutal aura. Just from its appearance one could tell that it was extremely ferocious. The devil ape was attracted by the commotion and the smell of blood. When it saw Jiangchen and the others, it sneered and licked its lips with its dark red tongue. It's been a long time since I've eaten a human. The devil ape spoke in the human language and stared unblinkingly at Jiangchen and the others. In the devil ape's eyes, the 3 of them were already his. An early Earth Immortal devil ape dares to show off in front of Master Dog? See how Master Dog will tear him apart. De Huang Dog sneered and was about to attack. Let me. Han Yan said, stopping De Huang. Brat, you are only a late human immortal. At most you can kill half-step Earth Immortal demonic beast. This devil ape is an early Earth Immortal expert which is 2 levels higher than you. Don't try to show off. De Huang Dog said. We can let Ayen have a try. If it's an ordinary early Earth Immortal demonic beast, Ayen is certainly no match for it, but this devil ape has an extremely strong demonic nature. Ayen has the most complete Gu Tianmal bloodline, which is the bloodline with the highest demonic nature. When the devil ape fights with Ayen, its bloodline will be greatly suppressed. Therefore, even if this devil ape is only an early Earth Immortal expert, Ayen still has a chance. Jiangchen said. He agreed to let Han Yan fight. Han Yen was a man who had been through hundreds of battles. He wasn't a flower in a greenhouse. Furthermore, to Han Yen, this devil ape was far from being invincible. Although Han Yen had lost an arm, it didn't hinder his growth. Adventuring itself was a process of growth. Fighting with high-level demonic beasts was the true meaning of this adventuring. Han Yen took a step forward and stood in front of the devil ape. His white hair danced in the wind and his eyes sparkled. A monstrous combat intent burst out from his body. The combat intent was like an invisible blade, cutting down the surrounding trees, turning the area into an empty space. Jie, a puny human immortal dares to fight with me? You are simply overestimating yourself. In that case, I will eat you first. The devil ape looked at Han Yen contemptuously. A mere human immortal was nothing in its eyes. With such cultivation base, it could easily eat him up. Humph, really? Or devil? Han Yen coldly snorted. Immediately after, he let out an explosive roar. A boundless demonic wave rushed out from his body. His body started to change. In the blink of an eye, his body doubled in size. His pupils turned completely black, like a black abyss, unable to see anything. That was the true devil nature. I didn't expect this kid to have formed the war devil body. Incredible. No wonder he is so confident. Looking at Han Yan's transformation, De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel surprised. The worries he had disappeared as well. Gu Tianma originally had the war devil body. It's just that Yen hasn't formed it yet. I think Yen must have formed the war devil body before ascending to the immortal world. Now I have more confidence in dealing with the devil ape. Xianxia said with a relaxed face. His confidence in Han Yen had never weakened. He knew very well how strong Gu Tianma's bloodline was. Han Yan's future achievements were destined to be limitless. The smile on the demonic ape's face froze when it saw the change in Han Yen, especially when it sensed the ancient demonic aura emanating from Han Yan's body, which suppressed the demonic aura in its body. In other words, in front of Han Yen, it had an urge to worship the ancient and pure devil nature. Under such circumstances, the devil ape couldn't unleash its full strength. The aura of the ancient heavenly devil bloodline. Damn it. How could this kid have this bloodline? The devil ape cursed. But in the next moment, its expression was replaced by excitement. This is my fortune. As long as I devour this human brat, I will be able to obtain Gu Tianma's bloodline. If Gu Tianma's bloodline fuses with mine, my cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. With the purest devil nature, my future achievements will be limitless. Ah, the heavens are really looking after me. Brat die. The devil ape laughed loudly. Suddenly, it raised its huge palm and slammed it down on Han Yen. Sky Devil Blade. Han Yan's momentum didn't lose to the devil ape at all. He swung his single arm and slashed out a shocking devil blade. The black devil blade turned into the sharpest weapon in the heaven and earth, slashing down on the devil ape's palm. Han Yen knew the difference in cultivation base between him and the devil ape. Therefore he exerted his full strength and displayed the war devil body. Even with the suppression of the devil nature, Han Yen didn't dare to be careless. The difference in cultivation base was the hardest to make up for. Chapter 1123. Tila. Han Yan's devil blade landed squarely on the palm of the devilish ape, creating a large amount of sparks, but these sparks were nothing. Han Yan's sky devil blade was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. It was an indestructible blade. Not only did it cut off the energy that the devilish ape sent out, it also left a deep wound on the ape's palm, causing blood to flow out. Damn it! How dare you injure me? The devilish ape turned pale with fright. It was an early Earth immortal expert, but now it was injured by a late human immortal human. How could it accept such an outcome? It couldn't wait to eat Han Yen alive, but it was a pity that Han Yan's devil chi had greatly suppressed it. Under such suppression, it couldn't fully exert its abilities. It could only vent its grievance by roaring. It wasn't easy for Han Yen to face the devilish ape head-on. Although he managed to injure the ape, he was forced back dozens of meters before he could regain his balance. Again. Han Yen leaped up again, leaping up dozens of meters into the air, above the head of the devilish ape. 9 layers of devil waves, each layer is a devil barrier. Han Yan unleashed the power of Gu Tianma's bloodline to the extreme. Only the ultimate Gu Tianma's bloodline could suppress and restrain the devilish ape to the greatest extent. Only in this way could he close the gap between them and make up for the gap in their cultivation base. Hong Long. Suddenly, the demonic waves were like the real waves of the sea. There were black demonic clouds everywhere, and each wave was higher than the previous one. The rumbling sound was endless, like the thunder of a few days. Every demonic wave turned into an illusory demonic dragon, and directly rushed towards the demonic ape from 9 different directions. This kind of momentum was really too mighty, as if millions of demonic armies were descending from the sky, and it was frightening. Han Yan had already used his strongest combat skill and the war devil physique. No matter how strong the devilish ape was, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. The devilish ape was enraged. It tried to counterattack, but its devil chi was suppressed to a great extent. Due to its innate fear of a king, it couldn't exert its combat strength. Even after exerting all of its strength, it still couldn't withstand Han Yan's 9 layers of devil waves. The 9 layers of devil waves were enough to destroy all enemies. Rumble. The violent battle continued without end. Some of the weaker demonic beasts in the surroundings felt such a powerful aura and immediately scattered in all directions in fear of being caught in the crossfire. When the devil wave disappeared, Han Yan returned to his original position. When he looked at the devil ape in front of him, he saw that it was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, the devil ape did not have the slightest bit of arrogance from before. Its body was covered with wounds and blood, and its majestic body was trembling. It seemed like an arrow at the end of its flight. The war devil physique was too powerful. Han Yan used the war devil physique to display the 9 layers of devil waves. It was the same as Zhou Xian using the true dragon transformation. Of course, although the war devil physique was powerful, it couldn't be compared to Zhou Xian's dragon transformation. The demonic ape cast a reluctant glance at Han Yan, then turned around and fled. The demonic ape wasn't a fool. Being able to cultivate to the earth immortal realm, it was a shrewd existence. Although it wanted to catch up to Han Yan and obtain the bloodline of the ancient divine devil, it knew that it wasn't a match for this little devil king in front of it. If it didn't flee now, it was afraid that it wouldn't be able to escape. In the end, it might even lose its life here, which would be a great loss. Still want to run? Seeing that the devil ape was about to run away, Han Yan's lips curled into a sneer. If the devil ape ran away from the beginning, Han Yan definitely wouldn't be able to catch up with it. However, with the devil ape's current state, it would be too humiliating for it to run away from Han Yan. Whoosh! Han Yan leaped up again. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he caught up with the devil ape in the blink of an eye. A gloomy devil saber appeared in his hand out of nowhere and he slashed at the devil ape's head. Arg! The devil ape let out a blood-curdling scream. Its huge head was split in half by Han Yan and it died on the spot. Its majestic body fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. Han Yan made a grabbing motion with his hand and pulled out the demon spirit of the demonic ape from its shattered head. Good lad, you're really powerful. Da Huang Dog came to Han Yan's side and praised him generously. Ah Yan, this devil ape's demon soul is very beneficial to you. Hurry up and refine it. You'll have no problem advancing to the half-step earth immortal realm. Jiang Chen reminded Han Yan hastily. At the same time he took out the Zulong Tower and absorbed the devil ape's body. All right. Han Yan nodded and began to refine the devil ape's demon soul. If it was an ordinary demonic beast's demon soul, he wouldn't be able to refine it in such a straightforward manner, but the devil ape's demon soul was different. It contained a large amount of demonic essence that had the same attribute as Han Yan. An hour later, a powerful qi burst out from Han Yan's body. After refining the devil ape's demon soul, just as Jiang Chen had expected, Han Yan's cultivation base had advanced once again, advancing to the half-step earth immortal realm. Ah Yan, congratulations on advancing again. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Given my current combat strength, I can easily kill the devil ape even without using the combat devil physique. Han Yan became spirited and said confidently. He was quite satisfied with his continuous growth. The only thing he lacked was his broken arm. The thought of how Jiang Chen was willing to go after the regenerative lotus in order to regrow his arm, Han Yan's heart was filled with endless gratitude. However, he wouldn't say it out loud. There wasn't a need for too many words between him and Jiang Chen. Everything was in their hearts. If he and Jiang Chen were in each other's shoes, he would definitely do the same as Jiang Chen. Even if there was only a slight chance, he would still risk his life for his brother. In the following days, 2 men and a dog continued to fight against demonic beasts as they ventured deeper into the desolate mountain range. During this period of training, they had all obtained the benefits that they wanted. Han Yan's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step Earth Immortal Realm, only a step away from the early Earth Immortal Realm. The Huang dog had advanced to the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. Even Jiang Chen and Han Yan were left speechless by this dog's miraculous ability. Of course, the one who benefited the most was Jiang Chen. The 13th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be condensed. Jiang Chen had also gained tremendous benefits from the Zulong Tower. In these few days he had condensed another 20,000 dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his body to 350,000. His cultivation base had also advanced to the intermediate Earth Immortal Realm. Very good. My current cultivation base has reached the intermediate Earth Immortal Realm and my combat strength has increased by a large margin. Calculating the time that we've been out, the regenerative lotus will be fully matured tomorrow and the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed soon. Chapter 11:24. There was only 1 day left before the regenerative lotus matured, but Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He only needed to get his hands on the regenerative lotus before the grand ceremony, so he still had plenty of time to prepare. Furthermore, the 4 major powers would be on high alert during these 2 days when the regenerative lotus had just ripened. The 8 late golden immortal experts would put all their attention on the regenerative lotus, which wouldn't be advantageous to him. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen and the others had already reached the center of the desolate mountain. This place was already very dangerous compared to the outer region of the desolate mountain. Ordinary intermediate heaven immortal experts wouldn't dare to step into this place, because there were late heaven immortal demonic devils guarding this place. Once they were angered, death would be certain. In front of them was a desert. It wasn't very big, only 100 miles in circumference. The desert was calm and tranquil. Apart from the yellow sand there was nothing else, but Jiang Chen and the others could smell the scent of danger. It was the smell of blood. Huge skeletons and some human skeletons were scattered all over the place. It was obvious that under the tranquility of the desert, there was a great danger. These skeletons were enough to prove that there were often fierce battles in this desert. The law of the immortal world was cruel, especially the demonic beasts. A desolate mountain range was a world. The law here was even crueler. The law here was the law of the jungle. Be careful. This desert isn't as peaceful as it looks. Jiang Chen reminded them and strode into the desert. So, just as Jiang Chen and the others entered the desert, they heard a rustling sound coming from the ground. The sound sounded like it came from hell. It was incomparably unpleasant. When it reached the ears of those who heard it, they would feel nauseous and extremely uncomfortable. Long. The earth began to tremble violently. The yellow sand on the surface rose and fell. No one knew what kind of powerful monster was hiding underneath. It looked like an earth dragon. Roar. After that, an unpleasant roar resounded from beneath the ground, and then a monster that was the color of yellow sand charged out. Even though this monster was extremely swift, Jiang Chen was still able to see it clearly. It was an enormous scorpion that was covered in spikes, and its yellow skin emanated rays of dark light. This yellow scorpion had a clear target, and it opened its huge mouth as soon as it appeared and bit towards Jiang Chen's group. Jiang Chen unleashed the true dragon grand palm, enveloping yellow scorpion and heavily slamming him into the ground, turning him into dust. Countless amounts of black liquid flowed out of the yellow scorpion's body, making sizzling sounds. When the black liquid came into contact with the yellow sand, white smoke rose up. Some of the black liquid came into contact with Jiang Chen's hand and it sizzled. It seemed like the liquid was going to corrode Jiang Chen's entire hand. What a strong poison. Jiang Chen was slightly shocked, but he didn't take it to heart. He was immune to hundreds of poisons, so these poisons were nothing to him. He could dissolve them in an instant. It's actually scorpion. Han Yan's expression slightly changed. This is the yellow poisonous scorpion. It lives in harsh deserts and is known as the king of the desert. In addition to being good at camouflage, they are also good at sneak attacks. What's truly terrifying is the intense poison they carry. The poison of the yellow poisonous scorpion is different from ordinary poisons. Ordinary poisons can be identified with a single glance, but the yellow poisonous scorpion has the camouflage of its skin, so it's very difficult to tell that it carries a deadly poison. After De Huang Dog and Han Yan entered the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin was the only one left in the desert. He stood in the middle of the densely packed scorpions' encirclement. His black hair fluttered in the wind, but there wasn't the slightest hint of fear on his face. Instead, he looked very relaxed. Roar! When these yellow poisonous scorpions saw a man and a dog suddenly vanishing into thin air, they roared and lunged at Jiang Qin as if they had gone mad. Eternal immortal wind! Jiang Qin shouted, and a powerful eternal immortal wind was about to blast out from his body. However, the instant the eternal immortal wind was about to blast out, Jiang Qin forcefully retracted it. Damn it! I almost made a huge mistake. Jiang Qin secretly broke out in cold sweat. Just now he only wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Therefore, using the eternal immortal wind, which was a large-scale and extremely destructive combat technique, was the best way to deal with these scorpions. A gust of eternal immortal wind was enough to blow all the scorpions to death. However, Jiang Qin had neglected the fact that this eternal immortal wind wasn't his own skill. It was obtained from the northern and southern dynasties. This was a skill that belonged exclusively to the northern and southern dynasties. Currently, the true bodies of the northern and southern dynasties were searching for him everywhere. It wasn't easy for him to remove the imprint left in his body by them. If he used the eternal immortal wind now, it was very likely that he would be sensed by the northern and southern dynasties. According to De Huang Dog, there was a high possibility that the northern and southern dynasties had powerful immortal emperors. A powerful immortal emperor would possess unfathomable means and power. He was afraid that the moment he used the eternal immortal wind, he would be sensed by the northern and southern dynasties. Given his current cultivation base, if he fell into the hands of the northern and southern dynasties, the consequences would be imaginable. Fortunately, Jiang Qin thought of this at the critical moment, and retracted the eternal immortal wind as fast as he could. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It seemed like before he had absolute confidence in dealing with the northern and southern dynasties, he wouldn't be able to use the eternal immortal wind. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. However, Jiang Qin had plenty of means to deal with these yellow venomous scorpions. The instant the eternal immortal wind was retracted, Jiang Qin cast out an even more ferocious 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Dragons of different colors whizzed out, carrying earth-shattering killing intent, rushing towards the yellow venomous scorpions from all directions. Hong Long. Arg. The deafening shockwaves of the battle were accompanied by the miserable shrieks of the yellow venomous scorpions. Under the impact of the 5 elemental barbaric dragons, a large number of yellow venomous scorpions were killed. Some of them were directly crushed into powder. Their essence and blood were absorbed by the Zulong Tower on the spot. Many of the yellow venomous scorpions who died tragically released their own venom before they died, trying to cause great harm to Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, the venom had no effect on Jiang Qin at all. The entire desert fell into a frenzy. Yellow sand and blood mixed together. This was the most primitive and most ferocious massacre. In just 1 minute, all the yellow venomous scorpions below the Heaven Immortal realm had been wiped out by Jiang Qin. The few Heaven Immortal yellow venomous scorpions had yet to make their move. They hovered in midair, their eyes filled with shock. Looking at the tragic scene below and the massacre of their people, a monstrous rage suddenly burst out from their bodies. Chapter 11:25. The few Heaven Immortal yellow scorpions were infuriated. They locked onto Jiang Qin's chi, opened their huge mouths and shot out several black poisonous arrows at the same time. These poisonous arrows were completely condensed from the venom of the yellow scorpions. Apart from being very toxic, they also had a very strong lethality. However, all of this was still useless against Jiang Qin. With a swish, the flaming wings appeared. Jiang Qin soared into the sky and appeared in the sky in an instant. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand. He didn't even need to use his dragon form to deal with these early Heaven Immortal scorpions. Previously, Xianxia was only an early Earth Immortal expert. He needed to use his dragon form to deal with early Heaven Immortal experts. Now that he was an intermediate Earth Immortal expert, he didn't even need to use his dragon form to deal with early World Immortal experts. Moreover, these scorpions' venom was useless against Xianxia, losing their biggest advantage. Therefore, to Xianxia, these scorpions weren't as threatening as ordinary early Heaven Immortal experts. Voila! Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. The Heavenly Saint Sword carried the fusion of the true Thunder Fire and the true Dragon Fire, slashing towards one of the scorpions. Venomous creatures like the yellow scorpion originally belonged to the dark attribute. Xianxia's flame had a great restraining effect on them. Plang! The Heavenly Saint Sword slashed on the body of the yellow scorpion. A large amount of blood splattered. The yellow scorpion let out a miserable shriek and flew backwards. How could Xianxia give it a chance? With a casual flap of the flaming wings, he immediately turned into a stream of light and chased after it. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with the yellow scorpion. The process was so fast that the remaining scorpions didn't even have the chance to react, let alone help. By the time they reacted, their companion had already died tragically in the hands of Xianxia. Even their corpses had been devoured and refined by Xianxia. Brr! The scorpions roared angrily towards the sky. Their skin began to change from yellow to black. This was their original appearance. At this time there was no longer any need to hide. The scorpions attacked from all directions at the same time. Countless poisonous blades shot out from their bodies. Wherever they passed, the void would sizzle, seemingly corroding the air. As a matter of fact, these yellow poisonous scorpions were very depressed. They were very confident in their poison. They really couldn't figure out how Xianxia was able to remain unscathed under such a deadly poison. Could it be that there was really a man who was immune to poison in this world? Inside the ancestral dragon pagoda, Han Yen and Big Yellow were watching the battle outside, which made Han Yen click his tongue in wonder. Little Chin is really scary. This kind of immunity is really enviable. I'm afraid those yellow poisonous scorpions are going to be pissed to death by now. I'm really envious of those scorpions. I'm afraid those scorpions are going to be pissed to death. Han Yen said with a smile. Seeing how tenacious these scorpions were, Xianxia's fighting spirit was aroused. He immediately put away the Heavenly Saint Sword. His robe fluttered and a golden whirlpool appeared under his feet. It carried a trace of profound meaning. It was the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Currently, Xianxia had obtained 3 types of True Dragon combat skills: the True Dragon Palm, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, and the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Each of these skills possessed incredible destructive power. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal could be used to attack groups of people, but when it came to concentrated attacks, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was the most destructive. Bang! All the power was concentrated at one point. Xianxia's big foot stepped on the head of one of the scorpions. Under the situation where the venom had no effect, the scorpion couldn't stop Xianxia's strength at all. Its hard head was like soft tofu as it was crushed by Xianxia's foot. Xianxia grabbed the scorpion's body and sent it into the Zulong Tower to be refined. After killing 2 scorpions in a row, the remaining 3 scorpions began to panic. They were not fools. They all had very high intelligence. They knew that they were no match for the human in front of them. Immediately, their bodies flashed and they began to drill into the sand below. Still want to run? Xianxia sneered. The 5 element sphere spread out and enveloped all 3 scorpions. Then the Azure Dragon's 5 steps stepped on them again. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds were heard. 2 more scorpions were trampled to death by Xianxia and turned into a mist of blood. They shouldn't be so weak, but they were really shocked by Xianxia's ferocity. In addition, they didn't escape. They panicked and didn't have the slightest strength to resist. There was only 1 scorpion left. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't let it go. Seeing Xianxia's big foot stepping on it again, the scorpion hurriedly made an ear-piercing cry towards the ground. This cry made Xianxia frown. Although he didn't understand the meaning of this cry, he knew that it was summoning its kind. It seemed that there were more powerful yellow scorpions under the desert. But he couldn't care less about it now. The one in front of him must be killed. After easily killing the last yellow scorpion, the Zulong Tower finally began to transform. The 13th floor of the Zulong Tower emitted a scarlet radiance and was completely revealed. The tower was covered with ancient and complicated patterns. The aura of the ancestral dragon was getting stronger and stronger. Every floor of the ancient tower was the most difficult to condense. Therefore, the 13th floor of the ancient tower absorbed a large number of yellow scorpions in order to condense. Good, the 13th floor is completely condensed. After all, the Zulong Tower was the key to stealing the regenerative lotus. The stronger the Zulong Tower was, the higher their chances of success would be. Boom. Before Xianxia had the time to feel happy, another heavy sound was heard from the bottom of the desert. After that, the ground at the center of the desert suddenly collapsed. A monstrous demonic energy rushed up, bringing with it a pungent smell that made people want to vomit. Brr. A muffled and hoarse roar was heard. An enormous yellow scorpion flew out. It was twice the size of the early heaven immortal scorpion. Its whole body was emitting poisonous qi. An intermediate heaven immortal yellow scorpion. It seems like it's the true king of this desert. Xianxia was shocked, but he wasn't afraid. After all, this yellow scorpion wasn't a late heaven immortal expert. As long as he used his dragon form, he would be able to deal with it. What a disgusting big fellow. Han Yen frowned. After the poisonous Scorpion King appeared, it immediately noticed the situation here. Seeing the piles of dried corpses below and its own kind that had been slaughtered in the desert, the poisonous Scorpion King could no longer restrain its anger. Zhoush. Venomous Scorpion King's eyes fell upon Xianxia, filled with endless killing intent. Damned human. How dare you kill my people while I'm asleep? This is unforgivable. I'm going to send you to hell. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 1126. The poisonous Scorpion King couldn't help but be angry. With its cultivation, it could dominate a region and no one in the entire desolate mountain range dared to provoke it. This could be seen from the fact that no other demonic beasts dared to approach the desert after fighting for such a long time. For other demonic beasts, this was almost a forbidden area. No one dared to meddle in Yellow Scorpion's business. Even if the sky was broken, no demonic beasts would appear. If they were caught in the crossfire, it would not be a joke. You're just a little scorpion. How dare you call yourself a king? Ridiculous. Xianxia ridiculed. He didn't put the Scorpion King in his eyes at all. In his point of view, the Scorpion King would die in the end and become the nourishment for his Zulong Tower. After refining so many scorpions, not only did the Zulong Tower successfully condense the 13th level, he had also gained the corresponding benefits of condensing another 5,000 dragon marks. Courting death. The Scorpion King was infuriated. It swung its thick tail, stirring up endless waves of sand, and lashed at Xianxia. The Scorpion King's tail was full of sharp thorns. In a blink of an eye, it had reached Xianxia. No one knew how much power was contained in this attack. That was the wind of extreme poison. Once touched by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dragon transformation. Xianxia bellowed. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of a mid-heaven immortal poisonous Scorpion King. Immediately he transformed into his dragon form. Given his current cultivation base, he could only fight a mid-heaven immortal expert in this form. Pong. Powerful energy waves surged out of Xianxia's body, turning into boundless waves. Dragon chi pervaded the air. In this state, Xianxia's ferocious was no longer enough to describe him. But Xianxia struck out a huge blood-red dragon claw and grabbed the Scorpion King's giant tail. What? The Scorpion King turned pale with fright. It was completely shocked by Xianxia's transformation skill. It could feel that after the human in front of it transformed, his combat power had instantly increased by a lot, but what really shocked it was its attack just now. This tail was a furious strike from the Scorpion King, and it was the concentration of almost all the strength in his body. In his opinion, this strike was enough to turn Xianxia into a meat patty. However, he did not expect that the power of this giant tail not only failed to send Xianxia flying, but also did not even shake his body. Instead, he was tightly gripped by his opponent's dragon claws, unable to break free for a while. For the Scorpion King, this could be said to be a great blow. World-devouring poison. The Scorpion King was extremely ferocious. The giant tail that was gripped by Xianxia suddenly changed. Poisonous needles shot out from the tail. In his opinion, these poisonous needles were the essence of his venom. No one would dare to hold his tail like this. Anyone who came into close contact with him would be a fool, and the end would be extremely tragic. However, what happened next made the Scorpion King spurt out blood. He was horrified to find that after his poisonous needles pierced into Jiang Chen's palm, Jiang Chen did not have any reaction at all. The poison that could make countless cultivators tremble in fear couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen at all. How is this possible? The Scorpion King was completely shocked. To him, this was simply an unprecedented scene. This human young man in front of him was too evil, and had left an indelible shadow in his heart. "Ha, come down here." Jiang Chen laughed loudly. This kind of battle was really satisfying. The dragon marks in his chi rippled and all the power was poured into his arm. That was a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The Scorpion King could not resist it at all. Its huge body was dragged down from the sky by Jiang Chen, and smashed heavily onto the ground. Rumble! A huge pit was smashed into the desert. Yellow sand flew everywhere and the air waves were everywhere. There was also the blood that was spurting out from the Scorpion King's body. It had to be said that Jiang Chen had thrown the Scorpion King quite hard. He was really confused and miserable. Ouch, that's a bad fall. Inside the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog was shaking his head, enjoying the scene. Little Chenzi is so fierce. Han Yan also shook his head and sighed. It was a miracle for a heaven-defying existence like Jiang Chen to appear in this world. A man like this would never be ordinary no matter where he went. Back then Han Yan and Jiang Chen started from the Black Sect, and as they grew they finally overturned the rules of the entire Saint Origin realm and established the true martial Saint dynasty. Although Jiang Chen had just arrived in the immortal world and his cultivation base was still weak, no one could guarantee what his future would be like. Han Yan believed that sooner or later, the rules of the immortal world would be trampled under Jiang Chen's feet. Dong dong dong, Jiang Chen was as ferocious as an ancient beast. The Scorpion King had lost the initiative and was now completely under his control. In Jiang Chen's hands the Scorpion King was smashed dozens of times and in the end, its tail was torn off. During this process, the poisonous Scorpion King didn't give up on resisting, especially using the venom that it was so proud of to attack Jiang Chen. However, the venom that had always been effective against Jiang Chen had completely lost its effect today. It couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen at all. This was the end of the poisonous Scorpion King. Besides, after being completely controlled by Jiang Chen, the Scorpion King didn't even have the chance to escape. It wanted to drill into the ground and escape, but it couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's palm. In the end, the Scorpion King was smashed to death, lying motionless on the ground with blood all over its body. Jiang Chen returned to his original appearance, walked towards the Scorpion King and killed it effortlessly. Big Yellow and Han Yan clearly saw that the Scorpion King did not even close its eyes before it died. It was so sad that it died with everlasting regret. As the first Scorpion King in history to be killed by a fall, it would not have the face to meet its ancestor's spirit in the netherworld. The chi and blood essence of an intermediate heaven immortal Scorpion King was incomparably huge. Naturally, it would be very effective in condensing the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Now that the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower had been condensed, he would continue to advance towards the 14th floor. The higher the floor of the Zulong Tower, the more advantageous it would be for Jiang Chen, and the higher the success rate of stealing the regenerative lotus. Little Chenzi, now that your cultivation base has advanced to the intermediate earth immortal realm and the 13th floor of the Zulong Tower has been condensed, I think it's about time for us to return. De Huang Dog said. All right. We have now reached the heart of the mountain range. There are already powerful intermediate heaven immortal demonic beasts. If we encounter a late heaven immortal demonic beast, it will be very troublesome. The regenerative lotus will mature tomorrow. It will take us at least 2 days to reach the heavenly mountain from here. Chapter 11:27. After locking on the direction of Heavenly Mountain, 2 men and a dog set off immediately. But not long after they set off, they were once again shrouded by a monstrous demonic chi. It wasn't just demonic chi but also devil chi, a powerful demonic chi. That was the devil of demonic beasts, an existence that was more terrifying and ferocious than demonic beasts. Not good. A powerful demonic devil has appeared. It has locked onto us. De Huang Dog's facial expression changed slightly. It's a late heaven immortal demonic devil. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Dong. Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, a black beam shot down from the sky and landed 30 meters in front of Jiang Chen and the group. It was a huge bull with a human body and a bull's head. It was over 3 meters tall and its body was covered with solid muscles. It looked majestic and strong. The barbaric bull had black scales on its body and its whole body was shrouded in a steaming devil flame. This is a late heaven immortal heaven devil barbaric bull. It's an incomparably powerful demonic devil with monstrous demonic nature and bloodthirsty nature. Any human cultivator or demonic beast of the same level would surely die if they were to fight it. This heavenly devil barbaric bull is warlike and ferocious by nature. Ordinary half-step divine immortals wouldn't dare to provoke it. Damn it. I can't believe we bumped into it. We're really unlucky, said De Huang Dog gloomily. Not necessarily. It should be our good luck. If I'm not mistaken, this barbaric bull should be the true king of this region, said Jiang Chen. After sensing the characteristics of the heavenly devil barbaric bull, not only did he not feel nervous, but his eyes were filled with excitement. Brat, where did your confidence come from? I think we still have a chance if we run away now. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. A late heaven immortal barbaric bull's combat strength was comparable to an ordinary half-step divine immortal. It was really unfortunate for him to encounter such a powerful and ferocious demonic devil. How could Jiang Chen say that he was lucky? He was a typical sick man, a very sick one. What do you know? I once comprehended the edifying light together with Tyrant. It's the nemesis of this kind of demon. Now that I've just arrived at the one-line sky, I'm still unable to establish myself. This is the time when I need a trump card. If I can edify this barbaric bull, it will be a powerful trump card for a short period of time. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was what he truly wanted. A powerful heavenly devil barbaric bull would definitely be a great help. By the way, how could I have forgotten about this technique of yours? This barbaric bull isn't easy to deal with. Even the two of us together aren't a match for it. I'm afraid that edifying it won't be an easy task. De Huang Dog's eyes sparkled. If Jiang Chen really edified this barbaric bull, the benefits would be boundless, but it was destined to be an extremely difficult task. Given their current cultivation base, it was imaginable how dangerous it would be to edify a powerful heavenly devil barbaric bull. How will you know if you don't try? De Huang, let's join hands. My flame can suppress its demonic nature and I will use the edifying light to interfere with it. You don't need to hold back anymore. Give it your all. We must take down this barbaric bull today. This desolate mountain range has a circumference of 10,000 miles. I guess there must be more than one late heaven immortal demonic beast here. After subduing this barbaric bull, we will let it lead us to kill the other great demons. Perhaps we can condense the 14th floor of the Zulong Tower. At that time we will have a greater chance of obtaining the regenerative lotus, said Jiang Chen. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Big Yellow and Han Yen couldn't help but roll their eyes. Jiang Chen was the real shrewd one. He was able to see everything from a single point. It turned out that the heavenly devil barbaric bull had a greater use after being subdued. This was the so-called wise man. He would always be able to see things further and wider than others. That was why Jiang Chen was the one who succeeded. All right. Master Dog will also go all out today. I will let this stupid bull witness my power. De Huang Dog shook his head. He was ready to fight. Plus, this wasn't the first time that he and Jiang Chen fought side by side. Their teamwork had reached a perfect level. I'd better enter the Zulong Tower to rest. Han Yen shrugged helplessly. He walked into the Zulong Tower again. In a battle like this he really couldn't help at all. Although Gu Tianma's bloodline could suppress the heavenly devil barbaric bull's bloodline, under the unbridgeable gap in cultivation base, all the suppression was futile. The heavenly devil barbaric bull could easily kill Han Yen with a single breath. On the opposite side, the heavenly devil barbaric bull's eyes were like torches. Its cold gaze fell on Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, then it said, "A damned human and a stupid dog, how dare you slaughter in my territory? You're not putting me in your eyes at all. Courting death. Stupid bull, how dare you scold Master Dog? Do you believe that Master Dog won't pull out your horns and pull out your tendons? Hearing the heavenly devil barbaric bull calling him a stupid dog, De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. How astute was he? Could there be another dog more astute than him in this world? How dare this damn bull be so disrespectful to him? This was an unforgivable crime that deserved 10,000 deaths. You two idiots, get your ass over here and kowtow to me as an apology. If you do that, I might be merciful enough to spare your lives and give you a chance to be my slaves. Idiots, hurry up and cherish this opportunity. The heavenly devil barbaric bull harumphed coldly, then spoke in a lofty and inviolable tone. For God's sake, this damn bull is even more arrogant and despotic than Master Dog. De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. A pair of light wings emerged on his back, and his majestic body turned into a beam of golden light, charging toward the heavenly devil barbaric bull. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. Holding the heavenly saint sword in his hand, he transformed into his dragon form and attacked the heavenly devil barbaric bull from another direction. Two idiots who don't know death. Looks like I'm going to cook you and eat you. When the heavenly devil barbaric bull saw Xianxia and De Huang Dog taking the initiative to attack it, it immediately snorted disdainfully. The bull stood there motionlessly, slapping at De Huang Dog and Xianxia with both of its hands. Before Xianxia and De Huang Dog could get close, they could already feel the enormous power coming from the bull's palms. The pressure was like a mountain suffocating them. Motherfucker, this damn bull is really scary. De Huang Dog cursed. Crackling lightning bolts appeared above his head. Facing the powerful heavenly devil barbaric bull, De Huang Dog had no choice but to put away his joking attitude and display his most powerful innate ability. A third dragon horn appeared between De Huang Dog's eyebrows. Electric sparks flickered, and in the next second, a dazzling beam of light blasted out, carrying a terrifying destructive force. Hong Long. Chapter 1128. De Huang Dog's innate ability could be said to be a secret weapon. It was not a problem for him to kill an opponent 2 levels higher than him. However, using this skill consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, De Huang Dog's cultivation base was much stronger than before. If it was before, he would have collapsed from exhaustion after using this skill. However, no matter how powerful De Huang Dog's innate ability was, the heavenly demonic barbaric bull was even more terrifying. The difference in strength between the two sides was not on the same level. Under this collision, De Huang Dog's huge body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Cough. De Huang Dog was shocked and coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not panic because such an ending was actually within his expectation. He knew his position very well. The main purpose of his attack was to restrain the heavenly demonic barbaric bull. That was all. As for the rest, he still had to rely on Xianxia. On the other side, Xianxia's heavenly saint sword turned into a real dragon and roared. The tip of the sword flickered with mysterious vortexes. Those were sword chi vortexes, the true essence of a sword skill. Xianxia's sword skill was simple and direct, but it was also extremely violent. Its lethality was many times stronger than some fancy sword skills. Moreover, the heavenly saint sword carried endless raging flames. It was the fusion of the true dragon fire and the true thunder fire. Coupled with the dragon transformation skill that Xianxia cultivated, all of them had a great restraining effect on the heavenly demonic barbaric bull's attributes. In this way, it could at least weaken the heavenly demonic barbaric bull's combat strength. Bang! The long sword collided with the heavenly demonic barbaric bull's palm, producing a large amount of sparks. The power of the heavenly demonic barbaric bull was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Xianxia felt as if a vast ocean was pressing down on him. Even though he was in his dragon transformation state, he could not withstand it and was pushed back by the energy wave. What? Although Xianxia was repelled, the heavenly demonic barbaric bull was shocked to the extreme. It raised its palm, which was dripping with blood. There was a wound on the spot where it collided with Xianxia's long sword. I was actually wounded by a puny human? How is this possible? Also, what kind of cultivation technique does this bastard cultivate? It actually has such a great restraining effect on me. And that flame, it's practically this king's nemesis. Under this kind of suppression, It's very difficult for me to unleash my full strength. How frustrating. The heavenly devil barbaric bull bellowed in anger. He didn't put this human and dog in his eyes at first, but now it seemed that he had indeed underestimated them. Putting aside the fact that this human brat was so powerful and could restrain him, even that dog was incomparably mystical. It was a miracle that a mere half-step heaven immortal brat could come out unscathed in a head-on confrontation with him. Tempest of Swords. Immediately after that, Xianxia unleashed another powerful attack. The heavenly saint sword in his hand seemed to have come to life. Boundless sword chi rained down on the heavenly demonic barbaric bull like a storm. At the same time, Xianxia unleashed his flaming wings, turning into phantoms, circling around the heavenly demonic bull and unleashing powerful attacks. On the other side, De Huang Dog had also unleashed his wings of light. His speed had also reached the extreme. For a moment the heavenly demonic bull was dazzled by his attacks. Too bad the heavenly demonic bull wasn't that easy to deal with. Despite the combined attacks of Xianxia and De Huang Dog, they still couldn't cause any damage to the heavenly demonic bull. It could easily deal with them. But very quickly the heavenly demonic bull was infuriated. It raised its head and bellowed. Its body began to transform. In an instant it grew to a height of 30 meters. Boundless devil waves gushed out from its nostrils, mouth, and every part of its body. The heavenly demonic bull had gone mad. Its eyes began to turn red. It couldn't help but be angry. Such a battle was too depressing. Plus, it had been fighting two puny figures for so long. It was an incomparably shameful thing. If this matter was spread to its enemies, it would become a laughing stock. It couldn't afford to lose its face. Not good. This bastard has gone mad. It's very dangerous. De Huang Dog's facial expression changed. He hastily sent a message to Xianxia. This heavenly demonic bull was far scarier than they had imagined. Its combat strength was equivalent to that of a half-step divine immortal expert. Even an ordinary half-step divine immortal expert wouldn't be a match for this bull. Provoking this bull was no different from courting death for Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Don't panic. Our chance has come. We must make it angry. I'm going to use my trump card now. De Huang, don't hold back. I will let you eat enough immortal metastones later. A hint of ruthlessness was revealed in Xianxia's eyes. This heavenly demonic bull wasn't easy to deal with, but it wasn't to the point where they had no chance. All right. Upon hearing this, De Huang Dog's eyes were filled with madness. He opened his mouth and spat out two broken swords above De Huang Dog. In just an instant, the broken swords became incomparably bright, as if they were the most powerful divine weapons in the heavens and earth. Xianxia wasn't unfamiliar with these broken swords. He had obtained them in Saint Origin World. Even he couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was, but De Huang Dog treated it as a treasure. Now it seemed like De Huang Dog's judgment was correct. After the two broken swords appeared, they automatically combined with each other. The chi that was emitted from them could make people feel a deep suppression. It was a suppression that originated from the soul. Even the heavenly demonic bull felt a trace of palpitation. Long. De Huang Dog channeled the energy in his body into the broken swords in an instant. It could be seen that the spirit in De Huang Dog's eyes began to dim. It was imaginable that even with De Huang Dog's current condition, the consumption of energy to forcefully use the broken swords was inestimable. On the other side, Xianxia had finally stopped using the heavenly saint sword. A giant golden halberd appeared in his hand. It was the heavenly dragon combat halberd, a peak great luo immortal weapon. Its grade was equivalent to an ordinary king grade immortal weapon. Ever since Xianxia obtained this immortal weapon from Ouyang he had never tried to use it. Firstly, this immortal weapon was too famous. As Ouyang natal weapon, the heavenly dragon combat halberd's fame must be as great as Ouyang. Once it was used, it would immediately be noticed. Secondly, which was also the most important reason, Xianxia didn't have the ability to use it. According to his estimation, he would only be able to practice the heavenly dragon 9 strikes after reaching the heaven immortal realm. He had to admit that forcibly using a Grand Luo immortal weapon, especially a peak Grand Luo immortal weapon like the heavenly dragon combat halberd, was simply torturing himself. It would consume all his energy in an instant. If he couldn't kill his opponent in time, he would be harmed instead. However, Xianxia was very confident in the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. He believed that this strike would have no problem killing the Heavenly Demonic Bull. Of course, it was impossible for Xianxia to really kill the Heavenly Demonic Bull because he wanted to subdue it for his own use. On the other side, the fierce battle between De Huang Dog and the Heavenly Demonic Bull had ended. The broken sword had been kept away by De Huang Dog. At this moment, De Huang Dog was lying on the ground far away, motionless. His tongue was hanging out of his mouth and he was gasping for breath. Could be seen how much energy he had consumed from that strike. The Heavenly Demonic Bull didn't have a good time either. It looked very miserable, but it was after all a peerless Devil King, which was equivalent to a half-step divine immortal expert. His combat strength was still very strong. At this time Xianxia also moved. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had already absorbed all the energy in his body. The halberd in his hand whistled, reaching a length of 100 meters, and was hurled towards the barbaric bull's head. What? As if sensing great danger, the Heavenly Demonic Bull exclaimed. Its huge eyes stared at the incoming halberd, blood almost oozing out from its mouth. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Another invincible treasure. How could these two fellows possess so many treasures? The Heavenly Demonic Bull was extremely depressed. As the king of this desolate mountain range, it didn't even have a suitable weapon. But this man and dog in front of it had displayed their invincible immortal weapons. How could it accept this? Furthermore, it was focused on fighting De Huang Dog just now, completely ignoring Xianxia. Now that the opponent had launched a powerful attack while it was resting, it could be said that the timing was perfect. However, the Heavenly Demonic Bull reacted very quickly. Once again it struck out a huge bull that collided with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Tila. However, this time the Heavenly Demonic Bull's luck wasn't as good as before. Under the might of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, the Devil Bull was split into two on the spot. The huge combat skill landed on the Heavenly Demonic Bull's body, leaving a deep wound. This was the result of Xianxia not wanting to kill the bull. Otherwise, if the combat skill landed on the bull's head, it was afraid that it would be half dead. Brr. The Heavenly Demonic Bull let out a miserable cry. Being injured by a Zenith Heaven Immortal weapon was no ordinary pain. After unleashing this attack, Xianxia was completely drained. The energy in his body was completely consumed. He put away the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, his face a little pale. However, this was not the time to be negligent. The flaming wings supported his body to fly in the sky. Almost at the same moment when the Heavenly Demonic Bull was seriously injured, Xianxia struck out the edifying light at lightning speed. Whoosh! The edifying light entered the mind of the Heavenly Fiend Barbaric Bull like a snake. The Heavenly Fiend Barbaric Bull struggled violently for a while before stopping. In its current state, it could no longer resist the edifying light. Chapter 1130. N. Guard it for me first. After I recover, I will help you heal your injuries. Xianxia glanced at the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull. Both he and De Huang Dog were exhausted and needed to heal their injuries as soon as possible. As for the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull's injuries, it wasn't a big deal as it didn't hurt its origin. Xianxia would be able to help it recover very quickly using the wood's spiritual energy. Yes, Master. The Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull nodded, not daring to disobey Xianxia's words. This was the magic of the edifying light. Once the opponent was edified, it would obey the master completely. Even if Xianxia asked the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull to commit suicide in front of him, it wouldn't hesitate to do so. At this time Han Yan walked out of the Zulong Tower. Comparing the obedient Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull to the ferocious Devil King, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. This edifying light is truly miraculous. Now that I have this barbaric bull following me, it's like I have a half-step divine immortal expert by my side. Plus, this guy's cultivation base has already reached the peak of Heaven Immortal Realm and could break through to the half-step Divine Immortal Realm at any time. At that time he would be equivalent to an early Divine Immortal expert. Han Yan exclaimed in admiration, repeatedly giving a thumbs up to Xianxia's horrifying means. De Huang Dog came to Xianxia's side, almost crawling over. Kid Master Dog is dying of exhaustion. Hurry up and help Master Dog recover. Bring me a large amount of immortal meta stones. De Huang Dog wouldn't be polite to Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Jiang Chen wouldn't be stingy towards De Huang Dog. Immediately he took out a large amount of immortal meta stones. At this time not only De Huang Dog needed immortal meta stones, but also Jiang Chen himself needed them. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had consumed all of his immortal meta stones, so he needed to recover as soon as possible. The interior of this desolate mountain range was filled with dangers. Fortunately, the Heavenly Devil Barbaric Bull was guarding from the side. After an hour both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had fully recovered. Neither of them had suffered any injuries. It was just that they had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, De Huang Dog's bloodline was powerful, and Jiang Chen's dragon transformation art had an astonishing recovery speed. Therefore it only took them an hour to fully recover. Such a terrifying recovery speed directly shocked the heavenly demonic bull beside him. Master is truly an extraordinary person. There will definitely be many benefits from following him in the future. The heavenly devil barbaric bull was secretly delighted. Naturally, the first thing Jiang Chen did after his recovery was to help the heavenly devil barbaric bull recover. Now that the heavenly devil barbaric bull had become his greatest helper, he naturally needed to restore it to its peak state. Barbaric bull, come here. I'll help you recover now. Jiang Chen said. The heavenly devil barbaric bull hastily approached Jiang Chen, acting respectfully. It had no idea what method Jiang Chen would use to help it recover, but it dared not disobey Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen reached out his palm. Powerful wood spiritual energy swarmed out, entering the heavenly devil barbaric bull's body through its wounds. After receiving the wood spiritual energy's baptism, the heavenly devil barbaric bull's body couldn't help but shiver. It felt so comfortable, like a dried-up wasteland receiving the baptism of rain. In merely 10 minutes, all the injuries of the heavenly devil barbaric bull had fully recovered. Its entire body was brimming with energy and vigor, unlike before. Master's means are truly miraculous. Thank you for healing me, Master. The heavenly devil barbaric bull was shocked. It had never seen such a heaven-defying healing method before. If it hadn't experienced it personally, it wouldn't have believed it. De Huang, what was that broken sword you used just now? How could it be so terrifying? Han Yan looked at De Huang Dog. This was the first time he had seen such a method. The heavenly devil barbaric bull also looked at De Huang Dog curiously. He was also very curious about that treasure. I won't tell you guys. Can't this master dog have his own secrets? De Huang Dog said proudly, not giving Han Yan any face. Fuck. Han Yan raised his middle finger at De Huang Dog, expressing his disdain. Alright, we've gained a lot from this trip to the desolate mountains. I'm more confident about getting the regenerative lotus now. Jiang Chen said. Little Chenzi, are we going back now? Asked Han Yan. There's no hurry. We still have time. After saying that, Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly devil barbaric bull and asked, Barbaric bull, how many great demons like you are there in this desolate mountain range? Jiang Chen had always been like this. He would squeeze out all the benefits that he deserved. Master, there are a total of 7 of them, each occupying a mountain in different parts of the desolate mountain range. Now this is my territory, said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. 7 huh? Are you confident in dealing with them? Asked Jiang Chen. If he could kill and refine all of them, he would be able to reach the 14th floor of the Zulong Tower. I'm not confident. The 7 of us have similar cultivation bases. We've fought many times in the past for territories, but there was no clear winner, said the heavenly devil barbaric bull honestly. It seems like it won't be easy to kill them all. Jiang Chen frowned. A heavenly devil barbaric bull was already so hard to deal with, not to mention that it was because of the attribute suppression. If it were other beasts that he couldn't suppress, it would be even harder to deal with. Master, are you thinking of killing them? Well, I have an idea, said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. Speak. Jiang Chen said. I originally had a twin brother, both of them from the heavenly fiend barbaric ox clan. Later on, due to some trivial matters, they had a falling out and each of them occupied a territory and proclaimed themselves as kings. My brother is the will of the 7 demon kings of this desolate mountain range. If Master and I join forces, we can reform my brother as well. At that time we can join forces to deal with the other demon kings. Defeating them one by one will not be a problem," said the heavenly devil barbaric bull. Hearing this, Jiangqin, the Huang dog and Han Yan's eyes lit up. They never thought that they would have such an unexpected harvest. They thought that subduing a heavenly devil barbaric bull was already a great harvest, but now there was another one. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Furthermore, if the two bulls could kill the other demon kings, the ancestral dragon pagoda would be able to improve further. In that case, stealing the regenerative lotus would be more likely. This was indeed a perfect thing to do. "Little Qinzi, looks like you want to squeeze this desolate mountain range dry," said Han Yan with a grin. "Since we're already here, we can't come empty-handed. Barbaric bull, bring me to your twin brother and edify him," said Jiangqin. He might not be confident in dealing with ordinary demonic beasts, but it was a different story when it came to dealing with the heavenly devil barbaric bull. His flame and dragon transformation skill could greatly restrain it. Now, with the help of the heavenly devil barbaric bull, it would be a piece of cake for him to subdue the other one. At least it would be much easier than joining hands with the Huang dog. Chapter 1131. Yes, Master. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull obeyed everything Jiangqin told it to do. Even the stupid idea of messing with its twin brothers was his own idea. In the eyes of the heavenly fiend barbaric bull, Jiangqin was its one and only master, an existence that it must obey. This time, Jiangqin didn't make too much noise. He let the Huang dog and Han Yan hide inside the Zulong Tower again. Only after arriving in the immortal world did Jiangqin truly feel the magical effect of the Zulong Tower. It was simply too amazing for words. Putting everything else aside, just the ability to hide itself was already a treasure that ordinary people yearned for. This function had brought a lot of convenience to Jiangqin. Jiangqin unleashed the flaming wings and quickly flew towards the other direction of the desolate mountains together with the heavenly fiend barbaric bull. That was where the twin brothers were located. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull was incomparably arrogant, and its chi was incomparably powerful. Now that its injuries had fully recovered, it was in peak condition. It was the absolute king of this desolate mountain range. Naturally, it had the capital to be arrogant. Wherever it went, it could do whatever it wanted. Very soon the two of them arrived at an area. In front of them was a huge mountain, and halfway up the mountain was a cave. From the outside, the cave looked very well hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull flew straight to the entrance of the cave and unleashed its powerful chi. Each of the 7 demon kings of the desolate mountains had their own territory. If it unleashed its chi in someone else's territory, or at the doorstep of someone else's territory, it would be regarded as a provocation and a big battle would be inevitable. The heavenly fiend barbaric bull's way of challenging someone was even more direct than shouting. Brr. Sure enough, a furious roar came from the cave as soon as the celestial devil bull unleashed its aura. The entire mountain shook as black demonic flames rushed out of the cave. The devil flame danced and turned into a raging bull. These two bulls were indeed twin brothers, as they looked exactly the same. If they were to stand in front of Jiangqin at the same time, Jiangqin wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Of course, the raging bull had already been subdued by Jiangqin. Its body had the aura of the edifying light, so it was easy for Jiangqin to judge. "Boss, what are you doing here? Could it be that you're so bored that you want to fight with me?" After Barbarian Bull appeared, he immediately said in a bad mood. It could be seen that the relationship between the two brothers was not good. But soon after, the Barbarian Ox Transformation's gaze landed on Jiangqin. When he saw that his big brother was actually standing together with a human, a trace of surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. "Why did you bring a human here? I know you probably want to use this human to curry favor with me and make up with me. Unfortunately, this king doesn't care for it. I can see that this kid's blood and chi is very vigorous and he has soft skin and tender flesh. The taste should be pretty good. Leave him here and go. As for you disturbing this king's sleep, this king won't pursue it." Barbarian Bull played it down. He actually thought that Jiangqin was a prey that his big brother had sent to him. "Shut up, second brother. Don't be rude to my master." The heavenly fiend bull immediately shouted at his second brother. He absolutely wouldn't allow anyone in this world to be disrespectful to his master, not even his own twin brother. He could humiliate him, but he couldn't show any disrespect to his master. What did you say? Master? Boss, is there something wrong with your head? How can you call a human master? The second brother was startled at first. Obviously, he was stunned by his big brother's words. Although they didn't have a good relationship, they still understood each other well. As one of the 7 kings of the desolate mountain range, they had their own dignity. Even if they were to die in battle, they would never be subdued by a human, not to mention that the human was only an earth immortal brat. What was going on? Second brother, I'm now Master's man. Master is a first-class genius in this world. If I follow him, my future will be limitless. I came here this time because we are twin brothers. I want you to submit to Master together with me. I hope you won't be so stubborn, said the big brother. Second brother was stunned on the spot when he heard this, and he was astounded to the point his mouth gaped open to the point it could fit a wash basin. He even suspected that his ears were deceiving him. He wouldn't be surprised even if his big brother was in a bad mood and came over to fight with him, but what's going on now? The arrogant and domineering heavenly devil barbaric bull had actually submitted to a human. What was so special about this brat? How could his big brother be so loyal to him? The second brother wasn't an idiot. He could see that his big brother had been completely subdued by this young man in white. This made him feel even more strange. He couldn't help but look at Xianxia again. Your big brother is right. Submit to me and you will get great benefits. Don't resist or you will suffer a lot of pain. Xianxia said to the barbaric bull. Ah, damned human. What ability do you have to make me submit to you? This is the biggest joke in the world. I can eat 100 of you in one go. Barbarian bull burst into laughter. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Although he didn't know what was going on with his chief, he knew that it was impossible for him, the king of a mountain, to surrender to a young human. It was impossible for him to do that. Don't waste time. Make your move. Xianxia's face turned cold and said to the barbaric bull. He had already expected such a scene. A beast like the heavenly devil barbaric bull was extremely prideful. It was absolutely impossible to make it submit to him for no reason. If it wasn't for the edifying light, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to subdue it. Yes, master. The big brother bowed to Xianxia and unleashed his powerful qi. His battle intent surged up to the sky as he turned to second brother. Second brother, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. While speaking, the heavenly devil barbaric bull roared and charged at old two. Its body was incomparably strong. Even if it charged head-on, it could still kill a late heaven immortal human. Motherfucker. Big brother, you've gone mad. Second brother had the urge to spurt out blood. He could already see that the current big brother was completely under the control of this young man. Not to mention killing him. Even if the big brother wanted him to commit suicide, he wouldn't even frown. Hong Long. Chapter 1132. Xianxia did not make a move. Instead, he chose to observe the battle from afar. He wanted to see the gap between these two brothers. By seeing the gap between them, he would basically be able to see the gap between them and the other demon kings. One had to admit that these twin brothers were truly ferocious. The innate skills that they displayed were all the same. After exchanging over 100 rounds and clashing countless times, it was still hard to determine the victor. These two guys are really barbaric. If the two of them were to join forces to deal with the others, it would definitely be the end of the world for the enemies. Within the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog saw the battle between the two brothers clearly. That's right. If little Chinzi could subdue both of them, he would definitely have an extremely powerful combat strength. As twin brothers, their battle styles are completely the same. Coupled with the fact that they are telepathically connected, they would be able to coordinate well with each other. In a situation where it's 2 against 1, the outcome for the other demon kings would definitely be a tragedy. Han Yen added. Fortunately, these two brothers don't have a good relationship with each other. Otherwise, if the two of them were to join forces, the other demon kings wouldn't even have a chance to occupy this mountain range. De Huang Dog said. From his tone, it could be seen that he was rather optimistic about these two barbaric bulls. Big brother, are you fucking crazy? To think that you would be ordered around by a human. Are you going to let down your ancestors? Are you going to let down the heavenly demon bloodline in your body? Old Air was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. This big brother's moves today were extremely ruthless. He was countless times more serious than his usual battles. He really wanted to know what methods Zhou Xian had used to make the arrogant heavenly demon barbaric bulls submit to him like this. Old heir, as long as you submit to Master, we brothers will be able to reconcile. In the future, if we follow Master, we will be as glorious as we can be in the future. Big brother continued to advise patiently, as though he had turned into a completely different person. Glorious yours. Old heir was about to vomit blood. Where did we get our SS from? Big brother's words caused old heir to vomit blood again. Fuck your sister. We don't have a sister. This pair of twin brothers did not forget to shoot off their mouths as they fought. Zhou Xian was almost amused. After all this time, these two were the best. If this continued, he would not have to make a move. Even his second brother would not be a match for them. Of course, that was not a true defeat. It was not a lack of strength but a result of anger. In this world there was an incomparably wonderful martial art called Qigong. It was a martial art that could infuriate someone to death. It was quite powerful. Kaka, these two cow spirits are so funny that I'm going to die. The Huang dog convulsed with laughter. Rumble. The battle continued. In any case, the boss was relentless because he had already received Zhou Xian's orders. He would not stop until he took down Old Two. Old Two was unwilling to submit, so naturally the battle continued. Little Chenzi, hurry up and attack. Don't waste any more time. After all, the commotion caused by their battle is too big. Moreover, we still have to deal with the other monster kings. Don't delay our journey to Celestial Mountain. Han Yen reminded. All right. Zhou Xian nodded his head. Immediately, he used his dragon transformation and joined the battle with the Heavenly Saint Sword. The Heavenly Saint Sword carried boundless blazing flames as it attacked Old Two. He did not expect to cause any damage to Old Two. What he wanted to do was to use the true Thunder Fire and true Dragon Fire to suppress Old Two's demonic nature. In this way, Old Two would not be able to display his full combat strength and he would not be a match for the boss. Once the boss suppressed Old Two, Zhou Xian would take the opportunity to use the edifying light to edify Old Two. Damn it! I never thought that this human would have such a powerful technique. He even has an abnormal transformation skill. What the hell are these flames? Why are they suppressing my demonic nature so much? Old Two's expression changed drastically. He was not afraid of Zhou Xian's combat strength, but he was shocked by Zhou Xian's flames. Under the suppression of such flames, he was unable to display his super strong combat strength. Unparalleled barbaric bull. At the same time that Zhou Xian made his move to suppress Old Two, the boss made his move as well. As a powerful Yao King, he had a wealth of combat experience. He knew when to make his move. This was the best time to suppress Old Two. The boss's unparalleled barbaric bull transformed into a huge black bull, a vivid and lifelike black bull, a true bull demon king. The bull's huge hoof kicked down at Old Two. Bang! Old Two was defending against Zhou Xian's flames while defending against the boss's powerful skill. Instantly, Old Two fell into a disadvantageous position. Under the attack of the boss's unparalleled barbaric bull, Old Two was sent flying and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. One more strike. Zhou Xian did not show any mercy. Relying on the Heavenly Saint Sword, he continued to attack. At the same time, the boss's powerful attack arrived. Under such coordination, in less than 10 moves, Old Two was utterly defeated. His combat strength plummeted and he became utterly dispirited. Boss, suppress him. Zhou Xian shouted. Yes, master. The boss unleashed all his energy, which transformed into a huge net, instantly trapping Old Two. Edifying light. Zhou Xian's timing was incomparably precise. While Old Two was not paying attention, the edifying light entered his body. Roar. Feeling the threat of the edifying light, Old Two instantly roared out. He clutched his head with both hands and cried out in pain. At this final moment, he finally knew how the boss was subdued. It was the light that entered his mind. Once he failed to resist it, he would be edified and would have to listen to the other party. After doing all that, Zhou Xian kept the Heavenly Saint Sword and returned to his original form. He was very confident in the edifying light. Old Two would not be able to endure for more than a minute before he was completely edified. Just as Zhou Xian had expected, a minute later, Old Two completely gave up struggling. The malevolence and anger in his eyes disappeared and were replaced with brightness. He He walked to Xianxia and bowed deeply to Xianxia. Master. Old two, that's the right thing to do. It's best to follow master. What you did previously was pointless struggling. The boss came to old two's side and patted his shoulder. Thank you for your teachings, big brother. I almost went astray. Old two blushed with shame. The deteriorating relationship between the two brothers had finally been resolved. Damn it. Not only did he subdue me, he even made me feel grateful. This edifying light is too sick. Chapter 1133. From now on, you two brothers will follow me and change your names to Ada and Air. Xianxia said. Ada and Air were the names he used when he subdued the demon kings in the devil realm. Now he used it on the two heavenly devil barbaric bulls. Yes, master. The two of them bowed to Xianxia at the same time. Air, come here. I'll help you heal first. Xianxia said. Air had suffered some injuries in the battle just now. He needed to recover as soon as possible before he could deal with the other demon kings. After killing the other demon kings, the Zulong Tower would absorb their essence and blood to condense the 14th floor. That was their next goal. After that, they had to return to Tianshan Mountain. A huge amount of Wood's spiritual qi was poured into Air's body by Xianxia. Air's expression became the same as before. His eyes were filled with shock. In just a short while, Air's injuries were completely healed. He had returned to his peak state. His injuries were not as serious as before, so it was relatively easy for him to recover. Master's means are really amazing. If I follow Master in the future, I'll definitely achieve great success. My future will be limitless. Air's tone was filled with gratitude. This was the effect of being edified. In their subconscious, there was only obedience and obedience. Ada and Air, you two have fully recovered. Now let's get rid of the other 5 demon kings. Who do you think we should kill first? Asked Xianxia. He did not want to waste time. Since he had already decided, he had to do it as soon as possible. If we join hands, we can dominate this desolate mountain range. The demon king closest to here is the Silver Lion King. We can start with him first. Said Ada. That's right. Although the Silver Lion King is powerful, the 7 demon kings here have fought each other before. Their combat strength is equal. Now that we two brothers have joined hands, the Silver Lion King can only wait to be captured. Air also opened his mouth and said confidently, All right, let's start with the Silver Lion King. Xianxia nodded and flew toward the Silver Lion King's territory under Ada and Air's guidance. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the Silver Lion King's territory. Ada and Air were very direct. They released their most powerful auras as soon as they arrived to attract the Silver Lion King's attention. A powerful wave of air rose from the mountains in front of them. Then a silver cloud appeared. On the cloud there was a middle-aged man in a silver robe. He had a head of silver hair and was extremely muscular. His nose was high like a lion's. This was a powerful Silver Lion King that had a different bloodline. It could not be considered a noble beast, but it was not something that ordinary demonic beasts could compare to. Otherwise, it would not be able to occupy the mountain and become the king. Humph! You two stupid oxen, what are you doing here? Are you here for tea? The Silver Lion King said in an unfriendly tone when he saw Ada and Air. Silver Lion King, we brothers have come here today to take your life. Ada said straightforwardly. Ah, that's funny. Haven't you two fought enough? The 7 demon kings in this desolate mountain range have always minded their own business. Now you two have trespassed my territory without permission and even boasted shamelessly. Are you trying to break the peace here? The Silver Lion King laughed. The 7 demon kings must be very familiar with each other. They had been fighting for so long, but they had never been killed. Therefore he did not care even if 2 heavenly demonic oxen appeared in front of him at the same time. Silver Lion, we brothers have let go of our former enmity and will work together to kill you. Air said and directly released his murderous aura, locking on the Silver Lion King's aura. Only Ada and Air appeared in front of the Silver Lion King. The oxen roared furiously and charged at the Silver Lion King. This attack was extremely powerful. If one was struck by it, they would either die or be injured. Roar. Chapter 1134. A giant silver lion appeared in the sky. It was also 100 meters tall. Its cultivation base was at the peak of late heaven immortal realm, only a step away from the half-step divine immortal realm. Unfortunately, it was still a step away from the half-step divine immortal realm. The silver lion's body was radiating silvery light. Boundless silvery light flickered incessantly. A layer of silvery light appeared on the surface of its body like a defensive shield. Not only did it have great defensive power, it also had great offensive power. This skill was comparable to the Firethorn combat armor that Xianxia had obtained from Firethorn Savage, but it wasn't as powerful as the Firethorn combat armor. Honglong. When the attacks of the three demon kings collided with each other, the color of the sky was overshadowed in an instant. Boundless destructive energy spread in all directions, causing the mountain below to collapse. All the demonic beasts in the area fled in all directions. Some of them prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. The surrounding trees and withered vines were destroyed. Raging flames rose from the ground. The whole scene looked like the end of the world. After a single move, the Silver Lion King was in a sorry state. His originally indestructible body was now covered with countless wounds and blood was dripping out. Even though the Silver Lion King was very powerful, it was destined to be no match for two heavenly demonic barbaric bulls. Damn it. These two bastards are too well coordinated. I'm no match for them. This won't do. I have to run away now or else I'll be dead. The Silver Lion King saw the situation clearly and decided to run away. It wasn't a shameful thing to run away, at least it could save its own life. However, Ada and Air had long been aware of this. How could they give the Silver Lion King a chance to escape? Almost as soon as the Silver Lion King made a move, Ada and Air struck again. Invincible. Brr. In the end, under Ada and Air's frenzied bombardment, the powerful Silver Lion King did not last for more than a few minutes before it was beaten to the brink of death by Ada and Air. It completely fell to the ground and became an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to fight back at all. For God's sake. The cooperation between these two is simply perfect. Perhaps they can even fight an ordinary early divine immortal expert. De Huang Dog saw everything that was happening outside. Even though he was arrogant, he had to admit that Ada and Air were cooperating perfectly. This is the cooperation between twin brothers. Their minds are interlinked. It's a kind of innate perfection. The combat power that they can display when they join hands is absolutely not as simple as two late heaven immortal demon kings stacked together. If they had joined hands earlier, this desolate mountain range would have been theirs long ago and we wouldn't have the chance to deal with them. Xianxia smiled. What he said was true. If he had encountered a combination of two celestial demon bulls instead of even if Xianxia and De Huang Dog worked together, they would not have stood a chance. Looking at the scene of the two barbaric bulls dealing with the Silver Lion King, Xianxia deeply felt that he had underestimated the strength of Ada and Air. As long as he hid in the Zulong Tower, there was no need for him to attack, let alone worry about the Silver Lion King escaping. Ada and Air were enough to deal with everything. I've really picked up a treasure this time. I think if they cultivate together they will help each other improve. In the future, when they advance to the divine immortal realm or even higher realms, they will be able to help each other even more. Han Yan's eyes sparkled. He would never believe such cooperation if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Xianxia walked out of the Zulong Tower and came to the front of the Silver Lion King. With a single slash, the Zulong Tower absorbed all of the Silver Lion King's blood essence and chi essence. Seeing Xianxia's abnormal and cruel means, Ada and Air couldn't help but sweat in their hearts. They thought that their master really had too many means. They were even more grateful that Xianxia didn't kill them. Otherwise they would have ended up like the Silver Lion King. Ada and Air, you did well. Now let's strike the iron while it's hot and go kill the other demon kings. Xianxia said. Yes, master. The two nodded and went to the next location. For the next day the entire desolate mountain range was in a huge tremor. The battle between the 7 demon kings continued and turned the desolate mountain range upside down. Some cultivators who came to the desolate mountain range for training and some disciples of Skycloud Pavilion immediately retreated after feeling the tremor. They wanted to stay away from this place of trouble. Damn it. I don't know why, but the Yao Kings here are fighting one another. Thankfully, we did not venture too deep into the desolate mountain range. otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. I know, right? We are so lucky. The Yao Kings here are too ferocious. If we had been caught in the crossfire, we would have either died or been wounded. Come, let's hurry up and leave this place. We can come back for training at any time. Once the battle between the Yao Kings is over, we'll come back. Many of the cultivators there were terrified and they quickly left the place. None of them wanted to die, especially not a meaningless death. In the desolate mountain range, the fierce battle finally ended the next morning. In a shattered valley, Xianxia used the Zulong Tower to absorb the blood essence and qi essence of the last demon king. Finally, the Zulong Tower underwent a huge change, successfully condensing the 14th floor. Not only that, when the Zulong Tower was absorbing the energy, Xianxia also gained some benefits. He condensed a total of 30,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body 38,500. As long as he could condense another 15,000 dragon marks, he would be able to advance to the late Earth Immortal realm. Currently, Xianxia had a lot of demon souls in his possession, including the demon souls of the 5 demon kings. As long as Xianxia refined these demon souls, he would be able to advance to the late Earth Immortal realm. However, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. His cultivation base had been improving very quickly these days. He needed to stabilize his cultivation base first. He couldn't blindly use this method to make a breakthrough, otherwise, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Little Xianxia, how is it? Asked Han Yan. The 14th floor of the Zulong Tower has been completely condensed. The chances of getting the regenerative lotus have increased. Chapter 1135. How long will it take for us to reach the heavenly mountain from here? Asked Xianxia. If we fly, it will take half a day. If we don't fly, it will take 2 days. Said to Huang Dog. We can't fly. The regenerative lotus is of great importance. We have to be careful and keep a low profile. The regenerative lotus has already matured for 2 days and there are still 3 days left before the grand ceremony. If we spend 2 days, we will be able to reach the heavenly mountain 1 day before the grand ceremony. I don't think the 8 immortals will go to the heavenly mountain before the grand ceremony. These 2 days will allow those golden immortals guarding the regenerative lotus to relax their vigilance. That way we will have a greater chance of success, said Xianxia. He had always been meticulous when doing things, not to mention stealing the regenerative lotus. Even if he couldn't guarantee that nothing would go wrong, he had to at least try his best. It was undoubtedly the best time to strike the night before the grand ceremony. The 8 immortals hadn't arrived yet, and those golden immortals guarding the regenerative lotus should have relaxed their vigilance after a few days of intense guarding. This was Xianxia's plan and decision. Little Xianxia, are you really confident? Asked Han Yan. He was still very worried. From the very beginning he didn't agree to this plan as it was too dangerous. It was 1,000 times more dangerous than snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It wouldn't be a joke if any accidents happened. I have to do it regardless of whether I'm confident or not. I won't change my decision. You and a Huang Dog can return to Cloud Mist City and meet up with Fu Hui. I will go to the heavenly mountain alone. Said Xianxia. I'm not going. I want to go to the heavenly mountain to have a look. The Huang Dog rejected Xianxia's good intention on the spot. Good brothers, we share hardships and hardships together. Besides, you are going to steal the regenerative lotus for me. I will go with you even if I have to hide in the Zulong Tower, said Han Yan. He and the Huang Dog naturally understood Xianxia's intention. After all, it was too risky to steal the regenerative lotus. Xianxia asked them to return to Cloud Mist City for their safety. Ada and Air didn't say anything. Their mission was to listen to Xianxia's orders. If Xianxia didn't allow them to express their opinions, they wouldn't say anything. After killing all the demon kings, Xianxia asked Ada and Air, the Huang Dog and Han Yan to hide inside the Zulong Tower. The environment inside the tower was pretty good and suitable for their cultivation. Xianxia stayed outside alone. He left the mountain range and flew towards Tianshan Mountain. Tianshan Mountain was the most famous place in One Line Sky. It was the tallest mountain in One Line Sky. It was at least 3 times taller than the other peaks. One couldn't see the top of it at a glance as if it was connected to the sky. The weather on Tianshan Mountain was icy cold. The accumulated snow over the years had made it very solid. There were also glaciers that extended into the sky. The regenerative lotus grew on the peak of Xianxia Mountain. It took Jiangqin 2 days to reach Xianxia Mountain. He deliberately slowed down during the journey. When he arrived at Xianxia Mountain, it was already late at night. Tomorrow was the grand ceremony of the pinnacle. At this moment, there was already a sea of people outside Xianxia Mountain. The area within a radius of 100 miles was filled with people. This grand ceremony is really lively. There are already so many people before it even starts. Jiangqin sighed. That's for sure. It's a grand ceremony that happens once every 2 years. It's a big event in one-line sky. Who doesn't want to see the 8 immortals with their own eyes? It's a dream for many immortals to be able to witness the battle of the 8 immortals. So it's normal for there to be so many people, said Han Yan. Little Chinzi, when are we going to make our move? Asked De Huang Dog. I'm going to get close to the peak of Xianxia Mountain and check the situation first, said Jiangqin. Then he went into the Zulong Tower. Zulong Tower was a very mysterious supreme artifact. Now that it had merged with Jiangqin, it was perfect for hiding. However, there was one flaw, which was that Jiangqin couldn't move quickly inside the Zulong Tower. In other words, if Jiangqin was inside the Zulong Tower, he could only use it to hide or move within a short distance. Otherwise, if Jiangqin used the Zulong Tower to fly, who would be able to find him? However, these functions had already pleased Jiangqin. After all, compared to the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower, the 14th floor was still too weak. There were still many functions of the Zulong Tower that had yet to be developed. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck in the void, like a speck of dust in the Great Thousand Universe. It was like the first particle in the air, slowly moving towards the peak of Xianxia Mountain. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it, not even mighty golden immortals. Only immortal kings who had comprehended the spatial law could sense the existence of the Zulong Tower. Even so, Jiangqin was still very cautious. After all, the guardian of the regenerative lotus was a mighty late golden immortal expert, a pinnacle figure of the 4 major powers, who was only a step away from the half-step immortal king realm. Naturally, Jiangqin wouldn't dare to be careless. Han Yan and De Huang Dog didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that they would make any noise. After moving for an hour, the Zulong Tower had yet to reach the peak of Xianxia Mountain. This Xianxia Mountain is too tall. The Zulong Tower is moving so slowly. Han Yan couldn't help but comment. This is the tallest mountain in one-line sky. We have only flown halfway there. De Huang Dog said. Another hour later, the curtain of night had completely fallen. The night sky tonight wasn't very good. It was very dark. The moonlight was covered by dark clouds. Not a single twinkling star could be seen in the sky. Normally, something would happen in a dark and windy night. However, the peak of Xianxia Mountain wasn't dark at all. Everywhere was snow-white, reflecting the peak of Xianxia Mountain as if it was daytime. It was like an illusion or a painting. Whether it was day or night, it was incomparably beautiful. The peak of Xianxia Mountain was very large, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. It was covered by solid snow and glaciers. It was a completely ice-cold world. After reaching the peak of the Zulong Tower, Jiangqin had already sensed the aura of an expert through the Zulong Tower. Without hesitation, he began to move towards the direction of the expert. It wasn't easy to find the regenerative lotus in such a large area without using divine sense. However, Jiangqin was almost certain that the place where the aura of an expert was located would be the place where the regenerative lotus grew. Chapter 1136. Now that they had arrived at the top of Xianxia Mountain, Jiangqin had to be extra careful. He controlled the Zulong Tower and slowly moved towards the aura of the experts. At this moment, the Zulong Tower had become a grain of sand that had completely merged with the void, making it impossible to detect. At the center of the peak of Xianxia Mountain, there was a translucent pillar made entirely of glaciers. It was as beautiful as a pure crystal. This was the coldest place on Xianxia Mountain. The regenerative lotus was growing on the top of this pillar. It was a blooming snow lotus. The snow lotus wasn't big, only the size of a palm. It was completely transparent and emitted a resplendent light. The aura it emitted was intoxicating. This was a peerless divine medicine, a true treasure. There was no one who wouldn't drool over it. The 8 experts surrounded the regenerative lotus from 8 different directions, leaving no gap. They didn't stay on the ground but instead floated in the air at the same height as the regenerative lotus. This was the tightest defense they could muster. Their eyes were filled with greed when they saw the regenerative lotus. However, they didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about it. The 8 of us are very lucky. Although we can't consume the regenerative lotus, it's still beneficial to our cultivation by absorbing its aura at such a close distance. An old man said, "That's right. The regenerative lotus is a peerless divine herb. Its entire body is a treasure. I can feel my blood qi improving after staying close to the regenerative lotus for the past few days." Another person said. Zhou Xian, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but frown when he saw all of this. Fuck them. Do they really need to guard it so tightly? Zhou Xian had the urge to spurt out blood. The 8 experts were guarding the regenerative lotus too tightly. Even if Zhou Xian could use the Zulong Tower to get close to the regenerative lotus, he wouldn't have the chance to attack. Once he did, he would be immediately detected. The aura of the 8 experts had completely enveloped the regenerative lotus. We won't have the chance to attack at all if these guys keep guarding it like this. We can only give up in the end. De Huang Dog shook his head. Judging from the scene before him, there was no chance of success at all. He didn't even have the chance to make a move. Little Chinzi, I don't think we should take the risk. It's not too late to retreat now, said Han Yen, feeling somewhat apologetic in his heart. It was mostly because of him that Zhou Xian risked his life to steal the regenerative lotus. If any accident happened to Zhou Xian, he wouldn't regret it even if he died, but if Zhou Xian was implicated, he wouldn't feel good even if he died. There's no turning back. Let's wait and see. If we don't have a chance by daybreak, we'll retreat. Zhou Qian's eyes were full of determination. He wasn't a man who would give up easily. If there was no chance, he would wait for it. He believed that there would always be a flaw for him to exploit. If there really wasn't a chance, he would retreat at daybreak. Zhou Qian wouldn't joke around with his life. Just like that, Zhou Qian waited for another 3 hours. It was already late at night, but the 8 experts still hadn't revealed a single flaw. In the Zulong Tower, De Huang Dog and Han Yen couldn't sit still anymore. De Huang Dog paced back and forth, seeming very agitated. Zhou Qian still had an indifferent expression on his face. It was a calmness that wouldn't change even if the sky collapsed in front of him. This was the demeanor of a true superior. The most precious part of the regenerative lotus is its heart. I heard that it can bring the dead back to life. It's very heaven-defying. However, other than the heart, the other parts of the regenerative lotus are also treasures among treasures. I've done a meritorious service in guarding the regenerative lotus this time. When we get our hands on the regenerative lotus, the patriarch will surely reward me with some parts of the regenerative lotus. At that time, my chances of breaking through to the half-step immortal king realm will be higher. An elder of Yun family spoke. His eyes were staring unblinkingly at the regenerative lotus. Judging from his tone, it seemed as though the regenerative lotus already belonged to his family. How shameless! How dare you Yun family boast like this? In my opinion, the regenerative lotus will surely belong to our Huangfu family. At that time I'll surely benefit from it. An elder of Huangfu family retorted. Huangfu family and Yun family had always been at odds with each other. Even their subordinates were always against each other. Although they had been guarding the regenerative lotus together these days, the elders of both families had quarreled with each other. It seemed like they would have fought each other if it wasn't for the regenerative lotus. The two of you should stop fighting. Our sect master has made sufficient preparations for the grand ceremony and is determined to get it. There won't be a share for you two. If our sect master is happy, he might even give you two a lotus leaf. The elder of Xianyang school said while stroking his beard. I can't help but laugh out loud after seeing how confident you two are. Your patriarch and sect master are getting old. Our sect master Tian is the truly powerful one. He has already reached the half-step immortal king realm at such a young age. He's even a little stronger than our sect master Ouyang. I'm sure the winner will be decided in this grand ceremony. The elder of Tianyun Pavilion burst into laughter. Humph. Tian Muyun isn't a good guy either. Someone harumphed coldly. Tian Muyun was indeed a headache-inducing existence. The patriarchs and sect masters of the other three major powers were all from the older generation, the same generation as Ouyang He. Only Tian Muyun was a junior, but it was precisely because of this junior that he was even scarier. In this era where geniuses were everywhere, a true genius couldn't be judged by common sense. Just like what the elder of Tianyun Pavilion said, Tian Muyun had surpassed his master. After the fall of Ouyang He, Tian Muyun's cultivation base had improved once again. No one knew how strong he had become. More importantly, the patriarchs and sect masters of the three major powers knew each other very well. They had fought with each other before, so they knew each other's means and trump cards very well. However, the three of them knew very little about Tian Muyun. They didn't know what kind of powerful means and trump cards this legendary genius of one-line sky had. This was undoubtedly disadvantageous to the three of them. Everyone, we have been guarding the regenerative lotus for such a long time. In fact, it's meaningless to do so. Who would dare to covet the regenerative lotus in one-line sky? Plus, we have absorbed a lot of essence of the regenerative lotus these days and gained some benefits. Now that we're at the last moment, let's retreat. If the patriarchs find out that the essence of the regenerative lotus has decreased, they will certainly despise us. At this time, an elder of Huangfu family suggested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen, who was about to give up, suddenly became spirited. Chapter 1137. To be honest, even Jiang Chen was ready to give up at this time. There wasn't much time left before dawn. The 8 golden immortal experts were still as tight as ever. Jiang Chen didn't have any chance to strike. You're right. You're right. You're right. At this critical moment, the elder of the Huangfu family had actually given such a suggestion. This had instantly improved Jiang Chen's impression of this elder. He was simply a great benefactor. Brother Huangfu is right. If the big brothers see this, it will only show that we are too greedy. We have already obtained a lot of benefits from the regenerative lotus, so this last bit won't make much of a difference. Our mission this time is to protect the regenerative lotus. Now that it's nearing its end, our mission can be considered accomplished. An elder of Tianyun Pavilion nodded in agreement. After all, they were the pinnacle figures in one-line sky. They wouldn't do anything that would cause them to lose face. If the news of the 8 experts absorbing the chi essence from the regenerative lotus was spread out, they would certainly lose their face. With us here, who would dare to snatch the regenerative lotus? I'm afraid that no one in one-line sky would dare to go against the 4 major powers. An elder of Yun family spoke arrogantly. As a matter of fact, there wasn't a need for 8 peak golden immortal experts to guard the regenerative lotus at the same time. However, the fact that the 4 major powers had sent their highly respected peak elders meant that they weren't here to stop outsiders from stealing the regenerative lotus, but to guard against each other. Everyone was well aware of this point. Subsequently, the 8 of them withdrew the chi of the regenerative lotus and descended from the sky. At this critical moment, they had truly relaxed their vigilance. In fact, they weren't vigilant at all because the people they were guarding against were right in front of them. Little Chinzi, the opportunity has come. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity. They had been waiting for almost a night. If these 8 old men still didn't give way, they would be in despair. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Get ready to attack. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. Then he controlled the Zulong Tower to approach the regenerative lotus. His speed was very slow, so slow that he didn't stir up any airflow. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be too fast. The more critical the moment, the more careful he had to be. Any carelessness could lead to a disaster. Sure enough, the Zulong Tower did not disappoint Jiang Chen. In the process of gradually moving, the experts below were not alerted at all. They were talking and laughing wittily. Soon, the Zulong Tower turned into dust and appeared above the regenerative lotus. The regenerative lotus was truly beautiful at such a close distance, especially the lotus heart in the middle. It was the size of a fingernail and transparent crystal with a faint fluid constantly squirming inside. One look and anyone could tell that it was a treasure of the heavens and earth. At this moment, De Huang Dog and Han Yen were incomparably excited. Both of them knew that this was the most critical moment. If Jiang Chen wanted to obtain the regenerative lotus, he could just stretch his hand and grab it. However, they had to worry about escaping later. Now that the 8 experts had descended, all of them seemed to be bored to death. None of them paid attention to the regenerative lotus. Xianxia had a panoramic view of everything. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes. We can't wait any longer. Xianxia gritted his teeth and completely concealed his aura. A big hand stretched out from the Zulong Tower and quickly grabbed the regenerative lotus. Who's there? As soon as Xianxia stretched out his hand, the 8 experts were immediately alerted. The elder of Huangfu family bellowed. The 8 of them turned around at the same time and looked at the location of the regenerative lotus. They saw a palm appearing out of nowhere and grabbing the root of the regenerative lotus at lightning speed. In the next moment, the regenerative lotus vanished along with the palm. Not good. Someone has stolen the regenerative lotus. Damn it. Who's so daring to steal the regenerative lotus? Who goes there? Put down the regenerative lotus. The 8 of them were infuriated. How could they accept the fact that the peerless divine herb that they had been guarding for so long was stolen at the last moment? How could they explain this to the sect master and patriarch? Honglong. Almost at the same time, the 8 of them unleashed their qi at the same time. Qi waves of peak golden immortal rolled out and fused, sealing the entire heavenly mountain. What's happening in the sky? Why is there such a powerful qi fluctuation? By God! The entire heavenly mountain is shrouded by the qi. What's going on? Judging from the qi, they must be at least golden immortal experts. Could it be that there are people on the heavenly mountain? What a powerful pressure. Let's leave the heavenly mountain as soon as possible. The experts on the heavenly mountain are too powerful. We can't get caught in the crossfire. The cultivators who were waiting for the grand ceremony below the heavenly mountain were scared out of their wits. Everyone thought that the heavenly mountain should be empty. Never had they thought that there would be so many golden immortal experts hiding there. Now that these golden immortal experts were unleashing such powerful killing intent, it seemed like something big was about to happen. On the heavenly mountain, the 8 golden immortals were occupying different positions, sealing the void above them. They would never give the culprit a chance to escape, but what made them depressed was that they couldn't see where the culprit was. This situation made the 8 golden immortals nervous. After all, those who could travel through the void were experts above the immortal king realm who had comprehended the law of space. At this moment, Xianxia and the others were truly in danger. Although they could hide in the Zulong Tower, there was no way for them to leave the Zulong Tower immediately. Moreover, this place had been sealed by the 8 experts, making it even more difficult for them to escape. Damn it. Peak golden immortal experts are indeed hard to deal with. Their reactions are too fast. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. When he attacked just now, he had already concealed his qi. Could be said that he attacked silently. But he didn't expect that his opponent could still sense it instantly. It couldn't be said that he was too weak. Could only be said that peak golden immortal experts were too powerful. No wonder they had comprehended the profound meaning of Grand Luo. Honglong. Chapter 1138. Honglong. The destructive force was as vast as the ocean and as violent as a rainstorm, causing the void to flutter. Fortunately, Xianxia had immediately teleported away with the ancestral dragon pagoda, away from the center of the energy storm. Even so, the shockwave of the energy still hit the Zulong Tower. The 14-story Zulong Tower couldn't withstand the attack of a peak golden immortal expert, not even the shockwave. Countless cracks appeared on the body of the tower. The entire tower began to wobble as if it was going to shatter at any time. Not good. Xianxia knew that this wasn't good. They were relying on the ancestral dragon pagoda now. If the pagoda was broken, they would be exposed to the golden immortal experts without any concealment. Then what awaited them would be the end of the world. Little Qinzi, what should we do now? This was the worst situation that they had expected, but they didn't expect it to happen. This was also because the Zulong Tower had advanced to the 14th story. Otherwise, the attack just now would have been enough to destroy the Zulong Tower. The destruction of the Zulong Tower had greatly affected Xianxia. Some injuries appeared on his body, but fortunately they weren't serious. Given his means, he would be able to recover very quickly. Sure enough, there's something here. The 8 experts instantly focused their divine sense on the location of the ancestral dragon pagoda. Although the sound of the pagoda shattering was covered by the sound of energy impact, it could not escape the senses of the 8 experts. They immediately noticed it. Jiang Chen's face was cold. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. The more critical the situation was, the calmer Jiang Chen could be. If he panicked at this moment, then what awaited them would be a true tragedy. Jiang Chen. Got it. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, and then he directly tore a hole in the Zulong Tower. All the energy in his body was poured into the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in an instant, and the huge Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was directly stretched out by him. From the outside there was nothing in the sky, only a golden halberd, majestic. Rumble. The huge golden halberd slashed towards one of the experts. Of course it wasn't a real slash. It was just an act. What is that? He looks so familiar. That is sect leader Ouyang's Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. After sect leader Ouyang died, this halberd disappeared. How could it appear here? Could it be that the person in the dark is Ouyang he? The expressions of the 8 celestial immortals who were ready to attack again instantly changed. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd was as famous as Ouyang he in One-Line Sky. As experts of their level, they might not know about other treasures, but they certainly knew about the famous Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Humph. The few of you listen up. The regenerative lotus has been taken away by me. Considering our past friendship, I won't kill you all. But if you continue to pester me, I won't show any mercy. A voice rang out from the void. This voice was incomparably cold. It's the voice of sect leader Ouyang. Sect leader, you are still alive. Sect leader Ouyang has already become an immortal king. Sect leader, please show yourself. The 2 great elders of Tianyun Pavilion seemed somewhat excited as they spoke to the sky. In their point of view, the only explanation for Ouyang he to be able to move so terrifyingly in the void without showing himself was that he had already become an immortal king. Swish. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd disappeared. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen sat weakly on the ground. This was the second time he used the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. The energy in his body had been drained instantly. The scene just now was caused by Jiang Chen. First, he used the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to create a commotion. He knew that these people must know Ouyang he and the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd would be able to deter them. Then he imitated Ouyang he's voice and threatened the 8 of them. Brilliant. De Huang Dog and Han Yen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Under such a dangerous situation, Jiang Chen was still able to make such a clever response in time, successfully deterring the enemies and creating a chance of survival for himself. Such intelligence was simply unparalleled. Hurry up and leave. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. The Zulong Tower had already been damaged. He had to leave as soon as possible. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to hide anymore. Moreover, his method just now was full of flaws. First of all, his imitation of Ouyang he's voice wasn't very similar. At most, it was only 70 to 80%. Others might not be able to hear it, but the 2 great elders of Tianyun Pavilion would definitely be able to figure out the problem. In addition, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd that Jiang Chen used didn't have the slightest bit of power. It didn't look like something that an immortal king would use at all. Controlling the damaged Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen disappeared from Heavenly Mountain at the fastest speed. After a short while, Jiang Chen and the Zulong Tower appeared in a mountain range outside Heavenly Mountain. Jiang Chen had almost recovered after absorbing a large amount of immortal meta stones. The few of them walked out of the Zulong Tower and heaved a sigh of relief. The scene just now was too thrilling. Little Chenzi, you are truly awesome. Even those 8 heaven immortals were fooled by you. Han Yen gave a thumbs up and praised Jiang Chen. Wakaka, I got the regenerative lotus. This peerless divine herb is comparable to a treasure trove. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. He looked at Jiang Chen with excitement. In his opinion, there was nothing in this world that Jiang Chen couldn't do. Although we have gotten the regenerative lotus, the Zulong Tower has been severely damaged. It won't be able to recover in a short period of time. It seems like we won't be able to use this divine tool for a period of time. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, our goal has been achieved. The foundation of the Zulong Tower isn't destroyed. It's only a matter of time before it recovers. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? Asked Han Yen. To watch the grand ceremony, of course. Jiangchen chuckled. He wanted to see how things would progress next. Ja. I wonder if the grand ceremony will go smoothly tomorrow. I'm afraid that the 8 immortals will die of anger when they find out that the regenerative lotus has been stolen. De Huang Dog laughed sinisterly. The thought of the black faces of the 8 immortals gave him a great feeling. Ada and Air, the 2 of you transform into your human forms. Let's sneak into the crowd and see what's going on. Jiangchen said to Ada and Air. The 2 heavenly demonic barbaric bulls were too eye-catching, but as late heaven immortals, it wasn't difficult for them to transform into their human forms. Plus, there were so many people outside the heavenly mountain. They wouldn't be able to attract any attention if they sneaked into the crowd. After all, there were too many heaven immortals there, let alone an earth immortal like Jiangchen. Yes, master. Chapter 1139. On the heavenly mountain, Jiangchen had already left for a while. The 8 experts were still standing on the same spot. They didn't stop Jiangchen from leaving. Their opponent was Ouyang He, an immortal king expert. How were they going to chase after him? Were they courting death? Even if Ouyang He hadn't advanced to the immortal king realm yet, he could still kill them effortlessly. Although they didn't see Ouyang He himself, the heavenly dragon combat halberd was real. Everyone had seen it before, so it couldn't be faked. Ouyang He's voice was deep and deep. Ouyang He's appearance was a great blow to everyone, especially to Xinyang School, Huangfu clan and Yun clan. In their point of view, Ouyang He's concealment had already posed a great threat to the 3 major powers. Tianyun Pavilion had a mighty immortal king, plus Tian Muyun and Taoist Yufeng. The other 3 major powers were no match for them. A sense of crisis instantly emerged in everyone's heart. Ouyang He died 2 years ago while trying to break through to the immortal king realm? It's all bullshit. Seems like your Tianyun Pavilion is really scheming something big. An elder of Xinyang School looked at the elder of Tianyun Pavilion, Lung Lung, and said, "That's right. Ouyang He didn't die at all and has secretly advanced to the immortal king realm. Seems like our 3 major powers are in danger." An elder of Huangfu clan said with a frown, "If Sect Master Ouyang really wanted to take action, you all would have died just now. Do you think you can still stand here unscathed?" An elder of Tianyun Pavilion, Lung Lung, said, "The 4 major powers didn't get along well with each other. Now that something like this had happened, they would naturally oppose each other. Alright, let's not talk about it now. Now that the regenerative lotus has been taken away by Ouyang He, we should immediately send a signal to the sect master and tell him what happened just now. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the responsibility." Another elder of Xinyang School said. The others nodded in agreement, feeling that what he said was very reasonable. They were more or less responsible for the loss of the regenerative lotus. Also, they had to inform their sect master and patriarch that Ouyang He was still alive, as this was a major event in One Line Sky. The few elders took out their communication talismans at the same time, and began to summon their sect leader and clan leader. On the other side, Jiangchen and the others had already blended into the crowd. Now, everyone's attention was on Tianshan Mountain, especially after the huge commotion in the sky just now. Everyone was guessing what had happened, so no one paid attention to Jiangchen and the others. What happened just now? Why are there so many experts on Heaven Mountain? I don't know. The ore is gone now. Why don't we fly up and take a look? Alright, let's fly up and have a look at the situation in the sky. We won't go up the heavenly mountain, we'll just watch from afar. The 4 major powers won't make things difficult for us. This heavenly mountain is the symbol of One Line Sky and not their private property. Moreover, even during the pinnacle ceremony in the past, we can also fly up there to watch the battle of the 8 immortals. Driven by curiosity, some people were ready to fly up to see what was going on. As soon as one ascended, there would be a second. Then groups of people would fly up. There were many celestial immortals here who could fly. Even immortals were numerous. Some earth immortals who couldn't fly could also be brought up by their companions. For a moment, many people flew up into the sky, but no one dared to step into the heavenly mountain. They could only watch from afar. There were golden immortals up in the sky. Without knowing what was going on, no one was willing to frown at a golden immortal expert. If the expert was unhappy and killed them, they would die in vain. Ada, you take me up. Air, you take a yen and a huang. Jiang Chen ordered Ada and air. He felt very relaxed now. Anyway, he had already gotten rid of the matter completely. Even if the 8 immortals came, they wouldn't be able to find him. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen had been flawless and flawless. Even if the 8 immortals racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to link it to him. Not to mention them, no one in the entire one-line sky would link the theft of the regenerative lotus to him, because he was just an earthly immortal. What Jiang Chen and the others needed to do now was to watch the show, a good show. Ada and Air, along with Jiang Chen, Han Yen and a Huang dog, blended into the crowd and flew up to the sky. They came to the top of the heavenly mountain. Even though it was very far away, they could see the place where the 8 golden immortals were. Look, aren't those the elders of the 4 major powers? And they're all peak elders. They're all supreme experts at the peak of golden immortal realm. Why would they gather here in advance? That's right. Tomorrow's grand ceremony has nothing to do with them. What are they doing here? They must be the ones who released the chi just now. I wonder what's going on. Have you guys noticed that their faces don't look good? It's as if they have suffered a great grievance. Is there anyone in one-line sky that can make them feel aggrieved? Many people saw the elders of the 4 major powers and were guessing why they were here. After all, the matter of the regenerative lotus had always been a secret. Even among the disciples of the 4 major powers, only a few knew about it. Fu Hui happened to be one of the people who knew about it. One had to say that it was Jiang Chen's luck. Jia, little Chenzi, these guys look really ugly. I guess they are still dizzy. The Huang dog whispered to Jiang Chen. His current mood was completely different from the time when he stole the regenerative lotus. Are you waiting for a good show? They must have already sent the message back. If I'm not mistaken, the 8 immortals will be here very soon. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face, looking incomparably relaxed. He was very interested in the 8 immortals, especially Tian Miyun, his future enemy. Jiang Chen would like to see what he looked like. Bush, bush, bush. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, streams of light streaked across the night sky from 4 different directions. Wherever these streams of light passed, the void would flutter. Waves of tyrannical pressure were emitted from these streams of light. Under such pressure, one's soul would tremble. Very quickly, 8 streams of light descended on Heavenly Mountain and turned into 8 people. They were none other than the one-line 8 immortals of the 4 major powers. 8 half-step immortal king experts. They were the true pinnacle existences in one-line sky, figures respected by countless people. By God! The 8 immortals have arrived. What's going on? Isn't the grand ceremony supposed to begin tomorrow? Why are they here now? That's right. The 8 immortals seem to have agreed to appear at the same time. Seems like something has happened. Chapter 1140. Many people were shocked. As cultivators of one-line sky, they were very familiar with the grand ceremony of the pinnacle. In the past, the 8 immortals would only appear the next morning. Moreover, they would appear one after another. But now they appeared in the middle of the night. Moreover, they appeared at the same time and at the same time. Thinking back to the powerful movement that occurred on the heavenly mountain, many people began to suspect that something had really happened. Otherwise, the 4 great sects would not have sent 8 golden immortals here in advance. And now the 8 immortals had appeared here in advance. Although they were surprised, no one dared to speak loudly. All of them were quietly watching the development of the situation. The figures in front of them were too powerful. They couldn't afford to offend any of them. In one-line sky, no one dared to speak loudly in front of the 8 immortals. These are the 8 immortals of one line? This is my first time seeing them. Someone spoke, looking at the 8 immortals with curious eyes. He was only an earth immortal and was brought here by the seniors of his family. Naturally, he was very excited. Your cultivation base is too weak. It's normal that you haven't seen the 8 immortals before. Let me introduce them one by one. The 2 men in white robes are Xianyang School's students. They look like they're in their 40s. One is Yun Zhonghe and the other is Yun Zhonglong. They are the patriarch and the great elder of Yun family, blood brothers. The other man with a crown on his head is the patriarch of Huangfu family, Huangfu Yaoan. The old man next to him is Huangfu Kun. Most importantly, one of the last two, look at the blue-robed man, he looks like a dragon among men. He has messy black hair, starry eyes and a jade-like face. He's the legendary figure of One Line Sky, the current sect master of Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun. Kid, you have to make sect master Tian your goal and idol in the future, understand? The old man next to him is Taoist Yufeng of Tianyun Pavilion. These 8 people are all half-step immortal king, the pinnacle existence of One Line Sky. They are called the 8 immortals of One Line Sky. An older cultivator explained. His words showed great respect for the 8 immortals, especially when he mentioned Tian Muyun. Apparently he was very interested in this legendary figure of One Line Sky. The introduction of the 8 immortals fell into Jiang Chen's ears. At the same time his eyes fell upon the 8 immortals. Whether it was in terms of bearing or qi, these 8 immortals were a notch higher than the others. There was a faint king qi in their bodies. They were indeed worthy of being half-step immortal kings. Finally, Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Tian Muyun. Even he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Tian Muyun was a legendary figure in One Line Sky to reach such a realm at such a young age. Tian Muyun's outstanding performance also proved Ouyang He's sharp eyes. Unfortunately, he only saw through Tian Muyun's potential, but failed to see through Tian Muyun's heart. In the end, he died in the hands of the person he trusted the most. He was the one who raised Tian Muyun. Now that he thought about it, it was no different than digging his own grave. What happened? Yunzhong, he asked as soon as he appeared. Where's the regenerative lotus? How did it disappear? Tian Muyun glanced at the top of the glacier pillar. There was no trace of the regenerative lotus. The 8 immortals also looked over at the same time. This time they were shocked. The regenerative lotus had disappeared. Patriarch, the regenerative lotus has been taken away. The elder of Yun family said. Pong. As soon as these words were spoken, the 8 immortals were enraged. What a joke. How could someone dare to rob the regenerative lotus here? This was a direct provocation to the 8 immortals, a blatant provocation. The onlookers outside heard their conversation, especially the words regenerative lotus. They instantly understood why the 8 golden immortals had appeared here in advance. The regenerative lotus turns out to be the peerless divine herb. It seems like the 4 major powers have discovered the regenerative lotus in advance. That's why the 8 golden immortal elders were sent here to guard the regenerative lotus. Unexpectedly, someone came to rob it. That powerful wave just now was the sign of someone coming to rob the regenerative lotus. How audacious. There's actually someone who dares to rob the treasure of the 8 immortals in One Line Sky. How audacious is that person? Perhaps it's an even more powerful expert. Let alone the fact that an ordinary person wouldn't have the guts to do so. Given the strength of the 8 golden immortals, how could they not be able to stop that person? But could it be that there's another terrifying expert in One Line Sky? None of the people present were fools. They immediately figured out the crux of the matter, but it was precisely because of this that they were even more shocked. They were guessing who would dare to rob the regenerative lotus in One Line Sky. Who could have robbed the regenerative lotus from your hands? Xianxia asked loudly. He absolutely didn't believe that there was anyone else in One Line Sky other than the 8 of them who could rob the regenerative lotus from the hands of 8 peak golden immortals. Moreover, the 8 of them didn't seem to be injured at all. In other words, there wasn't a fierce battle during the process. Sect Master, it's Ouyang He. The elder of Xinyang School spoke. What? The 8 immortals exclaimed at the same time upon hearing the name Ouyang He. Each of their eyes widened in disbelief, especially Tian Muyun. His pupils began to shrink. This was the name that he didn't want to hear the most. Impossible. My master has already fallen 2 years ago. It's absolutely impossible for him to have taken action. Tian Muyun denied it immediately. He was almost certain of this. Back then, when he attacked Ouyang He had to burn all of his life essence to escape. There was no way that Ouyang He could recover from such injuries. Now that 2 years had passed, Ouyang He should have been dead by now. What's going on? Did you see it clearly? Ouyang He has already fallen. How could he appear here to rob the regenerative lotus? Huangfu Yaotian asked with a frown. Although they didn't see Ouyang He's death with their own eyes, he had indeed appeared in One Line Sky 2 years ago. It's indeed Ouyang He. Ouyang He isn't dead. He has already become a true immortal king. It's him who took away the regenerative lotus without anyone knowing. Plus, he used the heavenly dragon combat halberd, the immortal weapon that made Ouyang famous. We can't be wrong, the elder of Huangfu family spoke in an incomparably firm tone. Chapter 1141. Elder Huangfu's words made the 8 immortals even more astonished, especially Tian Muyun. Such news had set off a storm in his heart. Even though he was very confident, he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. After all, Ouyang didn't really die. Could it be that the old man has found a way to save himself in these 2 years? Impossible. If that old man has advanced to the immortal king realm, he will definitely come back to find trouble with me. Tian Muyun muttered in his heart. This matter was too strange. He needed to ask more questions. Could it be that Sect Master isn't dead? Sect Master Tian witnessed Sect Master Ouyang's death with his own eyes. Taoist Yufeng knitted his brows. He had a good relationship with Ouyang. In the past 2 years he had been feeling sorry for Ouyang's tragic death. If Ouyang didn't die, Tianyun Pavilion would have 3 half-step immortal king experts. The overall strength of the pavilion would be above the other 3 major powers. From afar, Zhou was watching all of this. His heart was blooming with joy, especially when he saw Tian Muyun's expression. He was afraid that Tian Muyun's heart had already begun to beat like a drum. I'm afraid that Tian Muyun is about to be scared to death. Zhou sneered in his heart. It seemed like his last act of escaping had brought him an unexpected harvest. However, Zhou didn't expect that he could change the situation in One Line Sky by impersonating Ouyang. After all, no one here was a fool, especially Tian Muyun. He might be shocked now, but he would soon figure out the key point. Compared to the shock in Tian Muyun's heart, the faces of the patriarchs and sect masters of the other 3 major powers changed dramatically. Great. It turns out that Ouyang isn't dead. Tian Muyun, you and your disciple have played a good trick. Now that Ouyang has advanced to the immortal king realm, I'm afraid it won't take long for you and your disciple to attack the 3 major powers and unify One Line Sky. Xianxia spoke to Tian Muyun snappily. There was a sense of crisis in his heart. This sense of crisis wasn't only felt in Xianyang school, but also in Huangfu family and Yun family. After all, if Ouyang wasn't dead, he would be the first immortal king in One Line Sky. A true immortal king wasn't something that half-step immortal kings like them could compare with. Humph. The 2 of you, master and disciple, are really scheming something big. Looks like the 3 of us must quickly join forces. Otherwise, we'll definitely be devoured by the 2 of you. Yunzhong also snorted coldly. Now that they were certain that Ouyang was not dead, their sense of crisis instantly rose. Everyone, I think there's something fishy about this. Tian Muyun said. What's so strange about it? Could the heavenly dragon combat halberd be fake? Huangfu Yaotian said. No way, the one who attacked is Ouyang. What is going on? Is Ouyang still alive? If that's the case, wouldn't the other 3 major powers be in great danger? It seems like a storm is brewing in One Line Sky and the undercurrents are surging. It's not as calm as it seems on the surface. Many of the onlookers exclaimed. They couldn't help but be shocked. Ouyang had already become a historical figure in One Line Sky. Everyone thought that the master of Tianyun Pavilion was dead, but they didn't expect that he would appear again today. 2 years ago, I did witness with my own eyes an accident when my master was trying to break through to the immortal king realm. At that time, master's life essence was completely burned away, almost turning him into a cripple. I have tried many methods but to no avail. Later on, master left for One Line Sky, preparing to end his life. That kind of injury is impossible to recover from. Besides, if my master is really alive and has already advanced to the immortal king realm, why didn't he show up directly? Why would a dignified immortal king attack sneakily to obtain the regenerative lotus? Given my master's temper, he would certainly teach the elders of the 3 major powers a lesson for speaking rudely to him. But now they are unscathed and unharmed, said Tian Muyun. One had to admit that Tian Muyun was indeed a very astute figure. He had figured out the crux of the matter in an instant. As soon as these words came out, everyone became silent. They were not fools. They were all very smart people. They all felt that there was something fishy about this matter, and Tian Muyun's words seemed to make some sense. By the way, there's something fishy about what happened today, said an elder of Tianyun Pavilion. An elder of Sky Cloud Pavilion seemed to have been reminded. He carefully recalled the scene of Jiang Chen stealing the regenerative lotus and began to have doubts. Tell me what's wrong? Asked Tian Muyun. He was more concerned about Ouyang He's whereabouts than anyone else. Reporting to Sect Master, we have been guarding the regenerative lotus for a very long time. But just now when we let our guard down, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the void. I saw it clearly. It's the hand of a young man. It's not Sect Master Ouyang's hand at all. That elder suddenly thought of something. As a peak elder of Tianyun Pavilion, he had spent a lot of time with Ouyang He. Although he didn't know much about Ouyang He's hand given Ouyang He's age, that hand clearly didn't belong to Ouyang He. Yes, that's the hand of a young man. The culprit had obviously hidden himself and waited for us to let our guard down before making a move. If it's Ouyang He, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Plus, the culprit didn't show up until the end. If it's a powerful immortal king, especially if it's Ouyang he should have shown up directly. The others seemed to have been reminded of this, feeling that something was fishy. And then, what's going on with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd? Asked Tian Muyun. We were intimidated by the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd just now, so we didn't dare to make a move. Now that I think about it, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd is indeed Sect Master Ouyang's immortal weapon, but when it was used just now, it didn't have the slightest bit of Immortal King's might. That kind of momentum was like a child's play. If it was an Immortal King, a casual move would have the power to destroy the heaven and earth. I remember now. The voice that the culprit made was somewhat similar to Sect Master Ouyang's, but now that I think about it, there are still some differences. Damn it, we have been deceived. The culprit isn't Sect Master Ouyang at all. Chapter 1142. This situation was clearly seen by Jiang Chen, who was standing not far away. He shook his head helplessly, but this was also within his expectation. After all, these guys were all foxes and sly old foxes. If they could be so easily fooled, then the pinnacle figures in One-Line Sky would be too weak. Jiang Chen didn't plan to use Ouyang He to cause any big impact. His only goal was to escape. The situation was extremely dangerous at that time. If he didn't use this method, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. He was afraid that he would die a tragic death. However, even if he couldn't fool them, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd had been exposed. There must be a knot in Tian Muyun's heart. If he couldn't find the owner of the halberd, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't let Tian Muyun rest in peace because that would be too unfair to Ouyang He. This could also be considered as the first step of Jiang Chen's revenge for Ouyang He. On the Heavenly Mountain, the 8 Golden Immortals deeply felt that they had been cheated after recalling everything that had happened. The grievance they felt made them want to spurt out blood. The regenerative lotus was taken away from them so easily. Even if the 8 Immortals didn't blame them, they would still slap themselves in the face. I knew that this matter was fishy. Sure enough, it wasn't my master's doing. All of you have been deceived. 8 peak Golden Immortals just watched someone take away the regenerative lotus. How vexing. Tian Muyun spoke coldly. He was determined to get his hands on the regenerative lotus, hoping to use it to break through to the Immortal King realm. Now that all his hopes were dashed, he felt even worse. What made the 8 Immortals even more depressed was that they didn't know who had stolen the regenerative lotus. They didn't even have a clue. Although the elders were unwilling to be reprimanded by Tian Muyun, they didn't dare to refute him. After all, they had a lot of responsibility for this matter. Even if it wasn't Ouyang He, this matter must be related to him. The Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd has proven everything. Huang Fuyaotian said. At the mention of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd, Tian Muyun's face turned black. Given his intelligence, it was impossible for him to not understand what was going on. Ouyang He must have passed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd to someone else before his death. And now that person had come to One-Line Sky and snatched the regenerative lotus. Old man, my talent is so powerful, but you didn't pass the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes to me, and instead passed them to an outsider. Back then I didn't kill you with my own hands, you really have gone too far. You probably want the person with the heavenly dragon combat halberd to come find me for revenge, humph. Unfortunately, my abilities have already surpassed yours. If that person dares to appear, he will die without a doubt. Tian Muyun snorted coldly in his heart. With his wisdom he had already figured it out. It seems like Ouyang he has passed the heavenly dragon combat halberd to someone else before his death. Tian Muyun, you are known as Ouyang he's proudest disciple, but it's a pity that your master didn't even pass on his special skill and treasure to you, but to an outsider. It seems like sect master Tian isn't that important in Ouyang he's eyes. Xianxia said sarcastically. Xianyang School and Tianyun Pavilion had always been on bad terms. How could he let go of this opportunity to ridicule Tian Muyun? It's also possible that the heavenly dragon combat halberd was obtained by someone else after Ouyang He's death. After all, sect master Tian was Ouyang He's proudest disciple. If Ouyang He wanted to pass on the halberd, it's impossible that he didn't pass it on to him. Huang Fuyaodong said. We don't care about Ouyang He and Tian Muyun. To be honest, if one of the four major powers obtained the Emperor-grade immortal weapon, they would be able to dominate one-line sky and make the other three major powers submit to them. Go back and issue the order immediately. If anyone sees the person who possesses the heavenly dragon combat halberd, report to me immediately. Chapter 1143. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be easy for them to find Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin wouldn't reveal his heavenly dragon combat halberd so easily. The moment he revealed it would be the moment of his battle with Tian Muyun. But at this time, a palm suddenly patted Jiang Qin's back. Jiang Qin turned his head and saw a man smiling at him. The man was none other than Fu Hui. Jiang brother, I thought you weren't coming. Never thought that you would come earlier than me. Your cultivation base has advanced again. Such talent is just too scary. Fu Hui clicked his tongue in disbelief. When he first saw Jiang Qin was merely an early Earth immortal. It had only been 10 days, but Jiang Qin had already advanced to the intermediate Earth immortal realm. Fu Hui couldn't help but be astonished by such a terrifying advancement speed. It's just luck. Jiang Qin shrugged. Jiang brother, I heard that someone has stolen the regenerative lotus. That person is truly audacious. Fu Hui had obviously learned about everything. The thought of someone stealing the regenerative lotus and stealing it before the grand ceremony was inconceivable to him. That's right. That person is really audacious. Brother Fu, can you guess who did it? Jiang Qin asked with a smile. How can I guess? Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. This is a matter between experts. Let's not talk too much about it. But without the regenerative lotus, I wonder what the grand ceremony will be like tomorrow. Fu Hui sounded a little disappointed. He initially thought that the 8 immortals would have their own abilities and the competition would be intense. But now that the regenerative lotus was gone, he reckoned that the 8 immortals wouldn't be able to compete with each other. That's right. That's why I'm not interested in the grand ceremony anymore. I'm going back now. Jiang Qin said. In his point of view, the 8 immortals had lost interest in the grand ceremony after losing the regenerative lotus, especially Tian Muyun. A man like him would surely not use his full strength in the grand ceremony tomorrow. So there was no point in watching it. Don't. It's not easy for me to come here. It's only once every 2 years. It'd be a pity if I don't take a look. Fu Hui then noticed a De next to Jiang Qin as well as a Air next to Han Yan and a Huang Dog. The two of them looked exactly the same, clearly twins. Moreover, the faint demon qi emanating from them indicated that they were demonic beasts. Brother Jiang, who are they? Fu Hui asked curiously. He had no idea how Jiang Qin had managed to mingle with the 2 Yao beasts. Although the 2 Yao beasts did not reveal their auras, they did not seem to be pushovers. Their cultivation bases were most likely above his. They are the friends I made in the Barren Mountain Range. They followed me out of the Barren Mountain Range. However, they are only here to watch the grand ceremony. They will return tomorrow, said Jiang Qin. Ada and Air were his secret weapons. They couldn't be exposed. He wanted them to hide in the Zulong Tower. Amazing. Upon hearing this, Fu Hui couldn't help but give Jiang Qin a thumbs up. Normally, powerful demonic beasts were very ferocious, especially the great demons in the desolate mountain range. Ordinary cultivators would stay away from these great demons when they entered the mountain range, but Jiang Chen was able to befriend them. He really had no idea how he did it. Brother Fu, I'm no longer interested in this grand ceremony. We will return first and wait for you in Cloud Mist City. I still hope that you can introduce me to Tianyun Pavilion after you return, said Jiang Chen. He had already guessed the ending of the grand ceremony. It was no longer attractive to Jiang Chen. Of course, the most important thing for Jiang Chen now was to return and recover from his injuries. His injuries were not a big deal, but the Zulong Tower needed to be restored. Furthermore, he had already obtained the regenerative lotus, so he had to make use of it as soon as possible. This treasure was like a ticking time bomb if he kept it in his hands. It was safest to refine it in Cloud Mist City. Brother Jiang, are you really leaving? asked Fu Hui. That's right. I've already seen the one-line 8 immortals and I'm very satisfied. We brothers have obtained some benefits in the barren mountain range and need some time to digest them. Brother Fu, we will take our leave now. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Fu Hui before disappearing into the crowd and flying towards Cloud Mist City with Han Yen and De Huang Dog. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on the one-line 8 immortals, it was the wisest time for them to leave. If they waited until the grand ceremony ended tomorrow, they might encounter the people from Xianyang School. At that time, it would be inevitable for them to have a conflict with the people from Xianyang School. After leaving, Jiang Chen got Ada and Air to hide in the Zulong Tower. The three brothers were running on the ground at high speed. Their behavior could be said to be very low-key. After all, they had just obtained the regenerative lotus. Although a part of the Zulong Tower was broken, the space inside was very large. It wouldn't be a problem for them to hide Ada and Air. Little Chinzi, why are you leaving so soon? We haven't seen the grand ceremony tomorrow, asked Han Yen. There's nothing to see. I've already guessed the outcome. It's going to be a draw. Do you think the one-line 8 immortals will still have the passion to fight without the regenerative lotus? What we need to do now is to go back and digest the regenerative lotus. We have to finish everything before we enter Tianyun Pavilion. Are we going to Tianyun Pavilion to refine the regenerative lotus? Said Jiang Chen. Only a fool would go to Tianyun Pavilion to refine the regenerative lotus. There were countless experts in Tianyun Pavilion, especially Tian Miyun. Once he sensed the aura of the regenerative lotus, it would bring disaster to them. 2 men and a dog were extremely fast. Sometimes they would let De Huang Dog unfold his wings to carry them. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. The distance between Cloud Mist City and Heavenly Mountain wasn't short. After daybreak, they chose to run on the ground. There were cultivators flying above their heads at high speed. Their destination was the sky. It could be seen that the grand ceremony that was held once every 2 years was very attractive. 4 streams of light flew past in the sky and quickly returned. The aura of the 4 were incomparably tyrannical. All of them were heaven immortals. They instantly locked onto Jiang Chen's group. We've been noticed. Just when De Huang Dog was about to raise his head, the 4 experts had already landed in front of them. Senior Brother Li, it's him. He's Jiang Chen, the guy who destroyed our mine and killed a dozen of our disciples. One of them pointed at Jiang Chen and spoke while gnashing his teeth. It seemed like he wanted to eat Jiang Chen alive. Jiang Chen also recognized this person. He was Luo Xiang, an inner disciple of Xianyang School. He was the one who fought with him that night. Jiang Chen didn't expect to meet him here. Chapter 1144. The 4 of them were wearing the same uniform of Xianyang School. Apart from Luo Xiang, the other 3 should be the inner sect disciples of Xianyang School. Besides Luo Xiang, there was an early Heaven Immortal expert, and the other 2 were even scarier intermediate Heaven Immortal experts. Even if Jiang Chen transformed into his dragon form, he could only deal with these geniuses. It would be very difficult for him to kill them. Hee, long time no see, Brother Luo. Jiang Chen chuckled. These 4 guys must have gone to Heavenly Mountain to watch the grand ceremony. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiang noticed him when they were flying over, which was why he landed. Xianyang School had already issued the order to kill him. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of any chance to kill Jiang Chen. Of course, Jiangchen didn't put these four guys in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that he and the Huang dog weren't afraid of them, Ada and Air alone were enough to give them a hard time. Jiangchen, you have offended Xianyang School. Why didn't you find a place to hide? How dare you show up here? You really don't know what's good for you. It's your bad luck to meet me today. It's time to settle the score between us. Luo Xiang said fiercely. Although the sect didn't blame him for what happened that day, he had already become a laughing stock in the inner sect. He had been holding a grudge in his heart for the past few days. He didn't expect that he would meet his enemy here today. If he didn't vent his anger, he would definitely die of suffocation. Unfortunately, you are no match for me. Jiangchen said indifferently. You are Jiangchen? That audacious guy. The leading intermediate heaven immortal disciple kept sizing up Jiangchen, seemingly very interested in Jiangchen. However, Jiangchen's appearance disappointed him. In his opinion, even if Jiangchen wasn't as sturdy as a bear, he should at least look fierce. Never had he thought that Jiangchen was a greasy-faced scholar. I don't dare to be audacious, but I advise you not to provoke me. I will give you a chance to live. Get lost from my sight immediately and I won't kill you. Jiangchen's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. If these three guys insisted on fighting each other to the death, he was sure that they would die miserably. Haha. Sure enough, you are very arrogant, but you need the capital to be arrogant. If you don't have the capital to be arrogant, you will have to pay a heavy price. Senior Brotherly laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He was an intermediate heaven immortal expert and an inner sect genius of Xianyang School. Any ordinary intermediate heaven immortal expert wouldn't be a match for him. With such a huge advantage and such an obvious gap in cultivation base, he naturally wouldn't put an earth immortal like Jiangchen in his eyes. Senior Brotherly, don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him and bring his head back. The sect will definitely reward us. Luo Xiang said. Jiangchen, did you hear that? If we kill you, we'll be rewarded handsomely. If you kneel down and kowtow to me right now, I might be merciful and leave your corpse in one piece. Senior Brotherly said with a sneer. Is that so? Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish. I have already given you all a chance to leave. I Jiangchen never like to give people second chances. Jiangchen's tone was filled with killing intent, an incomparably cold killing intent. Courting death. Let's see how you are going to escape today. Luo Xiang said and was the first to rush towards Jiangchen. He knew Jiangchen's capability, so he exerted his full strength. A dazzling long sword appeared in his hand. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiangchen. Now that there were late heaven immortal senior brothers behind him, he didn't have the slightest fear towards Jiangchen. Seeing Luo Xiang dashing towards him, Jiangchen shook his head. Then he suddenly punched out with his fist. The terrifying fist hit Luo Xiang's long sword. Clang! An enormous force pressed down like a mountain. Under the impact of this force, the long sword in Luo Xiang's hand buzzed and almost flew out of his hand. What? Luo Xiang's facial expression changed dramatically. Only now did he realize that Jiangchen was much stronger than before. Plus, Jiangchen hadn't used that powerful transformation technique yet. In other words, he was no longer a match for Jiangchen. What a powerful earth immortal. The other three's facial expression changed as well. Even the two mid-heaven immortal geniuses instantly stopped underestimating Jiangchen. This was their first time meeting such a terrifying figure. Ada, come out and finish them off. Jiangchen spoke lung. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the four of them. Instantly, the four of them were shrouded by an enormous amount of demonic qi and devil qi. Cold qi flowed into their bodies, making them feel like they were on the verge of death. What a powerful qi. This is a late heaven immortal great demon. We are no match for it. Damn it. How could this bastard hide such a terrifying monster beside him? Run quickly. The four disciples of Xianyang School were scared out of their wits. They no longer had the arrogance they had before. They hastily turned and ran, preparing to fly into the sky. Although they were eager to kill Jiangchen and claim the reward, their lives were more important than anything else. If they lost their lives, they wouldn't be able to claim the reward. They could ignore Jiangchen, but this big guy in front of them wasn't something they could fight. Let alone a mid-heaven immortal. Even a late heaven immortal inner sect disciple wouldn't be a match for this heavenly devil barbaric bull. Die. Ada spat out a word. Boundless killing chi surged out of his body. He waved his hand and a huge hoof appeared. The black hoof was 100 meters long. It pressed down like a dark cloud, shrouding the four of them. Hung long. Arg. A loud bang was heard, followed by miserable shrieks. The four inner sect disciples of Xianyang school were trampled to death by Ada. They were flattened into meat paste. Not even a complete corpse was left. Damn it. That's brutal. Big Yellow curled his lips. He did not think that he was more ferocious than Ada when he wanted to be. Sco. Hurry up. The commotion here might attract the attention of other cultivators. If the experts of Xianyang school are drawn here, it'll be troublesome. Jiang Qin immediately let Ada enter the Zulong Tower and disappeared. Today was the grand ceremony of Tianshan Mountain. There were many cultivators coming and going, including the experts of Xianyang school. It would be troublesome if they were exposed. Chapter 1145. The death of the four inner disciples of Xianyang school would soon attract the attention of Xianyang school. Generally, disciples of major powers would leave behind things like soul jade slips. As long as they died, the soul jade slips would immediately shatter. People would easily point their eyes at Jiang Qin because there weren't many people who dared to kill inner disciples of Xianyang school in one-line sky. Jiang Qin was in the eye of the storm, so it was natural for people to target him. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about this. Jiang Qin's philosophy was very simple. As long as they were enemies, they would fight to the death. Moreover, they had to kill the people of Xianyang school, and the people of Xianyang school wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to be polite. Jiang Qin's current thoughts were on the regenerative lotus. If the three of them could refine the entire regenerative lotus, their cultivation would improve tremendously, especially Han Yan. Naturally, it wouldn't be a problem for him to regrow his arm. His cultivation would also improve tremendously. As for how far he could go, it would depend on his own ability. In the City Lord's mansion of Cloud Mist City, Jiang Qin and the rest returned quietly without alerting anyone. As they knew that Jiang Qin was a friend of young Master Fu Hui, no one stopped them from entering the City Lord's mansion. It was said that the mansion lord of the City Lord's mansion had also gone to the Heavenly Mountain to watch the grand ceremony. Therefore, the entire City Lord's mansion was rather quiet. This kind of silence was exactly what Jiang Qin needed. The quieter the place was, the better it would be for him to refine the regenerative lotus. In the courtyard, Jiang Qin observed the surroundings and said to De Huang Dog, De Huang, arrange an invisibility formation around the courtyard. It doesn't need to be too strong, but it has to ensure that no aura will leak out. All right. De Huang Dog nodded. He understood Jiang Qin's method very well. The regenerative lotus was of great importance. If even a trace of aura was leaked out, it might bring them a disaster, even if they were in Cloud Mist City. De Huang Dog was very familiar with arranging formations. As someone who was proficient in the Heavenly Book of Source formations, he could arrange countless ancient formations. There were some rare formations that even mighty immortal kings wouldn't know about. This was De Huang Dog's advantage. It took De Huang Dog more than 10 minutes to arrange the formation. The entire courtyard was enveloped by the formation. From the outside, there was nothing special about the courtyard. Even if a mighty immortal flew over it, he wouldn't be able to sense the slightest aura inside. Jiang Qin was an expert in formations. When he saw Big Yellow's formation, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The Heavenly Book of Source formations was no joke. Ada and Air, choose a place to hide. If anyone comes near, inform me immediately. Jiang Qin summoned Ada and Air. These two barbaric bulls were true experts and would play a great role in critical moments. Yes, Master. Both of them didn't dare to neglect Jiang Qin's words. These are 2 leaves of the regenerative lotus. Each of you can take one. You can help us guard the place while refining the leaves. These leaves will be enough to push your cultivation base to the peak of half-step divine immortal realm. It will also stimulate the potential of your bloodline, allowing you to break through to the true divine immortal realm at any time. Jiang Qin took out 2 leaves and handed them to the 2 barbaric bulls. What? Upon seeing this, both of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes stared at the leaves of the regenerative lotus in front of them. They were too shocked. They had never thought that Jiang Qin would be so generous. He was even willing to give them such rare treasures. They knew their status very well. After being edified by Xianxia, they had become his slaves. Now it seemed like being a slave was really worth it. Such benefits made them tremble. "Why aren't you taking them?" Xianxia yelled coldly. Apart from the core, there were a total of 18 leaves. Each of them was a rare treasure. If it was placed outside, countless cultivators would fight for it. It was indeed a waste to give such a treasure to 2 barbaric bulls, but Xianxia didn't feel that it was a waste at all. He knew very well what he was doing. After all, his cultivation base was still low and his foundation in the immortal world wasn't stable. These 2 heavenly devil barbaric bulls were his trump cards. The stronger they were, the more help they would be to him. In other words, improving the strength of Ada and Air was equivalent to improving his cultivation base indirectly. If Ada and Air advanced to the half-step divine immortal realm, it would be equivalent to having 2 early divine immortal experts by his side. Xianxia knew very well how beneficial this would be to him. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Ada and Air were incomparably excited. They knelt on the ground with a puff. This was a great grace. Tears almost flowed down their cheeks. Subsequently, Xianxia brought De Huang Dog and Han Yan into the room. The 2 barbaric bulls were still staring at the lotus leaf in their hands in excitement. "Lao Air, what do you think? Do you have a boundless future by following Master?" Ada asked. "That's right. We have only been following Master for less than 2 days and he has already given us such great benefits. I was really stupid to resist him." Air was also incomparably excited. "All right, we will follow Master loyally from now on. We will do whatever Master asks us to do. Our current task is to protect Master and the others. You and I will hide in 2 different places while refining the lotus leaf. I believe that we will be able to break through to the half-step divine immortal realm very soon." Ada said. In the room, Xianxia took out the regenerative lotus. All of a sudden, the whole room was filled with a strong aura of divine herb. Under the impact of this aura, the 2 men and the dog couldn't help but feel refreshed and indescribably comfortable. One had to admit that the medicinal energy of the regenerative lotus was too strong. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog's formation, the entire sky above Cloud Mist City would be filled with the medicinal energy of the lotus. That was simply courting death. This thing is really full of treasures. A single leaf is enough to improve a person's physique. Even a stupid pig will become a genius after eating a single leaf. The root and stem of the regenerative lotus are also treasures. The most precious one is, of course, the lotus heart. It has the ability to regenerate. Legend has it that the lotus heart can bring the dead back to life. De Huang Dog clicked his tongue. The fork in his mouth began to drool, which directly attracted the disdain of Xianxia and Han Yan. "This lotus heart belongs to Yan. Don't even think about it." Xianxia didn't give Big Yellow any chance. He took out the lotus heart from the bundle of leaves of the regenerative lotus and handed it to Han Yan. The lotus heart looked like a relic. Saliva was squirming inside it. It was a peerless divine herb that amazed everyone. Chapter 1146. De Huang Dog looked at the lotus heart and licked his lips. If it was in the past, he would have taken a bite out of the lotus heart, but he knew the importance of the lotus heart to Han Yan. Han Yan's severed arm had to be regrown as soon as possible. If it took too long, it would have a negative impact on Han Yan's future cultivation. "Little Chenzi, thank you." Han Yan received the lotus heart and thanked Xianxia. He knew that it would make him seem like an outsider, but he really couldn't express his gratitude to Xianxia. There was nothing much to be said between the 2 brothers. Xianxia was even willing to give him a precious divine herb like the heart of the regenerative lotus. He could only remember Xianxia's kindness in his heart. Han Yan knew very well that the lotus heart of the regenerative lotus was an incomparably precious treasure to Xianxia. If Xianxia refined the lotus heart, the benefits would naturally be boundless, but Xianxia still gave it to Han Yan without hesitation. Plus, Han Yan also knew that the main reason Xianxia took the risk to steal the regenerative lotus was because of him. There's no need to talk about this between brothers. Hurry up and refine it. Given your current cultivation base, I'm afraid that it will take a long time for you to completely regenerate the lotus and regrow your arm. Xianxia patted on Han Yan's shoulder. He knew how Han Yan felt at the moment, so he didn't say anything else. If he said too much, it would only increase the pressure in Han Yan's heart. Han Yan smiled and didn't say anything else. He took the lotus heart and went to another room. As he turned around, Han Yan's eyes became slightly moist. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Having a brother like Xianxia is truly one of the greatest blessings in life. While Han Yan was refining the regenerative lotus, Xianxia and De Huangdog also began to refine the other parts of the lotus. Xianxia didn't pursue too much at the moment. He was satisfied as long as he could advance to the late earth immortal realm with the help of the lotus. The path of cultivation was a step-by-step process. The regenerative lotus was a peerless divine herb, a natural treasure. There wouldn't be the slightest psychological burden when refining it. Such a divine herb would only be beneficial to the cultivator. Even if the cultivator advanced a few levels in a row, he wouldn't have to worry about the instability of his foundation due to the rapid advancement. Before Xianxia and De Huangdog could refine the rest of the regenerative lotus, they heard two powerful qi coming from outside the door. These two bulls have advanced so quickly. De Huangdog shook his head. The speed of advancement was way too fast. Xianxia had just given them the leaves of the regenerative lotus, and they had already advanced to the half-step divine immortal realm. That was why they were releasing powerful qi. Fortunately, De Huangdog had deployed a formation around the courtyard to isolate everything. Otherwise, the qi released by Ada and Air would have attracted the attention of outsiders. It's very normal. Ada and Air have already reached the peak of Heaven Immortal Realm, just a step away from the half-step Earth Immortal Realm. Now that they have obtained the help of the regenerative lotus, it's only natural for them to break through the bottleneck instantly. But this also shows the scariness of the regenerative lotus. Xianxia smiled. He wasn't too surprised. After all, Ada and Air's cultivation base was still there. Plus, the effect of the regenerative lotus was incomparable to ordinary herbs. The success of Ada and Air's advancement was undoubtedly a good thing for Xianxia. His trump card had also become more powerful. Leaving Ada and Air aside, Xianxia and De Huangdog each took 5 leaves and began refining them. Long. As soon as the leaves entered his body, Xianxia felt an extremely powerful energy rushing into his qi. That energy was mixed with the medicinal energy, pure and violent. The energy was condensed into dragon marks by Xianxia using the dragon transformation skill. The medicinal energy then entered Xianxia's limbs, bones and internal organs, tempering his body from the inside out. It was a perfect tempering. What a powerful medicinal energy. It's indeed a peerless divine herb. This peerless lotus leaf is enough to push my cultivation base to the peak of late earth immortal realm. Additionally, my physique has been tempered to a greater extent. When I transform into my dragon form, my physique will be even stronger and my combat strength will be stronger than before. Xianxia was overjoyed. Sure enough, taking the risk to obtain the regenerative lotus was worth it. Such a peerless divine herb was something that every cultivator yearned for. On the other side, De Huangdog's body was covered with a layer of golden light. Obviously, after receiving the help of the regenerative lotus, De Huangdog's body began to change from inside to outside. In Han Yan's room, Han Yan was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. The lotus heart was floating in front of his face. He looked at his severed arm. The lotus heart of the regenerative lotus had given him great hope and expectation. He was a little excited. However, Han Yan was also a man who had seen the world. He had an extremely tough mind and was used to life and death situations. He adjusted his condition quickly and began to refine the lotus heart. The way Han Yan refined the lotus heart was very simple. It could be described as barbaric. He opened his mouth and swallowed the lotus heart. Pong. The moment the enormous energy entered Han Yan's body, it spread out like a vast ocean. Every strand of energy turned into barbaric energy, rampaging inside Han Yan's body. Damn it! What a violent energy! Han Yan couldn't help but curse. He knew that he had overestimated himself. The energy in the lotus heart was countless times greater than what he had imagined. Now that the energy in his body had gone berserk, he felt like he was going to lose control of it. Fortunately, Han Yan had the bloodline of Gu Tianma. The strength of his bloodline wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Very quickly he managed to suppress the energy. Gu Tianma's bloodline was comparable to an ordinary divine physique. It could play a great role at the critical moment. For example, if an ordinary cultivator swallowed the lotus heart, they wouldn't be able to control the enormous energy. They would explode and die. Not only would they not benefit from it, they would also harm themselves. However, Han Yan's Gu Tianma's physique was different. It was incomparably tyrannical. Even if the energy was stronger, he would still be able to withstand it. In the following period of time, the three brothers entered seclusion and began to refine the regenerative lotus without paying attention to the outside world. This was a slow process and couldn't be rushed. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, it would take at least 3 days for the process to be completed. As expected, the One-Line 8 immortals had lost their passion for the competition in the Heavenly Mountain due to the loss of the regenerative lotus. In the end, the competition ended in a draw. On the contrary, due to the loss of the regenerative lotus, the One-Line 8 immortals weren't as good as the previous years. Many cultivators felt somewhat disappointed. Chapter 1147. After the grand ceremony was over, the 8 immortals returned to their respective sections. However, the atmosphere in One-Line Sky was somewhat depressing. Everyone knew that the regenerative lotus had been stolen. It was something that the 8 immortals had taken a fancy to. It was a miracle that someone dared to snatch something that belonged to the 8 immortals. Everyone was very curious about the culprit, but it was destined to be a mystery that would be hard to solve. Almost on the same day, the 4 major forces sent out a message at the same time. All the cultivators in One-Line Sky who found someone using the Heavenly Dragon battle halberd and reported it to the 4 major forces would receive the greatest reward. Everyone knew that One-Line Sky wouldn't be peaceful for a period of time. First, there was the appearance of Jiang Qin, which caused the Xianyang school to issue a kill order. Now, there was another person who stole the regenerative lotus and left behind the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd. However, most of the cultivators knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to find the culprit, because as long as the culprit didn't use the Heavenly Dragon combat halberd, he wouldn't be discovered. No one would have thought that the person who caused these 2 huge disturbances in One-Line Sky was the same person. While the 4 major powers were searching for the person who stole the regenerative lotus, Jiang Qin and the others were still refining the lotus in Cloud Mist City. When Fu Hui returned from Heavenly Mountain, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had already come out of seclusion. They had already refined the 5 lotus leaves and their cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. The current number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached more than 440,000. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm. He was only a step away from the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. He only needed 10,000 more dragon marks to complete his breakthrough. Moreover, the leaves of the regenerative lotus had brought great benefits to him. Not only had his foundation stabilized, but his physique had also been greatly tempered. After advancing to the peak of late Earth Immortal Realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength had become even more terrifying. He could now easily kill intermediate Heaven Immortal experts even without using his half-dragon form. De Huang Dog was equally vigorous. He had successfully broken through to the Heaven Immortal Realm from half-step Heaven Immortal Realm and advanced to the intermediate Heaven Immortal Realm. The bloodline of the Dragon Horse Divine Beast had become even more powerful. Even so, there was still a lot of medicinal energy left in Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's body. This was also the reason why they didn't refine the remaining lotus leaves. It wasn't because they were reluctant, but because the medicinal energy was already sufficient. It would be a waste if they continued to refine the remaining lotus leaves. The regenerative lotus was a peerless divine medicine that could only be found by luck. There were a total of 18 lotus leaves. Jiang Qin and Jiang Qin had refined 10, while Ada and Air had each refined 1. Jiang Qin Dragon Lotus Qin Star Lotus Set. Jiang Lotus Leaves Dragon Lotus Jiang Star Lotus Leaves. Lotus Leaves Lotus Qin Mountain. Jiang Lotus Leaves Lotus. God Lotus. God Lotus in Re the Lotus Sect Divine Lotus Imd Lotus Qin. Lotus. IMS Lotus King Sect. The big yellow dog licked its lips as if it wanted to continue. The most precious part of the regenerative lotus is its heart. I'm afraid that immortal kings won't be interested in a mere few lotus leaves, but the heart is different. It contains almost all the essence of the regenerative lotus. Anyone who obtains it will have a meteoric rise. Zhou Xian said. It seems like Yan's arm will grow back. De Huang Dog said with a smile. Currently Han Yan was still in the process of refining the lotus. After all, the lotus heart couldn't be compared to the lotus leaves. It would take a long time for him to refine the lotus heart completely. Dong dong dong. At this time someone knocked on the door. Zhou Xian swept it with his divine sense and found that Fu Hui was already standing outside the door. It seems like the grand ceremony has ended. Let's go out and have a look. Zhou Xian pushed the door open and walked out of the courtyard. As for Han Yan's qi, it was concealed by De Huang Dog's formation, so Fu Hui wouldn't be able to detect it. Ada and Air were also hiding in the courtyard. Given Fu Hui's cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual either. The door of the courtyard was opened. Fu Hui strode in without any hesitation. Brother Zhou Xian, how's your seclusion? Where's Brother Han Yan? Fu Hui asked. As Zhou Xian had completely concealed his qi, Fu Hui couldn't see through Zhou Qian's real cultivation base. He still didn't know that Zhou Xian had already reached the peak of late Earth immortal realm. Yan is still in seclusion trying to break through to a higher realm. Brother Fu, how was the grand ceremony? Zhou Xian hastily changed the topic, diverting Fu Hui's attention from Han Yan. It's not interesting at all. Just as Brother Zhang expected, after losing the regenerative lotus, the 8 immortals looked dispirited during the battle. Sect Master Tian didn't even use his trump card. It seems like we can cancel the grand ceremony in the future. It's no longer attractive if there's no winner or loser every year. Fu Hui shook his head in disappointment. I wonder who had the guts to steal the regenerative lotus. Zhou Xian sighed. De Huang Dog, who was watching from the side, had an impulse to go up and bite Zhou Xian. He had seen many pretentious people, but he had never seen such a pretentious person. Who knows? The 4 major powers have already announced that they are looking for the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. I guess One-Line Sky won't be peaceful in the future. Fu Hui said. Hearing this, Zhou Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems like I can't easily use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd in the future. By the way, Brother Zhang, when are you going to head to Tianyun Pavilion with me? Asked Fu Hui. When Yan comes out of seclusion. I guess it'll only take 1 or 2 days. I hope I won't delay Brother Fu's matter. Said Zhou Xian. Han Yan was still in seclusion, so it was impossible for him to leave without saying goodbye. Does Brother Zhang want to bring Han Yan and Han Yan to Tianyun Pavilion together? Tianyun Pavilion's disciple selection is rather strict. Furthermore, it's not the annual recruitment period. Even if I'm an inner disciple, it'll be troublesome if I introduce 2 people at the same time. Said Fu Hui with a frown. He only had his eyes on Zhou Xian. If Zhou Xian wanted to bring Han Yan along, it would be troublesome. Brother Fu, you don't have to worry about this. Yan won't be entering Tianyun Pavilion with me. I'll go with you. Of course, I'll bring De Huang with me. Chapter 1148. This was something that Zhou Xian had to consider. Furthermore, after Han Yan refined the lotus heart, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. At that time he would have the ability to protect himself. Even if he didn't follow Zhou Xian, he would still be able to protect himself. Moreover, Zhou Xian was the one in the eye of the storm, not Han Yan. To put it bluntly, there weren't many people in One-Line Sky who knew about Han Yan and his broken arm. Alright, in that case I'll wait for 2 more days. After Brother Han Yan comes out of seclusion, we'll set off for Tianyun Pavilion together. Fu Hui said with a smile. He didn't want to disturb Han Yan's seclusion and left. As the eldest young master of the City Lord Mansion, he was also busy with his own affairs. In the room, Han Yan was at the most critical stage. The regenerative lotus's lotus heart had played a great role. His broken arm was growing little by little. Han Yan was sweating all over his body. The regrowing of a broken arm was destined to be an incomparably difficult and painful process. His bones and flesh had to grow little by little. The pain was enough to tear one's soul apart. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Only a person with great perseverance like Han Yan could endure it. At this time, Gu Tianma's physique had played its true role. The medicinal power of the regenerative lotus had played a great role. Han Yan was persisting. At this rate, 2 days would be enough. He believed that the moment his severed arm grew back, his cultivation base would advance by leaps and bounds, reaching an extremely terrifying level. He was afraid that even Xianxia wouldn't dare to estimate how terrifying it would be. After all, it was his first time seeing the heart of the regenerative lotus. Therefore, he couldn't estimate its true effect. 2 days later, in the middle of the night. Finally, there was movement in Han Yan's room. Xianxia and a Huang dog who had been waiting for 2 days were shocked. Yan has succeeded. Big Yellow's face was filled with excitement. Just as he was about to dash into Han Yan's house, Xianxia grabbed his tail and stopped him. Don't go there. Yan's arm has just regrown. He's going to break through to the next realm. You'll disturb him if you go there now. Xianxia said bluntly. The Huang dog stuck out its tongue and quietened down. The man and the dog stared at Han Yan's door without blinking. Inside the house, Han Yan opened his eyes. 2 beams of black demonic light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. Han Yan raised his newly grown arm and a smile finally appeared on his face. There were some things that one would only know how precious they were once they were gone. No one could understand Han Yan's current feelings. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been through a lot and had a strong heart, he would have jumped up in excitement. Buzz buzz. The process of regrowing his arm didn't end there. To Han Yan, the help of the regenerative lotus's heart wasn't as simple as regrowing an arm. Because he had been focusing on his severed arm, the energy in his body had reached a terrifying level. What he needed to do now was to use Gu Tianma's bloodline to control this energy and break through to a higher realm. That was the sound of breaking through the bottleneck. In just 2 minutes, Han Yan had broken through the half-step Earth Immortal realm and advanced to the early Earth Immortal realm. But this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. Not even 1% of the energy in his body had been consumed, and the lotus's heart hadn't been fully refined yet. The whole house was filled with horrifying energy, like a storm on the sea. If it wasn't for Big Yellow using a formation to cover this place, such a movement would have immediately attracted the attention of the Cloud Mist City's experts. 10 minutes later, Han Yan made another breakthrough and reached the intermediate Earth Immortal realm. However, this state of breakthrough didn't stop as it continued to advance towards the late Earth Immortal realm. Han Yan tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. The bloodline of Gu Tianma was circulating faster and faster. He wanted to digest all the benefits and not waste a single bit. The sound of advancement could be heard once again. Han Yan had made a breakthrough to the late Earth Immortal realm. By this time, Han Yan had advanced 3 levels consecutively, but this wasn't the end. Instead, his potential was fully unleashed. At this moment, his meridians were expanding, his qi was enlarging, and his bloodline was being stimulated. He was in a state that couldn't be found even in 10,000 years. Half-step Heaven Immortal Realm. That was right. After just half an hour of hard work, Han Yan had assailed the half-step Heavenly Immortal stage. In just half an hour, his cultivation base had risen by 4 levels. If news of such a heaven-defying rise were to spread, no one would believe it. Who knows just how many people would be shocked. Outside the door, Xianxia and a Huang dog widened their eyes in shock. Given their perceptive ability, they could naturally sense Han Yan's current state clearly. This was also the reason why they were shocked. Damn it, it seems like he has advanced 4 levels already. Now that he is already a half-step Heaven Immortal, it should be time for him to stop, right? The Huang dog murmured. It seems like he hasn't stopped yet. It seems like he will only stop after advancing to the Heaven Immortal realm. Xianxia was speechless. Han Yan had advanced 4 levels and was now a half-step Heaven Immortal realm expert, but Han Yan didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Damn it. This peerless divine herb is too heaven-defying. The Huang dog licked his lips, apparently wanting to have a taste of the lotus heart. Given Yan's strength, it's impossible for him to refine the lotus heart completely. The medicinal energy will be preserved in his body for a very long time. His advancement will also speed up because of the existence of the regenerative lotus. making him a first-class genius in the immortal world. Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Chen felt happy for Han Yan's current achievement. Finally, Han Yan successfully advanced to the early heaven immortal realm. After advancing 5 levels in a row, his chi gradually retracted and the momentum of advancement finally stopped at the early heaven immortal realm. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog heaved a sigh of relief. If Han Yan continued to advance, their hearts wouldn't be able to take it anymore. They had never seen such an abnormal speed of advancement. No one knew how many people would be shocked to death by such speed of advancement. Inside the room, Han Yan's chi had undergone an extreme change. Gu Tianma's chi waves drifted in the air. He could clearly feel the turbulence of the surrounding airflow. As long as he willed it, he could control the airflow and fly away at any time. This was the advantage of a heaven immortal. Amazing! Amazing! The lotus heart of the regenerative lotus is truly terrifying. I have only refined half of its medicinal energy and I have already reached such a level. Additionally, my severed arm has already grown back. The remaining medicinal energy in my body will bring me endless benefits in the future. Chapter 1149. Creak. The door was opened. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog walked in. Ah Yan, your advancement is a little too terrifying. Jiang Chen teased. Seeing Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog, Han Yan was in a good mood. Immediately he stood up from the praying mat on the ground. The effect of the lotus heart is truly beyond my imagination. Can actually bring me such great benefits. Now that my severed arm has been regrown, my potential has been fully developed. My bloodline has become even stronger and my cultivation base has advanced by 5 levels, reaching the early heaven immortal realm. Such great benefits are like a dream to me. At this moment, Han Yan felt like he was in a dream. If this didn't happen to him, even he wouldn't dare to believe it. This is good news. Given your current cultivation base, you already have the ability to protect yourself. Ordinary intermediate heaven immortal experts won't be a match for you. I'm afraid that you can even put up a fight against a late heaven immortal expert. Jiang Chen said. Gu Tianma's bloodline was getting stronger and stronger. With the support of such a powerful physique, Han Yan's combat strength was naturally incomparable to experts of the same level. In front of the mighty Gu Tianma, killing people who were at a higher level was nothing. That's right. Plus, there's still a lot of medicinal energy left in my body. My speed of advancement will be very fast in the future. Han Yan nodded. The benefits that the lotus heart brought him were far more than that. It would have a great impact on his future cultivation. By the way, Ah Yan, there's something I need to tell you. I'm going to the Tianyun Pavilion with Fu Hui tomorrow. I'm afraid that we will have to part ways. I'm relieved to see your current cultivation base. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. Upon hearing this, Han Yan couldn't help but frown. The two brothers had just met in the immortal world not long ago. Ah Yan, the news about the regenerative lotus has already spread in one-line sky. You have obtained the lotus heart and Fu Hui knows about your previous cultivation base and the condition of your severed arm. If you follow me to the Tianyun Pavilion, putting aside the fact that you have advanced 5 levels in such a short period of time, the fact that you have regrown an arm is enough to arouse suspicion. Once the higher-ups of the Tianyun Pavilion notice you, the consequences will be unimaginable and we will be exposed. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder. He also wanted Han Yan to follow him to the Tianyun Pavilion, but reality was reality. It was simply impossible. One should know that every disciple who entered the Tianyun Pavilion would be investigated. Fu Hui had to explain Han Yan's previous situation to him when he introduced Han Yan to the Tianyun Pavilion. No one could regrow an arm and advance 5 levels in just a few days. This itself was a miracle. Plus, the fact that the regenerative lotus had been stolen made it easy for people to link it to Han Yan. Plus, there was still a huge amount of medicinal energy left in Han Yan's body. If someone like Tian Muyun were to check on him, he would be able to find out immediately. This was a risk that they absolutely couldn't afford to take. And I know. Your goal in entering the Tianyun Pavilion is Tian Muyun. In that case, I'm going to leave One Line Sky and head to other big domains. I'll come back to help you when I'm strong enough, said Han Yan. He understood Jiang Chen's concern, but there was nothing he could do about it. Given his current cultivation base, he already had the ability to protect himself. He was going to leave One Line Sky temporarily and head to other big domains. Perhaps he might be able to make a name for himself there. In the ethereal immortal world, there were tens of thousands of big domains like One Line Sky. No matter how big the immortal world was, there was bound to be a place for Han Yan. Alright. The immortal world isn't like Saint Origin world. We still don't have the slightest foundation. We have to be careful in everything we do. Zhou Xian advised. Don't worry. We've been through a lot along the way. What kind of storms and waves had he not seen before? Didn't he get through all of them? But Yu Tianmuyun isn't easy to deal with. You should be careful after entering the Tianyun Pavilion. Han Yan gave a carefree smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yan, take advantage of the fact that Fu Hui hasn't arrived and sneak away in the middle of the night. It's best if you don't let Fu Hui see you like this. Although he's not bad, we still have to be careful and not let anyone catch us. We can't be caught by others, said Zhou Xian. Although Fu Hui was a trustworthy person, he was also a smart person. If he saw Han Yan, who was only an early heaven immortal expert, he would easily be able to figure out the key point. It was never a good thing to be caught by others. All right. Little Chenzi de Huang, take care. Han Yan clasped his fists and left the courtyard, disappearing into the night. Now that he was already an early heaven immortal expert, flying in the sky was a piece of cake for him. When Han Yan walked over, Zhou Xian and Big Yellow felt somewhat disappointed. After all, it wasn't easy for the three brothers to meet in the immortal world, but they had parted ways after a very short reunion. Judging from the current situation in One Line Sky, they didn't know when they would meet again. It was estimated that it would be a very long time. This is really depressing. When we were in Saint Origin world, we were the absolute kings. Who dared to disrespect us? But here we are like a stray dog. De Huang Dog said gloomily. Don't worry. There will be a place for us in the immortal world sooner or later. Back in Saint Origin world, didn't we also walk out step by step from a small red city? The corner of Zhou Qian's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He liked pressure, excitement, and passion. The path of cultivation was endless. Whether it was the pressure from the northern and southern dynasties or the pressure from Tianmuyun, Zhou Qian liked this feeling very much. He liked the process of progressing bit by bit, and he admired the ending of stepping on a powerful enemy. Early the next morning, Zhou Qian walked out of the courtyard and found Fu Hui at his residence. Brother Fu, how's the trifling matter in the prefecture? Asked Zhou Qian. Brother Zhang, there's nothing much here. With my father and a few brothers here, there's nothing much to do in Cloud Mist City. I've been waiting for you. Where's Brother Han Yan? Fu Hui's expression changed when he saw Zhou Qian. He should have returned to the sect a long time ago. After all, cultivating in Cloud Mist City wasn't as good as cultivating in Tianyun Pavilion. The reason why he stayed in the prefecture was to wait for Zhou Qian. Yan came out of seclusion last night and left. Said Zhou Qian. Brother Han Yan is injured and his cultivation isn't strong. How can he leave alone? I've already arranged an errand for him in the prefecture. Said Fu Hui. Thank you, Brother Fu. But my brother has always been free and doesn't like to be tied down. I've disappointed Brother Fu. Zhou Qian clasped his fists at Fu Hui. Fu Hui had helped Han Yan find an errand in advance, which showed his sincerity. This made Zhou Qian's impression of Fu Hui improve a lot. Chapter 1150. Alright. Since Brother Han likes to be free, I won't force him. Anyway, he has already left. Brother Zhang, let's depart for Tianyun Pavilion now, said Fu Hui. To him, being able to help Skycloud Pavilion rope in a genius was considered as a great contribution to their sect. All right. Zhou Qian nodded. Entering Tianyun Pavilion was his main purpose in coming to One Line Sky. Now that he had Fu Hui's recommendation, it couldn't be any better. Fu Hui soared into the sky. Zhou Qian sat on De Huang Dog's back and flew towards the direction of Tianyun Pavilion. De Huang Dog was already an early heaven immortal expert. Even without using the wings of light, he could still fly. As for Zhou Qian, he was only at the peak of late Earth immortal realm. He hadn't even reached the half-step heaven immortal realm yet. In order to not attract too much attention, it was better for him not to fly. Given Fu Hui's ability, he could only introduce Jiang Chen to Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore he couldn't bring Jiang Chen along. But De Huang Dog was different. In the eyes of outsiders, De Huang Dog was merely a pet of Jiang Chen. He wasn't even considered as a disciple. Brother Fu, we haven't arrived at Tianyun Pavilion yet. Why don't you tell me some things about Tianyun Pavilion so that I can have a better understanding of it? Jiang Chen spoke. After all, he was about to enter a new sect. It was good to have a better understanding of the sect in advance. Although Tianyun Pavilion is just a sect, it is similar to a country. It has its own complete system. The whole sect is divided into countless halls. As for the disciples, they are divided into outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples and core disciples, just like other sections. Outer sect disciples are all earth immortals. Once an outer sect disciple advances to the heaven immortal realm, he or she will be promoted to inner sect disciple unconditionally. Similarly, if an inner sect disciple advances to the divine immortal realm, he or she will also be promoted to core disciple unconditionally. Fu Hui said, the internal competition in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion is very fierce. The open and secret strife between the disciples is also very fierce. It's far from as peaceful as people think. It's also very common for disciples to form cliques. If you don't know how to behave yourself in Heavenly Cloud Pavilion, you'll definitely have a miserable end. Fu Hui's words were undoubtedly an indirect reminder to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shouldn't be too rash when he arrives at Tianyun Pavilion. After all, there were too many geniuses inside. If he offended an expert, he might be crippled. Given my cultivation base, can I enter the inner sect directly? Asked Jiang Chen. His current cultivation base had reached the late Earth Immortal realm. According to the rules, he could only be an outer sect disciple. He didn't want to waste time and energy with those shrimps in the outer sect. Given his current strength, he could still thrive in the inner sect. No, the disciples of Tianyun Pavilion have a strict hierarchy. Those below the heaven immortal realm are not allowed to become inner sect disciples. However, there have been some talented geniuses in Tianyun Pavilion who were able to challenge heaven immortals when they were only earth immortals. The sect will give such geniuses a chance to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. As long as they can get out of the array, they will be promoted to inner sect disciples without the restriction of cultivation base. Fu Hui said, Iron Dummy Array? What kind of array is it? Asked Jiang Chen curiously. I haven't seen the specific Iron Dummy Array. There aren't many people in Sky Cloud Pavilion who are qualified to see this array. There have always been some arrogant disciples who tried to break the array, but they all failed and were disgraced by the array. It is said that there are 28 puppets made of special materials in the Iron Dummy Array. These puppets and the array itself have reached the most perfect coordination. Once someone enters the array, he or she will be attacked by these puppets. According to the rules, as long as the disciple who enters the array can hold on for 10 minutes, he or she will be considered to have passed the test. However, there are only a few disciples who can hold on for 10 minutes in the Iron Dummy Array. Said Fu Hui. What's the cultivation base of these puppets? Asked Jiang Chen curiously. If there was such an array, he would be very interested in it. At least he wouldn't need to go to the outer sect and could directly enter the inner sect. They should be early heaven immortal experts, but it is said that these puppets will adjust their combat strength according to the enemy's combat strength. The puppets themselves are supported by the array, making them immortal and very difficult to deal with. Brother Jiang, don't tell me you are thinking of challenging the Iron Dummy Array? Fu Hui looked at Jiang Chen curiously. I do have such an idea. After all, given my current strength, ordinary heaven immortals are no match for me. I really don't want to waste my time in the outer sect. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Brother Jiang, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. Fu Hui shrugged and spread his hands at Jiang Chen. Why do you say so, Brother Fu? Jiang Chen was a little curious. One should know that with his current combat strength, he wouldn't be afraid of the Iron Dummy Array at all. Ordinary arrays wouldn't be able to enter Jiang Chen's eyes at all. Because the sect has a rule that disciples who have entered the sect for less than a year are not qualified to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. So even if Brother Jiang wants to, you have no choice but to stay in the outer sect. Unless you advance to the heaven immortal realm within a year, you will be promoted to the inner sect and start cultivating in the inner sect. In Tianyun Pavilion, Inner sect disciples will be able to obtain very rich cultivation resources. At least it's not something that outer sect disciples can compare with. Fu Hui said helplessly. He knew what Jiang Chen was thinking and knew Jiang Chen's ability, but the rules of Tianyun Pavilion weren't something that he could change. If an elder was willing to make an exception and promote Jiang Chen to the inner sect, no one would say anything. Unfortunately, Fu Hui didn't have the qualification and ability to do so. Fuck. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. What kind of bullshit rule was this? He needed at least a year to be qualified to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. He hadn't even reached the half-step Heaven Immortal Realm yet. Breaking through to the Heaven Immortal Realm wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Given your ability, no one in the outer sect would dare to provoke you. But now many outer sect disciples are supported by inner sect disciples. So it's not good to offend them. When you enter the sect, Brother Jiang, you'll have to behave yourself. It's best not to offend inner sect disciples. All along, outer sect disciples who offend inner sect disciples will never have a good ending. Let me remind you. Fu Hui kindly reminded Jiang Chen. And thanks for the reminder, Brother Fu, that you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.